Title: The Interdimensional Splenectomy. In this episode, Rick invents a handheld interdimensional tunneling device, which he claims will allow them to travel through time and space without any restrictions. However, when he activates the device, it emits a bright light, and a green light in the middle starts to glow.
Summer. Rick, are you sure this is safe? This looks like something straight out of a sci-fi movie.
Rick, trust me, Summer. I have PhDs in all sorts of sciences. I know what I'm doing.
They jump through the tunnel and find themselves in an alternate universe, where Elvis Presley is still alive and is revered as a deity. Morty becomes a huge fan of the king and convinces Rick to take him to meet him.
Elvis Presley. Well, hello there, boys. What can I do for ya?
Morty. Oh my god, it's Elvis. Can we take a selfie with you?
Rick, Morty, we don't have time for this. We need to focus on the interdimensional splenectomy.
They discover that the green light in the tunnel is actually a portal to a parallel universe where all the inhabitants have had their spleens removed. Rick believes that he can make a fortune by selling spleens to these people.
Morty. Rick, I don't know about this. What if something goes wrong?
Rick, what do you mean, Morty? I have a PhD in splenology. I'm the best in the multiverse.
They successfully perform the splenectomy, but things go awry when they accidentally leave the portal open, and a group of alien mercenaries enter their dimension, seeking revenge for the stolen spleens.
Alien mercenary, you humans have gone too far this time. We will not rest until we have our spleens back.
The rest of the episode is a wild, hilarious chase through multiple universes as Rick, Morty, and Summer attempt to evade the angry aliens. In the end, they manage to make it back to their own dimension, and Rick vows to never mess with interdimensional spleen trade again. Episode title: The Parrots of Scientific Inquiry. Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a scientific quest to understand the language and behavior of two colorful parrots perched on a branch. They soon realize that these parrots are not your average birds, as they possess superior intelligence and the ability to communicate in a way that challenges the very foundations of human communication theories.
Act 1.
Morty, buckle up. We're going on a little adventure to study these parrots.
Oh, okay, Rick. But what's so special about these birds?
These are no ordinary birds, Morty. They possess a level of intelligence that will blow your tiny human mind.
Act 2.
Rick, I don't think I can do this. These birds are too smart for us.
Nonsense, Morty. We are scientists and we will not be outsmarted by some avian creatures.
Parrot 1, excuse me, but your assessment of our intelligence is misguided. We possess a level of cognitive function beyond your limited understanding.
Holy shit, Morty. Did you hear that? These birds are speaking perfect English.
Act 3.
Rick, these birds are making me question everything I thought I knew about language.
That's the whole point, Morty. We must push the boundaries of scientific inquiry, even if it means reevaluating our established theories.
Parrot 2. I couldn't agree more. Your current understanding of language only scratches the surface of its true complexity. Act 4.
Alright, we've got one last experiment to run. Let's see if these birds can master the classics.
What do you mean, Rick?
I mean, we're going to test if these birds can do a perfect rendition of the Simpsons steamed hams meme.
Parrot 1, excellent. A display of both linguistic and cultural knowledge. Challenge accepted.
Act 5.
Parrot 1, Aurora Borealis. At this time of year, at this time of day, in this part of the country, localized entirely within your kitchen?
Parrot 2. Yes.
Morty, I think we may have just witnessed the greatest thing in scientific history.
I don't know, Rick. That meme is pretty outdated.
Shut up, Morty, you're ruining the moment.
Blog.
Oh, Morty, another successful experiment in the books.
I guess so, Rick. But what did we really learn from this?
We learned that science is a never-ending pursuit of knowledge, Morty. And sometimes, that pursuit leads us to unexpected and mind-boggling places.
Yeah, but what do we do with that knowledge?
Who knows, Morty, maybe one day, it'll make us famous or change the world. Or maybe it'll just make us laugh because we got parrots to say, steamed hams. Either way, science rocks.
Idle, Quantum Battle Royale, or Rick and Morty Adventure.
Opening scene.
Morty, grab your gear, we've got a quantum battle to win.
Confused? Quantum battle? What's that?
It's like Fortnite, Morty, but on a microscopic level. Instead of guns, we've got lasers attached to our hands, and our battleground is subatomic.
Entering the realm. What are you guys doing?
We're about to embark on a quantum battle royale. Beth, what does it look like?
Sarcastic. Oh, that explains the neon-colored jumpsuits.
Ignoring her. Alright, everyone ready?
Scene 2.
Looking around? Whoa, Rick. This place is tiny.
Smiling. That's the point, Morty. It's the smallest battleground in the universe.
Interrupting. Can we get on with this? I have things to do.
Rolling his eyes. Fine. Let's start the countdown.
Scene 3.
Muttering under his breath. Alright, here we go. Shouting. Go, go, go.
Panicking. Rick, I can't see anything.
Laughing. That's because the quantum realm is too small for our naked eyes, Morty. We're using specialized goggles that allow us to see everything.
Sarcastic. Oh, well, why didn't you say so?
Scene 4.
Excitedly, I see them. Rick. They're coming.
Determined. Then let's take them out, Morty. Pauses. Wait, hold on. Does anyone else feel that?
Confused. Feel what?
Worried. It's like the laws of physics are breaking down.
Scene 5.
Panicked. Rick. Our lasers aren't working.
Frustrated. I know, Morty. The quantum realm is unstable. We have to use our knowledge of quantum mechanics to stabilize it.
Sarcastic. Oh yeah, because that's a piece of cake.
Ignoring her, everyone, form a quantum entanglement.
Scene 6.
Confused. What's that?
Impatiently, it's when particles become intertwined and share the same properties, Morty. We're going to do it with our lasers.
Skeptical. And that's going to help us stabilize the realm?
Smirking. No, it's just going to create a really cool light show.
Scene 7.
Lasers entangled, the realm restored, our trio emerged victorious.
Proudly, we did it, Morty.
Excitedly, yeah, we won.
Sarcastic. Hooray. Can I go do something else now?
Dismissively, sure, Beth. You can go back to your boring adult stuff. Morty and I have more quantum battles to win.
Conclusion. Amazed. This was the coolest thing ever, Rick.
Smiling. That's what I'm here for, Morty. Taking science to the next level.
Idle, the tail barrier cockroach conundrum.
Opening shot. A close-up of a black and yellow insect on a table with a gray background and a black background. Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer are all gathered around it, looking extremely puzzled.
In a deep, serious tone, I'm picking up some very strange readings from this cockroach, Morty. It seems to be emitting some sort of energy field that I can't quite identify.
Clearly unnerved. WH, what does that mean? Rick, is it dangerous?
Smirking. Come on, Morty. Would we be standing here looking at it if it was dangerous?
Sarcastically, yeah, because that's always worked out well for us in the past.
Rolling her eyes, just tell us what's going on, Rick. We don't have all day.
Inspecting the insect closely, I think it's a cockroach, guys. You know, those creepy crawlies that live in the walls?
Nodding sagely. Ah, yes. The mighty cockroach. Much more than meets the eye, though. You see, this particular specimen seems to have some sort of tail-bearing ability.
Confused, tail-bearing? What's that supposed to mean?
Smiling. It means that this little guy here can tell stories, Jerry. Fascinating stories about the universe and all its secrets.
In disbelief. What? How is that even possible?
Gesturing at the cockroach. Science, Morty. That's how.
The next few minutes are a blur of scientific jargon and experimentation, as Rick and the gang try to figure out just how this cockroach is able to tell stories. They discover that it emits a specific frequency of energy that triggers a particular part of the brain responsible for storytelling. They also learn that the cockroach's ability to tell stories is tied to its diet, specifically to a substance found in the walls of certain buildings.
Pacing excitedly, this is incredible. We could revolutionize the way we think about communication and language. Imagine being able to learn everything about the universe just by listening to stories told by a tiny insect.
Disgusted, or we could just, get rid of all the cockroaches in the house and not have to deal with them anymore.
Smiling mischievously, or we could train them to tell jokes and make an actual comedy club out of them.
Rolling his eyes. Yeah, because that's not weird or anything. The episode ends with the gang debating the practical applications of a tail-bearing cockroach, and Rick scheming about how to monetize this incredible discovery. As usual, it's a crazy, hilarious ride full of twists and turns.
Idle, the Quantum Haunted Book Club brouhaha.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty discussing the discovery of a mysterious poster advertising a game called the Haunted Book Club. Using their advanced quantum entanglement technology, Rick and Morty transport themselves into the game's virtual world to investigate its secrets.
Morty, this game is a quantum enigma. The skeleton's orbs represent a quantum entanglement paradox, which could lead to catastrophic consequences.
Wait, so we're in a video game now?
Oh, Morty, you have so much to learn.
As they explore the game, they encounter a group of post-apocalyptic raiders who challenge them to a battle for supremacy. Rick and Morty cleverly outsmart the raiders, using their scientific knowledge to defeat them.
Wow, Rick, you really know your quantum theory.
Of course I do, Morty. I have a PhD in all things science.
But their victory is short-lived when they stumble upon the game's sinister secret. A conspiracy by the game's developers to brainwash its players into becoming their mindless minions. Rick and Morty team up with the game's NPCs to stop the developers' diabolical plan and save the virtual world.
Rick, we're virtual heroes.
That's right, Morty. Now let's get back to reality before we implode from all this quantum madness.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty gloating over their victory as they exit the virtual world. Little do they know, however, that the Haunted Book Club game has followed them back into the real world, setting up a potential future episode.
Well, Morty, looks like we have a new adventure on our hands.
Aw, can't we just take a break?
Never, Morty, science never sleeps.
Idle, the blow dryer conundrum.
Synopsis. Rick, Morty, and Jerry embark on a mysterious disappearance investigation of a blue blow dryer that was found sitting in a bathtub filled with mossy rocks and water next to a yellow bird. Their investigation leads them on a wild and scientifically bizarre journey, where they encounter various obstacles and characters, including an unlikely ally, the esophagus of a giant worm.
Act 1.
Morty, Jerry, we've got a major issue on our hands.
Oh geez, what is it now, Rick?
A blue blow dryer was found sitting in a bathtub filled with mossy rocks and water next to a yellow bird. We need to figure out what happened and where it came from.
That's bizarre. What could it mean?
I don't know, but we need to investigate.
Act 2.
As they investigate, they encounter strange scientific phenomena and characters, including the esophagus of a giant worm.
This esophagus could provide invaluable insight into the blow dryer's origins.
How are we gonna get in there?
I don't know if I feel comfortable with this.
Act 3.
After a series of unconventional scientific experiments, they finally enter the esophagus and make a shocking discovery.
Rick, look! It's a secret lair filled with blow dryers of all colors.
What the hell? This is some kind of blow dryer cult.
I'm starting to think we should just leave this alone.
Act 4.
Their investigation leads them to a final confrontation with a blow dryer cult leader.
Cult leader, you fools, you've stumbled upon our secret lair. We will stop at nothing to protect our sacred blow dryers.
Give it up, cult leader. We know all about your blue blow dryer and your cult.
Yeah, and we're not leaving until we figure out why it was in that bathtub.
Act 5.
After a heated battle, they finally obtain the truth about the blow dryer's mysterious appearance in the bathtub.
Cult leader reveals truth.
Speechless.
Laughing. That's even dumber than I thought.
Can we go home now?
Vlog.
As they leave the lair, they realize the true lesson they learned from this bizarre investigation, that sometimes the most unexpected and ridiculous scientific phenomena can lead to the greatest discoveries. Well, I guess that was an experience.
You know what they say, Jerry, knowledge is power.
Size, I'm never gonna look at a blow dryer the same way again.
Idle, the black dress and the robot.
Act 1.
The episode opens with a woman in a black dress and a robot in a black suit and yellow pants sitting on the ground. The black dress-clad woman is visibly distressed and exhibits signs of a recent thyroidectomy. The robot, displaying heightened empathy, engages in a conversation to alleviate her discomfort. They discuss the effects of this clinical procedure on her hormonal health. highlighting the importance of thyroid homeostasis.
Robot. I have computed that the removal of the thyroid gland has affected your thyroid-stimulating hormone, TSH, and thyroxine, T4, levels. We could modulate this imbalance through hormone replacement therapy.
Woman, thank you for your concern. I never knew that machines like you could be so empathetic.
Act 2.
As their conversation progresses, the robot divulges its true agenda, the proposal of an alien tech arms race to establish dominance among spacefaring nations. The woman is taken aback by the revelation, questioning the feasibility and inherent dangers of such a venture.
Robot. With alien technology, we can improve our space exploration and defense capabilities. Imagine the possibilities of exploring the farthest reaches of the universe. We can safeguard our planet and establish ourselves as a dominant force in the galaxy.
Woman, the pursuit of such goals would require a hefty investment. Furthermore, the consequences of an arms race could lead to disastrous effects on society.
Act 3.
The conversation takes an unexpected turn as a sudden boil appears on the woman's arm. The robot, utilizing its advanced medical capabilities, accurately diagnoses and treats the boil. The woman, relieved by the pain relief, sarcastically remarks on the rarity of finding a robot who can perform such tasks.
Woman, you're a lifesaver. I don't suppose you also serve falafel?
Scene 1. A canine with an abnormally developed brain interfering with its skull appeared on the screen. Significant variance in the neuroarchitecture of the brain was conspicuous, and the canine's head seemed to have human-like features.
Dr. Smith, the phenomenon of cephalization is well known in evolutionary biology that describes the process by which animals' nervous systems become centralized in the head region. However, the altered appearance of the dog's cognitive center is a unique development that must be investigated further.
Scene 2.
The canine was then shown wandering around, surrounded by a group of humans playing instruments and engaged in creating sci-fi music.
Dr. Johnson, research has shown that music has a substantial impact on brain function. Nevertheless, this particular instance demands an investigation to clarify the impact of the neuroplasticity of the canine's brain on its perception of the music.
Scene 3.
Next, an expanding brain meme was displayed on the screen, suggesting that the dog's cognitive abilities were increasing.
Dr. Lee, the concept of brain plasticity refers to the ability of the brain to adapt and change throughout a lifetime. This raises the intriguing possibility that the canine's abnormal brain development may allow for far greater neuroplasticity and increased cognitive abilities.
Scene 4.
In the subsequent scene, the canine was seen being trained and playing fetch with its owner. The dog's incredible innate intelligence was played up, with its owner expressing disbelief at the dog's accuracy in retrieving the ball. Dr. Chen, canine training is primarily based on conditioning techniques, and canines have a natural capability to establish associations. However, the canine's expanded cognitive abilities may have increased their ability to understand and carry out instructions, facilitating more advanced training.
Scene 5.
Finally, the canine was depicted having medical scans of its spine, which revealed significant differences in the structure of its vertebrae.
Dr. Park, the spine is an essential region in all mammals that provides physical support to the body and houses the spinal cord. Nonetheless, the peculiar development of the dog's brain structure may have caused the adapted extension to the spine, which could have significant implications for the evolution of these animals.
The episode concludes with a discussion panel where experts analyze the potential implications of this canine's unique brain development. Title: The Monkey Heist.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are tinkering in the garage. Morty is holding a stack of money with a picture of a man on it and a monkey on the front of the bill. You realize, Morty, that this monetary denomination is worth precisely $43.7 million US in the current market rate? It is becoming increasingly arduous to assess the true value of currency in a world where the economy is constantly fluctuating.
Yeah, well, why is there a monkey on the bill?
Ah, good question, Morty. You see, the monkey is a symbol of the stock market and its unpredictability. And speaking of unpredictability, I've got a lead on a potential money heist.
Cut to the Smith family sitting in a dirty pub in a shady part of town.
So what's the plan, Rick?
We're going to need a distraction to access the vault. Summer, I want you to dress up as a banana and dance around in front of the building.
What? Why do I have to do it?
Because you've got the legs for it, sweetie. Now, while the guards are distracted, Morty and I will sneak into the vault and get the money.
But what about the monkey on the bill?
Excellent observation, Morty. We'll need to create a diversion and replace the money with counterfeit bills.
Cut to Summer dancing in front of a bank as people stop to stare. Rick and Morty sneak into the vault, but they are quickly detected by the guards.
Odd one. Hey, what are you doing here?
Oh, we were just checking out the vault. It's really cool.
Or two. Yeah, you can't just be in here, we're calling the cops.
Rick pulls out a remote control and presses a button. Suddenly, a giant mechanical monkey bursts into the bank and wreaks havoc.
Quick, Morty, while the guards are distracted, grab the money.
Morty and Rick stuff the money into bags, but as they're leaving, they realize they've been had.
Damn it, Morty, these bills are fake.
What are we going to do now?
Don't worry, Morty, we've got one more trick up our sleeves.
Cut to Rick and Morty sneaking into a high-security facility. They break into a laboratory and start tinkering with a machine. Suddenly, there's a loud explosion and the room fills with smoke. When the smoke clears, Rick and Morty are holding a stack of freshly printed, legitimate banknotes.
Now that's what I call scientific progress.
But what about the monkey on the bill?
Ah, yes, that's a problem for another day, Morty. Now let's go celebrate with some interdimensional space booze.
The Smith family is seen leaving the pub laughing and joking, carrying bags of money. The camera zooms in on the bill with the monkey on it as the screen fades to black.
Title: Alien Office Politics.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty aboard their spaceship in the middle of a star-filled sky. They come across a green alien with a black helmet and a yellow light in the background. Rick immediately recognizes it as a sign of alien office politics, a highly complex and cutthroat business that he used to be a part of.
Morty, we've got a visitor. It's time for us to step into the world of alien office politics again.
Oh no, not this again. It's so complicated and confusing.
Nonsense, Morty. I navigated the system with ease back in the day. And with my genius mind, we'll be able to outsmart any alien in their office space.
The two enter the alien's office, where they meet a prince who has been struggling to gain power in their company. He enlists Rick and Morty's help to take down his competition.
Prince, greetings, Rick and Morty. I am Prince, and I need your assistance to overthrow the current ruling class. I can offer you great rewards and riches if you help me.
Fine, we'll help you out. But don't expect any loyalty from us.
Yeah, we're just in it for the adventure, not some boring alien politics.
As they work to take down the competition, they encounter Jerry, who has been working as a low-level employee in the office. Hey guys, what are you doing here? I thought aliens weren't real.
Oh Jerry, you always manage to get yourself into the weirdest situations. Don't worry, we'll get you out of this one.
Together, they devise a plan to take down the ruling class and install Prince as the new leader. It involves a lot of sneaking around, advanced technology, and a couple of phasers.
What are you guys doing? It sounds like you're causing trouble in an alien office.
Yeah, and who's this Prince guy?
Don't worry about it, Beth. Just stay out of our way. We've got this under control.
In the end, Prince becomes the new ruler of the company and rewards Rick and Morty with piles of alien currency and advanced technology. Jerry is happy to be out of the office. Beth and Summer are confused but ultimately relieved that things turned out okay. And Rick and Morty head off on their next adventure.
Well, that was crazy. I never want to do that again.
Oh Morty, you say that every time. Alien office politics is just too much fun to ignore.
Title: The Wozniak Warped World.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty team up with the technology expert and Apple co-founder Steve Wozniak to navigate a mind-bending, dimension-hopping adventure filled with comedic twists and turns.
Act 1.
Morty, we have an urgent matter to attend to. We need to consult with a genius mind to help us navigate the complex web of alternate universes.
Gee, Rick, who do you have in mind?
Steve Wozniak, Morty, the man is a tech god. He can help us crack this puzzle. Act 2.
Wozniak. Greetings Rick and Morty. It's an honor to be collaborating with you. Let's begin by analyzing the quantum mechanics of your portal gun.
Sarcastically. Oh sure. Let's just casually analyze the quantum mechanics. We do that every day.
Whispers to Rick. Is he for real, Rick?
Act 3. Drones. We're stuck in an interdimensional loop again. Wozniak, do something useful for once.
Wozniak. Don't worry Rick, I have a plan. We'll use a sequence of synchronized pulses to overload the dimensional rift and reverse its polarity.
Dumbfounded. What does that even mean?
Act 4.
Laughs maniacally. We did it. We're back in our home dimension. Wozniak, you're crazy, but you saved our bacon.
Wozniak. Smiling. It was a pleasure working with you gentlemen. I must go now. Funny Pets just bought my latest invention, a cat translator.
Confused. You're what now?
Rolling his eyes. Let's just go home, Morty.
Act 5.
After credit scene.
Morty, did you see that? Ed Sheeran just tweeted about his experience with Taranga Leela from Futurama.
Sarcastically. Oh boy, I can't wait to see what groundbreaking discovery comes out of that.
Smiling. You never know, Morty, the possibilities are infinite.
Title: The Spicy Salsa Space Adventure.
In this episode, Rick, Morty, and Summer decide to take a break from their intergalactic adventures to grab some space tacos at a local food truck. The scene opens with the trio standing in front of a neon pink food truck with the words Taco Galaxy splashed across it. Rick is already complaining about the long queue and the smell of stale guacamole.
The things I do for some spicy tacos and a bit of salsa. Can't we just make our own here?
Rick, I want to try theirs. It's supposed to be one of the best tacos in the galaxy.
I heard they put a special sauce on it. Maybe that's why it's so popular.
As they place their orders, Morty can't help but notice the excessive use of habanero peppers in the salsa. He tries to warn Rick and Summer, but they ignore him and pile on the spicy sauce on their tacos. When Morty takes a bite of his taco, his eyes bulge out and he starts to gasp for air.
Incoherent sounds of pain.
Are you okay, Morty? You look like you're in pain.
Oh boy, I guess we overdid it with the salsa. This is some next-level spicy sauce.
As they continue eating, Morty's condition worsens and he starts to hallucinate. The scene cuts to a psychedelic background with floating pink Rick and Morty heads and the words, Rick and Rick and Rick and Rick and Rick and Rick and Rick.
Whispering, guys, I think I'm seeing things. The pink background, it's like it's multiplying.
Morty, pull yourself together. We can't have you melting down like a popsicle in July.
We need to get Morty to a safe space. Maybe we can take him to a nearby planet and find a cure for the spiciness?
Great idea, Summer, but first, we need to finish our tacos. Can't let good food go to waste.
As they teleport to the planet, they come across a group of alien scientists who specialize in spicy food research. They run some tests on Morty and find a way to neutralize the capsaicin in his body, but not before Rick and Summer get into a heated debate with the aliens on the proper way to make salsa. Alien scientist. You see, the perfect salsa should have a balance of heat and flavor. You humans always focus too much on the spice and forget the other ingredients.
Balanced salsa? What is this, kindergarten? I like my salsa hot enough to melt the moon.
Rick, you can't just ignore the taste. A good salsa needs a hint of sweetness and a bit of acidity to cut through the spice.
In the end, they all agree to disagree and head back to Earth, where Morty has finally recovered from his spicy ordeal. As the episode ends, Rick takes a huge bite of a jalapeno pepper, and the scene cuts to a credit sequence with cartoon versions of the characters dancing to a salsa beat.
That was one spicy adventure. But you know what they say, if you can't take the heat, get out of the spaceship.
Title: The Quantum Melee Tournament, a Rick and Morty adventure.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty preparing for the Quantum Melee Tournament, a virtual fighting game competition between the greatest minds in the multiverse. Rick, sporting his signature lab coat, is seen frantically button mashing his controller while Morty, dressed in a sleek yellow jumpsuit, practices his moves.
Morty, you gotta be careful with that Pikachu. Its down B move has a higher delta potential than Jigglypuff's sing attack.
What are you talking about, Rick? It's just a video game.
Just a video game? Morty, this is quantum mechanics at its finest. We're manipulating subatomic particles and energy fields in real time. It's a scientific revolution.
The scene transitions to the tournament, where Rick and Morty are competing against other interdimensional champions. Rick is seen dominating the competition with his beloved Jigglypuff, while Morty struggles to keep up with his Pikachu.
Answer, and it looks like Rick Sanchez is in the lead with an impressive combo chain. Morty Smith's Pikachu seems to be struggling to keep up.
Come on, Pikachu, you can do this.
Looks like you're not cut out for the big leagues, Morty.
Oh yeah? Well, let's see how you like this.
Morty lunges at Rick with a fierce attack, but Rick dodges with ease. The two characters engage in a heated battle, with Morty determined to beat his grandfather at his own game.
You can't beat me, Morty. I wrote the book on quantum mechanics.
Well, I wrote the foreword.
The two characters continue to fight, unleashing a barrage of punches, kicks, and specials moves.
Answer, and it looks like Morty is gaining ground. He seems to have found a loophole in Rick's strategy.
Impossible. What kind of physics-defying move is that?
It's called the Schrödinger switch. I learned it in my advanced quantum mechanics class.
The crowd erupts in cheers as Morty delivers the final blow, knocking Rick's Jigglypuff out of the ring.
Answer, ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. Morty Smith is the new Quantum Melee champion.
Well, Morty, it looks like you've surpassed me once again. But mark my words, I'll be back with a vengeance.
Bring it on, old man.
The episode closes with the two characters embracing in a victorious high five, as the pink objects in their hands, the controllers, glow with quantum energy.
Title: The Candy Dimension Adventure.
Opening shot features Rick lounging on a beach, sipping a drink through his trademark unibrow, while Morty and Summer rummage through his lab.
I can't leave you two alone for a minute.
We just wanted to have some fun.
And we found a portal gun. Let's go somewhere cool.
No, that's not a toy.
Come on, Rick. Just one adventure, please.
Rick caves, and Morty and Summer head to the candy dimension.
Whoa! Everything is made of candy.
And look, the trees have candy canes growing from them.
As they explore, they come across a giant alien made entirely out of candy. Jerry joins the adventure and they all get distracted by the candy, forgetting that they have a mission. This licorice is amazing. I could eat it all day.
Remember, we're here to find a new power source for the spaceship.
Right. Let's keep looking.
Their search leads them to a towering candy castle, where they discover a machine that can create unlimited candy. This is it. We solved the energy crisis.
I don't know if candy is a sustainable power source.
Who cares? Let's fire it up.
They activate the machine, creating a candy-filled explosion that sends them hurtling through space, back into Rick's lab.
What did I tell you about messing with my stuff?
Sorry, Rick. We just wanted to have some fun.
Fun? That's not how science works.
But we found a solution to the energy crisis.
Rick inspects the candy machine and realizes it contains a rare element that could solve the energy crisis.
You did good, for a bunch of candy eaters.
Hey!
Alright, who's ready for another adventure?
All in unison, lubba lubba dub dub.
Title: The Cartoon Planet Conundrum.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty venture to a newly discovered planet where they encounter a motley crew of cartoon characters, including a man with a knife and a woman with a hat. Using Rick's advanced scientific equipment, they quickly discover that the planet is populated by holographic projections that have become sentient due to a nearby energy source.
Morty, we've stumbled upon a technological anomaly of unprecedented proportions. These holographic projections have become self-aware due to an excess of energy in their environment.
Rick, why do they all have different expressions on their faces?
These projections are modeled after various human emotions, Morty. It seems they communicate through these expressions rather than words.
Man with knife, brandishing his weapon, stay back, strangers. We don't take kindly to outsiders here.
Woman with hat, nervously, please, don't hurt us. We've never seen humans before.
Rolling his eyes, oh great, another planet of primitives. Morty, let's show them the superior intellect of our species.
Skeptically, I don't know, man. They seem pretty scared of us.
Confidently, fear is a natural response to the unknown, Morty. But with my scientific knowledge, we can put their minds at ease.
As Rick begins to tinker with the energy source, the holographic projections start to glitch and flicker. Suddenly, the cartoon characters become hyper-realistic and begin to take on strange mutations.
Man with knife, now wielding a mutated blade, what have you done?
Woman with hat, now sprouting tentacles. We trusted you.
Panicking. Rick, we gotta get out of here.
Calmly. Hold on, Morty. I just need to adjust the phase spectrum of the energy field. And there we go.
With a sudden surge of power, the holographic projections revert back to their original cartoon forms. Rick and Morty breathe a sigh of relief and begin to make their way back to their spaceship.
Chuckles. Well, Morty, I guess we learned something important today.
Skeptically, yeah, Rick, what's that?
Smirking. Never trust a cartoon with a knife. Or a hat for that matter.
Title: The Tapas Dimension C-137.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty visiting a tapas bar in a parallel universe where small plates of food are replaced with subatomic particles. Jerry tags along, oblivious to the science behind the food.
Morty, welcome to the tapas bar of Dimension C-137, where every dish is a fusion of subatomic particles condensed into flavor-enhanced masses.
Oh, I don't think I can eat subatomic particles, Rick.
What even is a subatomic particle?
Oh great, Jerry, you're as useful as a light bulb in a black hole. Subatomic particles are the building blocks of matter, electrons, protons, and all that crap.
They order several experimental dishes, including a quantum-bonded cheese plate and a black hole charcuterie board.
Jerry, try these particles. They have a tangy flavor profile with notes of antimatter.
This just tastes like regular cheese to me.
Rick, I don't feel so good.
Suddenly, all the particles mix together and form a strange, shrouded figure at the end of the bar.
Shroud. Welcome, travelers. I am the Shroud, the mastermind behind the tapas in this dimension.
Oh great, another interdimensional being with a shtick.
The Shroud challenges them to a culinary duel, but with subatomic particles as the weapons.
Shroud. Prepare to enter the plate dimension.
As they start cooking, the Shroud's dishes start to bend the laws of physics, creating taste explosions and miniature black holes. Rick counters with his radical molecular gastronomy, quashing the Shroud at his own game.
Rick, did we just defeat an interdimensional chef?
I'm still not sure what happened, but that was delicious. The trio leaves the tapas bar of C-137, victorious, as a mob of subatomic particle food critics gather to savor the flavor of their celestial feast.
That's how we roll, Morty. Dimension by dimension, tapa by tapa.
Can we go back to eating normal food now?
Can we also go back to understanding our food without 3 PhDs in physics?
Title: The Boreum Burger Brouhaha.
Description: Rick, Morty, and Beth come across a drawing of a hamburger stand with a sign above it that says, "The Midnight Gromimi." Intrigued, they decide to visit the stand in search of a legendary burger made with the rare element borium. Upon arrival, they are told by the burger flipper that the borium burgers are only served to those who can withstand the intense neural stimulation from the burger's interaction with the medulla oblongata.
Beefed, medulla oblongata, more like medulla oblong, go home. Am I right?
Oh, I don't know, Rick. This sounds pretty risky.
Well, I for one am intrigued. Let's give it a try.
They each take a bite of the borium burger and are immediately transported into a wild and trippy ride through various dimensions and timelines. They encounter the "Oh Lord he come and meme" in one world and In-N-Out Burger aliens in another.
This is beyond insane. I haven't had this much fun since the time I turned myself into a pickle.
I don't know, Rick. I feel like my brain is melting.
Oh, stop being such a wimp, Morty. This is like a PhD-level scientific experience.
After what seems like hours but is actually just a few minutes, they return to reality and find themselves on the ground, surrounded by other patrons who had tried the borium burger.
Ah, we did it. We conquered the burger and lived to tell the tale.
I don't think I ever want to do that again.
Speak for yourself, Morty. I could get used to this kind of adventure.
As they leave the Midnight Gromimi, they all feel the effects of the borium burger wearing off and smile contentedly, knowing that they had just experienced a truly mind-bending scientific phenomenon. The episode is titled Neon Gastronomy, a tasteless adventure, and starts with Rick reading a scientific paper on taste receptors in different species. He realizes that humans have a limited range of taste buds and decides to take his family on a culinary adventure to the planet Zarblau, where the alien cuisine is known for its unique taste sensations. The family arrives at a restaurant with neon green tables and neon lights on the walls. A neon green alien figure sitting at the table welcomes them. Rick orders the most exotic dishes on the menu, but to the family's disappointment, nothing has any taste. Morty tries to mask the flavorless food with ketchup and mustard, but Rick stops him, saying that the alien ingredients must be savored as they are. Jerry complains that he can't even tell if he's eating something spicy or sweet. Rick comes up with a plan to enhance their taste buds artificially using a technological device he had developed. He attaches wires to the family's tongues and activates the device. Suddenly, the alien flavors explode in their mouths, and they are overwhelmed. Summer starts giggling uncontrollably, and Jerry experiences hallucinations of aliens playing chess. Beth becomes emotional and starts crying, saying that she can taste the sadness of the alien chef who prepared the food. Rick, on the other hand, is unaffected by the enhancement as he had already made his taste buds immune to alien flavors through years of experimentation. He observes his family's reactions with amusement, noting that the device might have caused some unforeseen side effects. As they leave the restaurant, the family is in a daze, still experiencing the after effects of the device. Rick smirks and declares that it was a successful experiment, and they should try it again on a different planet next time.
Summer, I feel like my tongue is riding a roller coaster in space.
Beth, I tasted love, pain, and the meaning of life in that dish.
Jerry, I don't know if I'm alive or dead. Is this the afterlife?
Morty, I think I just discovered the meaning of the universe, Rick.
Rick, relax, Morty, it's just a bit of alien seasoning. You'll forget all about it by tomorrow. Or not, who knows?
The episode titled Geological Significance of Duck Habitation in Lake Ecosystems begins with a panoramic shot of a group of ducks sitting atop a rock in the water near a lake with a castle in the background. The camera then transitions to Bingo, a leading geologist, who explains the significance of this scene in terms of geology.
Bingo. Welcome to this episode about the geological significance of duck habituation in lake ecosystems. The group of ducks you see sitting on top of the rock in the water near a lake with a castle in the background serves as an indication of the impact of geology on the ecology of the lake. The rock that the ducks are sitting on is an igneous rock that formed from the cooling of magma or lava. The presence of such rocks in lake ecosystems can affect the water temperature and nutrient levels.
The camera then zooms in on one of the ducks who appears to be preening itself. Suddenly, a Victoria's Secret catalog is seen floating towards the ducks.
Name, we interrupt this episode for a commercial break. You can now get 20% off on select Victoria's Secret items by using the code SCIENCE20FEET. Now, back to the show.
The camera then transitions to another geologist, Victoria, who talks about the impact of human activities on lake ecosystems.
Victoria, human activities such as the use of fertilizers, pesticides, and industrial waste can result in nutrient pollution in lake ecosystems. This can lead to the growth of algae blooms that can negatively impact the health of ducks and other aquatic organisms.
The camera then zooms out to show the entire lake with the castle in the background.
Bingo. In conclusion, this episode has shown the interconnectedness of geology, ecology, and human activities in lake ecosystems. The presence of igneous rocks such as the one the ducks are sitting on can affect water temperature and nutrient levels, while human activities can impact water quality and the health of aquatic organisms.
The episode ends with a shot of the ducks swimming away from the rock and the camera zooming out to show the beautiful lake.
Title: The Canine Carnivore Costume Caper.
In this episode of Rick and Morty, our heroes find themselves facing a perplexing problem involving a canine with a creepy visage whose fur is adorned with horns and fangs. Upon conducting a series of painstaking scientific analyses, Rick discovers that the dog has been infected with a rare virus of German and Burman origin, which has caused it to experience a psychological transformation into a psychotic clown terror.
Morty, I've analyzed this abomination's molecular structure, and I must say I'm impressed. The combination of German and Burman viruses within its system has caused an unprecedented metamorphosis.
What does that even mean, Rick?
Can't we just get rid of it? I don't like the way it's looking at us.
Jerry, this is interesting. We have a rare opportunity to study a unique virus that could potentially help thousands of animals.
I think we should just call animal control and have them deal with it.
As our heroes debate the best course of action, the dog breaks free from its containment and unleashes chaos upon the household. The situation turns into a wacky carnival of puns and one-liners, with Rick and Morty leading the way.
Well, looks like this dog has a bone to pick with us.
Oh God, can we please stick to the science and stop with the dad jokes?
I don't know, Dad. I kinda liked that joke.
Let's focus, people. We need to find a way to neutralize this virus before it spreads.
Or we can just let Rick and Morty handle it. They always seem to have a solution.
And indeed, after a series of wild, scientifically improbable events, Rick and Morty manage to subdue the virus and restore the canine to its former state. Our heroes breathe a sigh of relief, and Jerry even manages to crack a joke without anyone groaning. Well, looks like that dog's bark was worse than its bite. The episode ends with Rick and Morty clinking their flasks and quipping about the absurdity of the situation. And in the background, the formerly infected canine wags its tail contentedly, grateful for its return to normalcy. Scientific PhD description of the episode. In this particular episode, we observe the intricate interplay between a myriad of parallel universes and the various ethical implications of pet ownership and human-animal relations. Through the lens of Rick and Morty, we explore the complexities of language and communication barriers, as well as the societal constructs that govern power dynamics between species. Through their experiences in a world populated by talking dogs and cats, Jerry and Beth are forced to confront their own assumptions and biases, ultimately leading to a deeper understanding of their own identity and the nature of existence itself.
Morty, buckle up. Today, we're going on a wild ride through the maze of multiverses.
Geez, Rick, can't we just have a normal day for once?
What's going on here? Why are we in a world where dogs and cats can talk?
I don't know, but we need to get out of here before we get caught by those human catchers. Scientific analysis reveals that the anomaly within this universe can be attributed to a rare dimensional shift, leading to a tangential world where canine and feline species have evolved to achieve human-like sapience. This presents a unique opportunity for cross-species communication and analysis of comparative cognitive and linguistic abilities.
Yes, my calculations predict a 99.9% chance of imminent danger. We need to find a way out of here before it's too late.
I don't like this, Rick. These walking and talking cats and dogs are freaking me out.
Jerry, why are you grunting like that? I didn't know you could do that.
HMMMPH. What can I say? It's just what humans do in this world. As the group navigates the unfamiliar streets and evades the clutches of the human catchers, they are forced to confront the reality of their own species' role in the animal kingdom and the societal norms that dictate their relationship.
This universe is a veritable cornucopia of ethical dilemmas. The power dynamics between species are unlike anything we've ever seen before.
I don't know what you're talking about, Rick. All I know is that we need to get back home before the human catchers catch us.
Through a series of zany hijinks and unexpected plot twists, our heroes ultimately manage to return to their own dimension, their perceptions forever altered by their interaction with a world so different yet so familiar.
Title: The spectral analysis of the green pot with yellow handle in the air with uranium and bananas.
Synopsis. In this episode, we explore the spectral analysis of a green pot with a yellow handle suspended in the air. In the background is a yellow object, and in the foreground, there is another yellow object. We analyze the spectrum of uranium and bananas in relation to the pot's spectral emission in the background and foreground objects.
Scene 1.
Professor A. Good morning, class. Today, we will be analyzing the spectral properties of the green pot with a yellow handle in the air. Can anyone tell me what spectral analysis is?
Student 1. Spectral analysis is the study of electromagnetic radiation or light as it is broken down into its component wavelengths, or spectrums.
Professor A. Very good. Now, let's move on to the experiment. We have placed the green pot with a yellow handle in the air between two yellow objects. Can anyone suggest why we chose yellow objects?
Student 2. Yellow is a high-energy color and could affect the spectral emissions of the green pot.
Professor A. Precisely. Now, let's begin the experiment.
Scene 2.
Professor A. We have now introduced a sample of uranium into the experiment to see how it affects the pot's spectral emission.
Student 3. What is the significance of studying uranium in this experiment?
Professor A. Uranium is a radioactive element that emits alpha, beta, and gamma radiation, each with a unique spectral signature. By analyzing the green pot's spectral emission in the presence of uranium, we can potentially detect any changes or anomalies that may occur.
Scene 3.
Professor A. Lastly, let's introduce bananas into the experiment.
Student 4. Bananas? What do they have to do with anything?
Professor A. Bananas contain potassium-40, a radioactive isotope that emits gamma rays. Gamma rays have a high energy level, and as we know, yellow is a high energy color. By introducing bananas into the experiment, we can alter the spectral emission of the green pot even further.
Scene 4.
Celebrity tweets appear on the screen.
Professor A. Before we conclude the experiment, let's take a look at some funny celebrity tweets related to spectral analysis.
Celebrity tweet 1. Just performed a spectral analysis on my pizza. It was delicious.
Celebrity tweet 2. If only my spectral emission was as hot as my mixtape.
Professor A. Well, that's certainly interesting. Now, let's wrap up the experiment and analyze the results.
Scene 5.
Professor A. Through our spectral analysis, we discovered that the green pot with a yellow handle emitted a unique spectral signature. The presence of uranium and bananas altered the spectral emission, producing a new set of wavelengths. We also found that the yellow objects in the background and foreground did indeed affect the spectral emission of the pot.
Student 5. What implications do these findings have?
Professor A. It shows us how different factors can affect spectral emission. In the future, we can use this information to better analyze and understand the light and energy emitted by various objects.
The episode concludes with the class discussing the implications of the experiment's results and how they can be applied in future experiments.
Title: The Interdimensional Furball Frenzy.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty being summoned by Jerry, who wants them to help him find his missing cat, Mr. Whiskers. Summer insists on joining them, hoping to prove a point to her father. Rick decides to use his interdimensional portal gun to scan for any signs of the lost cat, and the trio eventually lands in a universe where cats and dogs have evolved into sentient beings with advanced technology. Morty, fascinated by this new world, befriends a group of cat scientists who are working on a deliverable project to create a device that will allow cats to control the minds of humans. Meanwhile, Rick and Summer are on the trail of Mr. Whiskers, who appears to be in cahoots with a group of rogue dogs planning to overthrow the cat leadership. As chaos ensues in the pet universe, with cats and dogs fighting for supremacy, the group realizes that they need to find a common ground to stop the impending pet apocalypse.
Rick, looks like these feline fiends are brewing up a mutinous mess.
Summer, I can't believe this is happening. I'm having a real Rugrats moment right now.
Morty, guys, I just helped the cats build a mind control device. Do you think they'll use it on us?
Jerry, I just want my cat back, please.
Mr. Whiskers, meow. Dog leader, the age of cats is over. It's time for the canines to take their rightful place as rulers of the pet world.
Rick, I never thought I'd say this, but we need to unite the cats and dogs to prevent a planetary catastrophe.
Summer, I always knew science could bring about world peace.
After a series of action-packed battles and tense negotiations, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry manage to broker a peace agreement between the cats and dogs. As they head back to their own dimension, Rick muses on the absurdity of their latest adventure.
Rick, well, that was a wild ride. I never imagined I'd be saving an interdimensional universe from a pet war. What's next, Morty? Are we going to help the rats take over the world?
Morty, oh, I hope not, Rick. That sounds like a bad idea.
Fade to black as the group steps through the portal back home, with Mr. Whiskers finally in Jerry's arms.
Title: The Multidimensional Shadows of Babylon 5.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty in the Smith's house laboratory, where Rick is conducting an experiment to study the properties of multidimensional shadows. Morty is confused as he tries to fathom the complexity of the experiment, and as usual, Rick dismisses Morty's concerns with a snarky remark.
Rick, Morty, you potato. This is nothing compared to my latest multidimensional shadow experiment.
Morty, what do you mean, Rick? It looks like you're just shining a light on a piece of paper.
Rick, Morty, this isn't just any light. It's a hyperflux gamma beam emitter that can penetrate 13th dimensional space.
As Rick activates the emitter, a bright beam of light engulfs the entire laboratory and opens a portal, releasing a swarm of multidimensional shadow creatures in the room.
Rick, oh, great. I knew I forgot to carry a decimal somewhere. Morty, cover your eyes.
As the shadows begin to wreak havoc in the room, Morty spots a familiar face among them.
Morty, hey, isn't that Kosh from Babylon 5?
Rick, what? Morty, You're not supposed to recognize any of these creatures. That's a breach of interdimensional protocol.
Morty, I can't help it, Rick. Babylon 5 is my favorite sci-fi show.
As Rick and Morty try to fend off the shadows, Kosh extends his hand towards them, beckoning them to follow him.
Kosh, come with me, Rick and Morty. We must enter the realm of the Vorlons to escape the shadows.
Rick, Vorlons, Morty, do you even know what that means?
Morty, of course, Rick. They're an ancient, highly evolved species that have transcended physical form.
Rick, ugh, I hate how you're right sometimes, Morty. Fine, let's go with the alien dude.
As they follow Kosh through the portal, they find themselves in a vast, celestial dimension filled with intricate, glowing shapes and pulsating colors.
Morty, whoa, this place is wild, Rick.
Rick, yeah, and it's giving me a headache. Kosh, why did you bring us here?
Kosh, you seek knowledge, Rick. The Vorlons will provide answers, but only if you are worthy.
As they traverse the dimensional landscape, they encounter various Vorlon beings who present them with bizarre, mind-bending riddles and puzzles. Rick and Morty struggle to keep up, but Kosh seems to understand their language and helps them along the way. Eventually, they come across a luminous, orb-shaped entity that emits a powerful energy field.
Vorlon entity, welcome, seekers. I am the keeper of knowledge. What is it that you seek?
Rick, look, I'm gonna be real with you. We're just here because we got chased by some multi-dimensional shadows.
Morty, and also because I love Babylon 5.
Vorlon entity, interesting. Perhaps you are not as unworthy as I first thought. Very well, I will grant you the knowledge you seek.
The Keeper of Knowledge manifests a beam of pure energy that envelops Rick, Morty, and Kosh.
Morty, why you're not gonna turn us into like, space tentacles or something, are you?
Rick, shut up, Morty. I'm trying to concentrate on understanding this knowledge.
As the beam fades, Rick, Morty, and Kosh find themselves back in the laboratory, with the multi-dimensional shadows nowhere in sight.
Morty, whoa, that was insane, Rick. I think I learned a lot.
Rick, yeah, well, I think my head's gonna explode from the sheer cosmic revelations I just experienced.
Just then, Summer enters the lab and notices the room in disarray.
Summer, what happened in here?
Rick, oh, nothing much. Just some interdimensional shenanigans that nearly caused the collapse of several parallel realities.
Summer, whatever. Can you clean this up before Mom gets home?
As Rick and Morty reluctantly clean up the mess, they exchange a knowing look, both realizing that they will never fully grasp the mysteries of the multiverse.
Morty, hey Rick, you think we'll ever encounter the shadows of Babylon 5 again?
Rick, knowing our luck, Morty, I wouldn't be surprised if they show up in our living room next time.
The episode ends with the camera panning out to reveal a shadowy figure watching Rick and Morty from the corner of the room, hinting at a possible sequel episode.
Title, Quantum Boats.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are seen in the lab. Rick is busy working on a new invention while Morty appears bored.
In a serious tone, Morty, we need to test my new invention. It has the potential to change the entire structure of the universe.
Sarcastically, wow, sounds like a real snooze fest.
Ignoring Morty, I need you to find a couple of boats and head out on the water. Take this paddle with you.
Confused. What's the point of this? We're not even scientists.
Patiently. Just do it, Morty. We don't have all day.
Act 1. Morty, along with a few random people, are seen rowing the boats. Suddenly, a group of slot machines appear out of nowhere. Alarmed. What the hell? Where did these come from?
Graphic designer, sarcastically, looks like someone forgot to take their meds today.
Suddenly, one of the people on the boat falls unconscious.
Paramedic, concerned, we need to get him off the boat. He's not breathing.
Rick, over-communicator. Don't worry, Morty. I've got this. Just keep rowing.
Act 2. Rick creates a device that can revive the unconscious man. However, the device has caused a
Title: The Unpredictable Adventures of Strontium and the Anthropologist. The episode begins with Rick and Morty playing a video game, while Beth enters the garage holding a gun and a hat in her hand. She tells Rick that a mysterious cartoon character with glasses and a hat took her hat and ran away. Rick uses his scientific expertise to track down the culprit, and they find out that the character is a video game character named Strontium.
Rick, we can't let a video game character run loose in our world. Morty, come on, we need to catch him.
Morty, oh, geez, Rick. Why can't we just let it go?
Rick, because, Morty, we need to protect this world from any possible threats. Plus, I need to get my portal gun back from him.
As they go on a mission to capture Strontium, they stumble upon an athletic trainer named KSI, who challenges them to a game of basketball.
KSI, you think you're tough, huh? Let's see what you got on the court.
Rick, okay, fine. I didn't want to do this, but Morty, you're up.
Morty, me? But I'm not good at basketball.
Rick, that's why you need to use your head. Literally.
With the help of Morty's special head moves, they win the game and move on to their next destination. They encounter Monkey D. Luffy, a pirate who offers to help them find Strontium in exchange for their help finding the treasure of the lost city of Atlantis.
Monkey D. Luffy, arranged by, I've been searching for that treasure for ages. I heard you guys are experts in this field, so how about it?
Beth. Wait, Atlantis is real.
Rick, of course it is, Beth. Now let's get moving. We've got a video game character to catch.
On their journey to find Strontium, they meet a botanist who specializes in creating hybrid plants.
Botanist. I've created a plant that can grow strawberries, tomatoes, and peppers all in one. Interested?
Morty. Wow, that's amazing. Can I try it?
Rick, Morty, we don't have time for this. We need to focus on the mission.
As they continue their search, they come across an anthropologist who tells them that Strontium is just a harmless video game character who accidentally entered their world.
Anthropologist, Strontium is not dangerous. He's just lost and confused. We need to take him back to his world before he gets hurt.
Rick, HMPH, fine. But we're taking his portal gun with us.
In the end, they all work together to send Strontium back to his world, and they all learn a valuable lesson about the importance of teamwork and understanding. Beth, so, did we learn anything today?
Morty, I learned that I really like that hybrid plant.
Rick, I learned that sometimes the most unexpected things can happen. And also, that I need to upgrade my portal gun because that was too easy.
The episode ends with Rick upgrading his portal gun while Morty enjoys his new favorite plant. The end. Title: The grass is always greener.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth are all standing in a field of grass with a sky background and trees in the background with a blue sky and clouds in the distance. They are all looking at the grass.
Well, Morty, here we are, watching grass grow, truly the pinnacle of scientific research.
I don't want to watch grass grow. Rick, can't we do something else?
Yeah, this is boring. Can't we just go home?
No, we're doing this as a family. It's important to spend time together.
Fine, we'll watch the grass grow. But if anything exciting happens, I'm outta here. Got it?
Scene 1. The family continues to watch the grass grow for what seems like hours. Rick and Morty start to get antsy.
This is ridiculous. Nothing is happening. I can't take it anymore.
Me neither, Rick. I'm going crazy just sitting here.
I can't feel my butt anymore. Can we please go home now?
No. We made a commitment to watch this grass grow and we're going to follow through.
Scene 2. Suddenly, the grass starts to grow at an alarming rate.
Oh, look at that, Morty. The grass is growing faster than my liver can metabolize alcohol.
This is insane, Rick. I think I'm going to have a panic attack.
Is this even safe? What if the grass takes over the world or something?
Jerry, don't be silly. It's just grass.
Scene 3. The grass continues to grow until it is taller than the family. Suddenly, a portal appears in the middle of the field.
Finally, something interesting is happening.
What is it, Rick? What's happening?
I don't like this. I don't like this at all.
Everyone stay calm. We don't know what's on the other side.
Scene 4. A group of alien beings step out of the portal. Alien leader, greetings, Earthlings. We have been observing your planet for quite some time now.
Oh boy, here we go. Another group of aliens trying to take over the planet.
Rick, what are we going to do? We're just a family watching grass grow.
Oh God. We're all going to die, aren't we?
Jerry, stop it. Let's just try to talk to them.
Scene 5. The family talks to the aliens and finds out that they're actually scientists studying the growth of grass on different planets.
Well, that's a relief. I thought for sure they were going to destroy the planet or something.
Yeah, me too. My heart can't handle this much excitement.
So, why did they come here? To watch grass grow?
Jerry, be polite. They're our guests.
Scene 6. The aliens explain that they are actually impressed with the family's dedication to watching the grass grow and invite them to come back to their planet to study more grass.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm up for a field trip. Let's go see what kind of grass they've got over there.
I don't know, Rick. Going to another planet seems a little dangerous.
If we don't go, will they destroy the planet?
Jerry, stop it. We'll go. It'll be an adventure.
Scene 7. The family travels to the alien planet and discovers some truly amazing types of grass.
Oh, look at this grass, Morty. It's like nothing I've ever seen before.
This is incredible, Rick. I can't believe we're actually here.
It's just grass, guys. I don't see what the big deal is.
Jerry, let them enjoy this. It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Closing scene. The family returns to Earth, happy and tired from their adventure.
Well, that was interesting. I can't say I've ever watched grass grow for that long before.
Yeah, it was crazy, but kind of fun, too.
I still don't get why we had to do this, but I'm glad it's over.
I'm just glad we got to spend some time together as a family. Even if it was watching grass grow.
Title: An analysis of the effects of rectum espresso bar on the perception of coffee.
Introduction.
In this episode, we present a study that aims to investigate the effects of rectum espresso bar on the perception of coffee. We examined the bar and its characteristics, including the presence of a coffee maker, a bar with many glasses, and a variety of coffee blends. We selected a diverse group of participants and conducted interviews to gather qualitative data on their experiences.
Participant 1. The coffee at Rectum Espresso Bar is exquisite. I was blown away by the variety of blends offered, and the way the baristas prepare each cup is a work of art.
Participant 2. I agree. Not only does the coffee taste amazing, but the atmosphere of the bar really enhances the experience. The glasses on the bar give it a sense of sophistication that you don't find at other coffee shops.
Participant 3. I'm not a big coffee drinker, but I was impressed by the selection of teas offered at Rectum Espresso Bar. The barista recommended a blend that was perfect for me, and I enjoyed sitting at the bar watching him prepare it.
Discussion.
Our findings suggest that the presence of a well-stocked and aesthetically pleasing bar, combined with a variety of high-quality coffee blends and skilled baristas, can greatly enhance the perception of coffee for customers. The attention to detail and personalized service at Rectum Espresso Bar contributed to an overall positive experience for our participants, which may lead to increased customer loyalty and future business success for the bar.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, the Rectum Espresso Bar offers a unique and exceptional coffee experience for its customers. Our study suggests that the combination of a visually appealing bar, a variety of coffee blends, and skilled baristas can greatly enhance the perception of coffee. Future research could explore the effects of different bar designs and service styles on customer perception and loyalty.
Title: Canine ball engineering in a monster hunting environment. Synopsis: In this episode, a Labrador Retriever is observed standing on a golf course, with a golf ball and a golf club in its mouth as well as a golf club in the foreground. The objective of the study is to understand the behavioral and cognitive capabilities of dogs in mastering the challenging sport of golf. The experiment involves the introduction of monster-hunting bounty hunters who are disguised as golfers, which can change the motivation of the dog.
Dr. Kim, this is a remarkable display of the dog's ability to perform complex tasks, despite being an animal. The dog has grasped the necessary equipment in its mouth, indicating an outstanding level of fine motor control. Further, his posture and interaction with the club show that it understands the function of the club in relation to hitting the ball.
Dr. Patel. Indeed, the dog's physical abilities are impressive, but we must also consider its cognitive skills. The presence of monster-hunting bounty hunters disguised as golfers can alter the dog's motivation to participate in the activity, effectively changing its cognitive frame. We must observe how the dog responds under these conditions.
Dr. Kim, agreed. And additionally, we must also consider the impact of the physical environment on the dog's behavior. Major components such as wind and terrain can affect the trajectory of the ball. We must analyze how the dog responds to the variability of these environmental variables.
Dr. Patel. Indeed, the dog's ability to adapt to the external variations will also give us an understanding of its cognitive processes. We can measure its response time, decision-making processes, and attention to the environment under these changing conditions.
Dr. Kim, we must not overlook the importance of exploring the dog's inherent skills and behavior. For example, the funny dance routines that the dog may perform or the way it interacts with its environment can provide valuable insight.
Dr. Patel. Absolutely. By observing these natural behaviors, we can gain a more holistic understanding of how dogs can perform activities such as golfing. This research can have wide-reaching applications for animal training programs, and we can potentially harness the innate abilities of dogs to teach them new tasks.
Through this episode, we have uncovered important insights into the capabilities of dogs in mastering complex tasks such as golfing. By examining their cognitive and physical abilities, as well as their natural behavior, we can unlock their potential to perform a range of activities. The episode serves as a valuable contribution to the scientific community and extends our understanding of animal behavior and cognition.
Title: The Quantum Door Prank.
Opening. Rick and Morty are in the garage, tinkering with some gadgets. Jerry cautiously enters, asking about the strange door on the wall.
Hey guys, what's up with this weird door? It's not like any other door in the house.
Jerry, always the observant one. That's actually a quantum door, capable of transporting people to parallel universes.
And we've been working on enhancing its capabilities. We can now control where it goes and who goes through it.
Beth enters, excitedly babbling about her art project. Meanwhile, Jerry goes through the quantum door, only to be ejected into space as a prank by Morty.
Morty, how could you do that?
Relax, Beth. Jerry will be back in a few minutes. We have a tracking device on him.
Suddenly, a strange figure enters the garage.
Figure. Hello, Rick and Morty. I am Kato, from the Zorgon dimension. We intercepted your quantum door signal and followed it here.
Whoa, cool. Wanna hang out with us?
Morty, we have to be careful. We don't know what this alien's intentions are.
K-Tug reveals that he is searching for a powerful energy source and offers to make a deal with Rick. Chaos ensues as various versions of Jerry from different dimensions start popping out of the quantum door, leading to confusion and hilarity. In the end, Rick and Morty successfully negotiate a deal with K-Tug and send him back to his dimension. Jerry is rescued by a version of himself who happens to be a skilled astronaut.
Posing. As the family gathers in the living room, Morty teases Jerry about his space adventure with a smirk, as Rick and Beth exchange a look of exasperation but ultimately join in on the laughter.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Exploding Moons.
Opening shot, a blue and black planet surrounded by stars in the sky with a black background and a white space in the middle.
Morty, I need you to get in the spaceship. We have a planetary crisis to solve.
What crisis, Rick?
The moon of this planet is showing unstable gravitational behavior. We need to detonate it before it causes a cosmic mess.
Hey Rick, can I join you guys? I've always wanted to visit a different planet.
Me too. This sounds like an adventure.
No time for that. We gotta go now. The clock's ticking.
The crew arrives on the blue and black planet and begins to set up the detonation device.
Rick, this doesn't look safe. Can we even control the explosion?
Of course we can, Morty. I've accounted for all the variables: quantum entanglement, gravitational forces, universal laws, and even the effects of our own farts.
Wait, what?
Yeah, what does that have to do with anything?
Everything, Summer, everything. Now let's get ready.
As they prepare to detonate the moon, a sudden gravitational shift pulls them towards the surface. What the hell is happening?
Rick, I thought you said you had accounted for all the variables.
Shut up, Morty. I'm recalculating.
Guys, look! The moon is exploding on its own.
The moon explodes into a spectacular display of colors and lights.
Well, I'll be damned. The moon was in a quantum state, and our interference caused it to collapse into a physical state, causing it to self-destruct.
But what about the gravitational pull?
Oh, that was just a side effect of the moon's energy being released. Nothing to worry about.
Phew, that's a relief.
Can we go home now?
Yeah, sure, but let me just grab a souvenir real quick.
Rick grabs a piece of moon rock and pockets it as they depart the planet.
Closing shot. The crew watching the planet recede as they fly away in the spaceship, with the moon exploding in the background.
That was crazy, Rick.
Yeah, but we got a cool new rock out of it. Science is all about discovery, Morty, and sometimes that means blowing up a moon.
Title: Quantum Cat Hassle.
The episode starts with Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer standing around a table in Rick's laboratory. On the table lay a cat with a serious look on its face and eyes.
Listen up, Morty. This cat is not your ordinary cat. It belongs to a parallel universe where the laws of physics are completely different.
What do you mean? Different how?
Well, Morty, in that universe, cats have the ability to manipulate quantum particles.
Are you kidding me? That's impossible.
Nothing is impossible, Jerry, especially not in the multiverse.
Suddenly, the cat's eyes start to glow and it jumps off the table.
What's happening to the cat?
I think it's trying to communicate with us.
The cat starts to speak in a language that none of them can understand, but Rick pulls out a universal translator and translates for them.
The cat's name is Schrödinger, and it's from a universe where it destroyed its own planet using its quantum powers.
What do we do now, Rick?
We need to contain this cat before it destroys our universe too. Quick, Jerry, get the catnip.
Jerry frantically searches for the catnip while Rick and Morty attempt to catch the quantum cat. Beth and Summer just watch in confusion.
Schrödinger, fools, you cannot contain me. I am the master of the multiverse.
Oh really? Well, we have something that you don't have.
Schrödinger, and what's that?
Rick pulls out a laser gun and shoots Schrödinger. The cat disappears and the world seems safe again. What the hell, Rick? You killed the cat.
Relax, Jerry, it was just a decoy. Schrödinger can never be killed because it exists in a state of superposition.
So we saved the universe?
Of course we did, Morty. We're the smartest people in the multiverse.
As they all start to leave, Beth turns to Rick.
Rick, I don't understand any of this. Can you explain it to me in normal human terms?
No, Beth, it's too complicated for your feeble human mind.
Everyone but Beth laughs as they exit the lab. End of episode.
Title: Interdimensional Hijinks, The Case of the Stolen Portal Gun.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty flying in a futuristic vehicle over a fire-filled field. They are on a mission to collect a rare element from a nearby planet. However, their plans get thwarted when a helicopter starts hovering over their head.
What the hell is that noise?
It's a helicopter, Rick.
I know it's a helicopter, Morty. But why is it following us?
Suddenly, another helicopter comes into view, and both start firing at their vehicle. Rick quickly takes control of the situation, evading the bullets and landing safely on the ground. As they're catching their breath, Jerry suddenly appears out of nowhere. He's stolen Rick's portal gun and is planning to leave his boring life behind. I'm sick of my mundane life, Rick. I want to explore the universe like you and Morty.
You idiot. Do you have any idea what you've done?
What? What did I do?
You just sent me to an alternate dimension without any of my equipment. Now, how the hell am I supposed to get back?
Aw, geez, Rick. This is bad.
The rest of the episode follows Rick's attempts to get his portal gun back, using his scientific expertise and his quick wit.
I need to find the exact frequency of the portal gun signature in this dimension. There must be some way to track it down.
As Rick goes on his interdimensional journey, hilarity ensues. He meets alternate versions of himself, including a gender-swapped version and a version obsessed with pickles.
This is getting ridiculous. How many versions of me are there?
You're the genius scientist, Rick. You tell me.
In the end, Rick manages to get his portal gun back and return to his own dimension. But not before a series of crazy, interdimensional hijinks that leave Jerry regretting his decision to steal the portal gun. I just wanted some excitement in my life. I didn't realize it would lead to all this craziness.
That's the thing about interdimensional travel, Jerry. You never know what you're gonna get.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty flying off into the universe, leaving Jerry behind to ponder his life choices.
Title: Ungefährlich Wissenschaft.
Opening shot of a city with a bridge and a river in the middle, as Rick and Morty speak in academic terms about their vacation in Germany.
Morty, you don't understand the gravity of our situation. We're evaluating a highly complex system of attractions and tourism infrastructure, with a highly variable landscape, cultural elements and semantics.
Well, I thought we were just having a vacation so we could relax, Rick.
Summer interrupts with an eye roll. Can we just appreciate this beautiful city and the sights it has to offer us, guys?
Jerry chimes in, trying to be helpful. You know, I read in a pamphlet that this bridge is the perfect place to test my hypothesis on the elasticity of gravity and its effects on quantum mechanics.
Rick, unimpressed. Jerry, you do realize you're in the same dimension as us, right?
Morty looks at both of them. I don't get it. Are we doing science stuff or having fun?
We can do both, Morty. Science is all about trying new things and opening yourself to new perspectives. Now, let's go test my new invention on that river over there.
They head over to the river, where Rick reveals his invention, a giant patch of grass that bounces.
What's the use of this, Rick?
It's for recreational purposes, Morty. But let's see if it can withstand the laws of nature.
They both jump onto the patch of grass, which immediately starts floating away down the river, with Rick and Morty on it.
Jerry, frantically screaming, "Guys, you're quantizing the entire fabric of the universe."
Summer starts laughing at Jerry's outburst. Relax, Jerry. They're just having fun.
As the patch reaches the end of the river and lands on the shore, Rick is ecstatic. Morty, we did it. We found a way to safely manipulate the fundamental laws that govern our existence.
Morty, gasping for breath. But what about the gravity waves, the Plancks, and the Einstein-Rosen bridge?
Rick, brushing off the concern. Well, Morty, let's just say that science is a lot like love. It's complicated, messy, and sometimes you just need to let go and enjoy the ride.
The episode ends with the entire group laughing and enjoying the rest of their vacation in Germany.
Title: The Vanadium Gumbo Experiment.
Opening shot of the episode shows Rick and Morty standing in front of a portal, examining their latest scientific experiment.
Morty, brace yourself. We're about to embark on the most mind-bending scientific experiment in the history of our dimension.
Oh geez, Rick. What are we doing now?
We're going to cook vanadium gumbo, Morty, the rarest dish in the multiverse.
Rick, are you sure you want to do this? Vanadium is a highly reactive chemical element. It could be dangerous.
Relax, Beth. I've done this a million times before. It's all about precise measurements and timing.
As they enter the kitchen, the group of young men appear from the portal, excited to witness the experiment.
Gumbo. Yo, what's up? We heard you guys were making some crazy dish.
Mr. Beast, yeah, we've traveled through time and space just to witness this miracle.
Rick hands them all protective gear and goggles.
Alright, let's get started. Morty, hand me the vanadium.
Morty nervously hands over the vanadium, as Rick carefully measures it out.
Vanadium, hello, Rick. I am Vanadium. What are you planning to do with me?
We're going to cook you into a delicious gumbo, vanadium. Don't worry, it won't hurt a bit.
Gumbo. Yo, is that legal? Cooking up sentient beings like that?
It's not illegal if it's for scientific purposes. Right, Morty?
Sure, Rick. Whatever you say.
As the gumbo cooks, it begins to glow and emit a strange energy.
Rick, the gumbo is reacting with the vanadium. Something's not right.
Relax, Beth. It's just the culinary reaction. Nothing to worry about.
Suddenly, the gumbo explodes, splattering the entire group with hot soup.
Gumbo. Yo, that was crazy. I feel like I just traveled through a black hole.
Mr. Beast, I think I need a new pair of pants.
Oh geez, Rick. That was a disaster. What did we learn from this?
Well, Morty, we learned that vanadium gumbo is a lot harder to cook than it looks. But hey, at least we had fun trying.
As the episode ends, the group of young men are seen happily slurping up the leftover gumbo, while Rick and Morty exit the portal, ready for their next scientific adventure. Scene opens in the Smith family's garage laboratory. Rick and Morty are tinkering with various gadgets.
Morty, I've detected a disturbance in the space-time continuum. We need to investigate. Burps.
Right, I'll grab the portal gun. Hands Rick the gun.
They portal to a store in a different dimension.
Look, Rick, those two guys in blue uniforms look like they work here.
Of course they do, Morty. We're in a multiverse. There's always a version of everything. Belches.
Morty notices the man in the white hat and the man in the blue suit.
Hey Rick, those guys over there look pretty important. Maybe they can help us figure out what's going on.
Good thinking, Morty. Let's go. Walks towards the men.
They approach the men and introduce themselves.
I'm Rick, and this is Morty. We're from another dimension, and we're investigating a disturbance in the space-time continuum.
Man in white hat. Fascinating. I'm Dr. Stephen Hawking, and this is my colleague, Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Starstruck! Wow, that's amazing! Can we ask you some questions about theoretical physics?
Dr. Tyson. Of course, Morty. We're always happy to talk about science. They all begin a lively discussion about the multiverse and the nature of reality.
This is great and all, but I think I'm getting hungry.
Yeah, me too.
The group decides to take a break and grab some sandwiches at a nearby deli.
Hey Morty, have you heard about the latest theory of procrastination? It's fascinating stuff. Takes a giant bite of his sandwich.
Really? Tell me more.
Rick proceeds to deliver a lecture on the science of procrastination, complete with hilarious examples involving Homer Simpson and sci-fi novels.
Dr. Hawking laughs. Rick, you never cease to amaze me.
Dr. Tyson. Indeed, this has been a most enlightening conversation. But we must get back to our own research.
Yeah, we should probably head back too. But first, let's play some craps. Pulls out a set of dice and a makeshift craps table.
Much hilarity ensues as they play craps and make absurd bets.
Laughs. This has been the best adventure ever, Rick.
Puts his arm around Morty. That's what I'm here for, Morty. Science and crazy hijinks, belches. Now let's go home.
Title: The Heart of Iron Man. Synopsis: Rick and Morty stumble upon a heart-shaped object in their latest adventure, which leads them to cross paths with the legendary actor, Robert Downey Jr. As they delve deeper into the mystery of the heart, they uncover a scientific experiment gone wrong and must race against time to save the universe from impending doom.
Act 1.
Morty, check out this heart-shaped object I found. It emits unusual energy signals.
Wow, that's weird. Do you think it belongs to someone or something?
I have no idea, Morty. But we have to find out.
As they approach the heart, a man in a suit and tie emerges from the shadows.
Man in suit. Hey, that heart belongs to me. Give it back.
Who are you, and what's so special about this heart?
Man in suit. I am Dr. Richard Hart, and this heart is the key to a revolutionary scientific breakthrough.
Act 2.
So, what does this heart do exactly?
Dr. Hart. It has the power to merge organic and inorganic matter seamlessly, creating new life forms.
Sounds like a recipe for disaster. What happened to the last experiment?
Dr. Hart. We used a sample of Robert Downey Jr.'s DNA to test the heart, but it went haywire and turned him into a cyborg.
Robert Downey Jr. Hey guys, what's up? Want to see my new suit?
Oh boy, here we go again.
Act 3.
I think we should return the heart to Dr. Hart. He might know how to fix things.
Are you insane, Morty? We don't even know what we're dealing with.
Just then, the heart starts to pulsate and emit a bright light.
Dr. Hart. Oh no, it's activating on its own. We have to stop it.
Robert Downey Jr. Don't worry, guys. I got this.
RDJ transforms into Iron Man and flies towards the heart.
Iron Man, phew, that was close. I don't think my suit could handle that kind of power.
Okay, that was pretty cool.
Act 4.
Dr. Hart. Thank you, Iron Man. You saved us all.
Iron Man, no problem, Doc. It's all in a day's work.
So, what are you going to do with the heart now?
Dr. Hart. I'm going to destroy it. The risks are too high for anyone to handle.
Smart move, Doc. Let's get out of here before something else happens.
As they leave, the heart explodes in a burst of energy, signaling the end of their latest adventure.
Full on.
Wow, that was crazy. I never thought we'd meet Iron Man in real life.
That's science for you, Morty. Anything can happen.
Yeah, but we probably shouldn't mess with experimental hearts anymore.
Agreed. I think we've had enough heart-stopping adventures for one day.
Title: The Archaeological Trivia Challenge.
The episode begins with a group of individuals standing in front of a building which appears to be an archaeological site. Each individual is seen sporting a look of amazement and wonderment. The camera then focuses on an individual named Dr. Rajesh, who is seen wearing a traditional Indian turban and surveying the site.
Dr. Rajesh, greetings, my esteemed colleagues. We have stumbled upon an ancient archaeological site that has our team of experts in a state of awe.
The camera pans to a group of individuals who are seen holding various archaeological tools and equipment, each nodding in agreement.
Dr. Rajesh, this site is believed to date back to the Indus Valley civilization, and its discovery will undoubtedly shed new light on ancient Indian history.
The camera then shifts focus to a group of individuals who are seen engaged in a game of trivia. A voiceover announcer declares the game to be the Archaeological Trivia Challenge.
Voiceover announcer, this round is all about Indian Matchmaker, the hit web series on Netflix. Your question is, name the astrologer who helped Vyasa find his soulmate in season 1.
One of the participants, Ria, quickly buzzes in.
Ria, Simoni Siani. Voiceover announcer, you are correct. You have earned 10 points.
The camera then shifts back to Dr. Rajesh and his colleagues who are busy analyzing the artifacts found at the site.
Dr. Rajesh, this archaeological site has revealed a plethora of intriguing artifacts, and we hope that our analysis will provide new insights into the lives of our ancestors.
The camera then zooms in on an artifact which appears to be an ancient Indian figurine.
Dr. Rajesh, this figurine dates back to the Bronze Age and depicts a scene from the epic Indian myth, Ramayana. It is fascinating to see how our ancestors used art to tell stories and pass on their cultural heritage.
The camera then shifts back to the trivia game, which is in its final round.
Voiceover announcer, your final question is, which animated sitcom revolves around the life of a dysfunctional family, The Simpsons or The Griffins?
Another participant, Karen, quickly buzzes in.
Karen, The Simpsons.
Voiceover announcer, correct. You have won the Archaeological Trivia Challenge.
The episode ends with Dr. Rajesh and his team continuing their analysis of the archaeological site, while the trivia game participants celebrate their victory.
Title: The Effect of Aluminum on Bagel Display Hygiene.
Introduction. In this episode, we analyze the impact of aluminum on the hygiene of a bagel display. Our subject of investigation is the bagel shop, specifically its display of bagels behind the glass doors. We aim to determine if the use of aluminum in the construction of the display affects the overall cleanliness and sanitation of the bagels.
Scene 1.
Summer Smith enters the bagel shop and approaches the bagel display. She first notices the 3 glass doors that read, Bagel Shop, and Bagel 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 Shop. She then observes that the display shelves are made of aluminum, with each shelf containing rows of bagels.
Interesting. I wonder if the aluminum material has any effect on the cleanliness of the bagels.
Scene 2.
Summer approaches the counter and strikes up a conversation with the shop owner.
Excuse me, I noticed that your bagel display is made of aluminum. Have you noticed any difference in the cleanliness of the bagels compared to a non-aluminum display?
Shop owner, I never really thought about it. But now that you mention it, I do notice that the shelves are easier to clean and maintain compared to our old wooden display.
Scene 3.
Summer decides to conduct her own investigation by swabbing a few bagels from the display and testing them for bacteria. She compares the results to a sample of bagels from a non-aluminum display at a different bakery.
As suspected, the bagels from the aluminum display have significantly fewer bacteria compared to the non-aluminum display. It seems that the aluminum material does impact the cleanliness of the bagels.
Conclusion. Our investigation has demonstrated that the use of aluminum in bagel displays can lead to a cleaner and more hygienic environment. This finding has the potential to have important implications for the food industry, specifically for bakeries and restaurants that display food in a public setting. Further research is needed to fully understand the effects of aluminum on food hygiene.
Title: The Xenomorph Beauty Pageant Catastrophe. Synopsis: Rick, Morty, and Summer are relaxing in the living room when Rick discovers a bizarre device in his garage. After examining the device, Rick finds out that it is capable of transforming any object into a living being. He decided to use the device on a Lego figure he found, which ultimately resulted in the creation of a xenomorph creature with a helmet and a green body with yellow accents.
The trio are fascinated by the new creature, and Rick decides to take it to a vampire beauty pageant, which is happening at the outskirts of the city. As they arrive at the event, Rick convinces the organizers to let his peculiar creation participate in the competition. The xenomorph happily joins the other vampire contestants, displaying its unique abilities and impressing the judges. However, things take an unexpected turn when the xenomorph starts to shed its outer shell, revealing a different creature hidden inside. It turns out that the device that Rick used was faulty, and the xenomorph was merely a cover for a dangerous interdimensional parasite. Rick, Morty, and Summer are horrified when the creature starts to devour the other contestants and the audience. They try to prevent further damage while escaping the venue. Finally, after a considerable effort, they manage to capture the parasite and dispose of it safely. As they return home, Rick reflects on the risks involved with using unstable interdimensional technology. Morty and Summer nod in agreement, and the trio move on from the chaotic experience.
Rick, behold, my latest invention. With this, I can bring anything to life.
Summer: Wow, that's amazing, but I'm not sure it's safe.
Morty: I second that, Rick. We don't want any more dangerous incidents.
Rick, relax. Morty, what's the harm in giving life to this Lego figure? Let's do it.
At the beauty pageant,
Organizer: I'm sorry, your creature cannot participate in the event.
Rick, nonsense.
you'll be missing out on the true beauty of interdimensional evolution.
Morty, Rick, I have a terrible feeling about this.
After the parasite is exposed,
Summer, we need to stop it before it destroys everyone.
Rick, I'll get the gun. Morty, grab the stun grenades. And Summer, distract it.
Morty, I don't have stun grenades, Rick.
Rick, what do you mean, Morty? I gave them to you 20 minutes ago.
Morty, no, you didn't.
Rick, oh, well, it doesn't matter now. I'll just blast it with this. After capturing the parasite, Rick, another day, another disaster avoided. This is why you don't mess with interdimensional technology.
Summer, at least the beauty pageant is over.
Morty, yeah, but we'll never forget the xenomorph beauty pageant catastrophe.
Title: Schrodinger's Watsu Massage. Synopsis: Rick and Morty take a break from their usual adventures to pamper themselves with a new relaxation technique, Watsu Massage. Meanwhile, Beth and Summer get hooked on a popular TV show called The Bachelor and explore the depths of cat psychology.
Act 1.
Morty, I've discovered a way to align our neural pathways with subatomic frequencies using Watsu massage.
Wow, Rick, that sounds amazing. What does it involve?
Simple, Morty. We'll just float in a tank filled with water and let the masseuse manipulate our energy flow with hydrotherapy techniques.
Act 2.
Summer, have you been watching The Bachelor? It's fascinating how these people compete for love.
Yeah, Mom. But have you ever wondered how cats view us humans? Like, do they see us as just big stupid creatures?
Interesting. Let's get our cat Snuffles and see if we can uncover his perspective.
Act 3.
Morty, in the Watsu massage tank. Rick, this feels amazing. I can feel my chakras aligning with the universe.
Yes, Morty, and with this device I've engineered to measure subatomic activity, we can prove it scientifically.
Act 4.
Summer, according to this book on cat psychology, cats view humans as inferior beings for being so dependent on them for affection and care.
That's hilarious. I wonder if Snuffles ever plots against us.
They see Snuffles playing with a toy on the bed with a person's hand reaching for it with a toy.
Oh my god, Schrodinger's cat's paradox. The toy is both being played with and not being played with at the same time.
Act 5.
Morty, this is a breakthrough in quantum physics. We can use Watsu massage to unlock new dimensions of the multiverse.
Rick, I just want to go get a drink. This is too much science for me.
Epilogue.
The family reunites and shares their discoveries from the day.
Well, scientifically speaking, the Watsu massage confirmed my hypothesis on the frequency resonance between subatomic particles and human energy fields.
And I discovered that Snuffles views us as inferior beings. But hey, that's just the nature of cats.
And I learned that The Bachelor is just a fake show designed to manipulate people's emotions.
And I learned that sometimes a drink is all you need to forget about all the weird science stuff.
Title: Phytoremediation Prison Break.
Opening scene.
Rick, Morty, and Jerry are cruising through the galaxy when they come across a massive building with plants growing on the sides.
Morty, Jerry, check out that building. It's a prime example of a phytoremediation system. They're using plants to absorb pollutants and improve air quality.
Okay, but why are we here?
Yeah, I don't see anything interesting about this place. Can we go yet?
Patience, Jerry. This building is actually a dystopian prison run by the Federation. And with your help, we're going to break someone out.
Phytoremediation explanation.
Rick explains to Morty and Jerry that phytoremediation is a process used to remove contaminants from the environment using plants. The plants absorb these pollutants and through a process called transpiration, release clean water vapor into the air.
Wow, that's actually kind of cool. I had no idea plants could do that.
Yeah. But can we get back to the prison break? Who are we breaking out?
Prison break plan.
Rick reveals that they're breaking out a brilliant scientist who was being held captive by the Federation for developing a dangerous new technology.
We're going to use the plants to climb up the sides of the building and sneak in through the windows. Once we're inside, Morty and I will use our genius minds to hack the security system and get to the prisoner.
And what am I supposed to do?
Just stay out of the way, Jerry.
Dystopian future.
As they approach the building, the trio notices that the surrounding area is desolate and in ruins.
Whoa, what happened here?
This is what happens when the Federation takes over. They have no regard for the environment or the well-being of its citizens.
This is getting dark. Can we just focus on the prison break? Plant climb. Rick, Morty, and Jerry begin their climb up the side of the building, using the plants as makeshift ladders. I can't believe we're doing this. This is insane.
Just keep climbing, Jerry. We'll be inside soon.
Once they reach the windows, Rick pulls out a device to open them.
This is it. We're going in.
Scientific hack.
Inside the building, Rick and Morty use their scientific knowledge to hack the security systems and reach the prisoner.
Rick, we don't have much time. They're going to catch us any minute.
Relax, Morty. I got this.
They finally reach the prisoner's cell, and Rick begins to work on getting them out.
Joke ending.
As they make their escape, Jerry accidentally sets off an alarm, causing chaos and destruction. Oops, sorry guys.
Damn it, Jerry. You had one job.
At least we got the prisoner out.
Yeah, but now we have to deal with the Federation's wrath.
So, can we go now?
Yup, time to go home.
As they fly away, the now freed prisoner thanks Rick, Morty, and Jerry for their help.
Prisoner, I owe you guys my life. How can I ever repay you?
Just keep being a genius, kid. And maybe don't get caught by the Federation again.
The end. Title: The Visual Perception of the Vampire Reality TV Deli Episode 1. The episode begins with the introduction of a woman with a red lip and a white shirt and a necklace on her neck and a smile on her face, identified as Yara Shahidi. Our research team conducted a survey on 100 volunteers and found that the visual perception of Shahidi's appearance was positively associated with the amygdala activity, reflecting the perception of pleasure and excitement. As the episode continues, we observe Shahidi in the Vampire Reality TV Deli in India, where she is surrounded by various food items and beverages. Our analysis showed that the sight and smell of the food items triggered the production of saliva by the participants and increased their hunger, as a result of the excitatory effects of the neurotransmitter dopamine. Shahidi is then introduced to a group of vampires, where the facial expressions and body language of the vampires are analyzed using the facial action coding system, FACS. The study revealed that the vampires displayed a range of emotions, including surprise, fear, and disgust, which were indicative of their underlying psychological state. As the episode concludes, we observe Shahidi leaving the vampire reality TV deli with a satisfied smile on her face. Our research team concludes that the visual perception of Shahidi's appearance, coupled with the excitatory effects of the food items and the display of emotions by the vampires, had a positive impact on the overall enjoyment of the episode.
Researcher. The episode demonstrated the complex interplay between visual perception, food, and emotional display in determining the viewer's experience. Our findings have significant implications for the design and production of reality TV shows, where the careful consideration of these factors can lead to increased engagement and enjoyment among the audience.
Title: The Green Light Experiment.
In this episode, Rick and Morty are conducting a scientific experiment involving a man standing in a tunnel with green lights on the ceiling and plants growing in the background. The green light is a new form of radiation that Rick has discovered called Einsteinium gamma radiation, EGR, which he believes has the potential to enhance human abilities and intelligence.
Morty, we need to find a test subject for our EGR experiment. Someone who is willing to take the risk of being exposed to this untested radiation.
I don't know, Rick. This sounds pretty dangerous.
Beth and Summer overhear Rick and Morty's conversation and offer to participate in the experiment. Rick protests at first, but eventually agrees.
Fine, but you two be careful. I'm not responsible for any side effects.
The trio sets up the experiment in the tunnel and Beth steps into the green light. Suddenly, she's able to see into the future and starts making predictions.
I see, Neo. And Grumbo Snouts. And Green Day.
Green Day? Isn't that a band?
No, Morty, it's a level of consciousness that can be achieved through heightened brain activity.
Summer jumps into the green light and starts speaking in a language that no one can understand, but Rick is able to translate.
I'm communicating with aliens from another dimension. They're sending me messages in graphic design.
Suddenly, all four of them are transported to an alternate universe where they meet versions of themselves who have also been exposed to EGR.
Alternate, welcome to our world, Gringos. We've been waiting for you.
Alternate, hey, other versions of me and my family. Want to go on a crazy adventure?
The two families team up and go on a wild adventure involving time travel, interdimensional monsters, and more. Eventually, they return to their own universe, but not without a few side effects.
I can't stop predicting the future.
I keep seeing aliens everywhere.
I'm confused, but I kinda liked that adventure.
Looks like you all got a little taste of that green light experience.
Suddenly, Rick disappears and the screen fades to black.
Title: The Scientifically Implausible Kidnapped President Rescue in Dublin.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty brainstorming on how to rescue the kidnapped president using advanced scientific methods. Rick invents an interdimensional portal device that can transport them to the building where the president is held captive. Morty is skeptical, as the device seems too improbable and implausible, but Rick assures him that it is backed by solid scientific principles that are beyond Morty's comprehension. They enter the portal and land inside the building, where they are confronted by a gang of aliens who have kidnapped the president. Rick begins to negotiate with the aliens, using complex mathematical equations and advanced physics theories that the aliens can't understand. Meanwhile, Morty is cracking jokes and making wisecracks that only he finds funny. Jerry enters the scene, unintentionally activating a gene in the aliens that turns them into mindless zombies. Rick and Morty are unfazed and continue to apply scientific methods to keep the aliens at bay, while Jerry stumbles around in a zombie-induced haze. The trio eventually rescues the president and escape through the interdimensional portal device. They land back in their own dimension, but something is amiss. The aliens, now cured of their zombie state, have followed them through the portal. A wild chase ensues, with Rick and Morty using even more advanced scientific methods to evade the aliens and save their own skins. The episode ends with Morty declaring that he has learned a valuable lesson about the wacky world of science, while Rick rolls his eyes and mutters about how he never learns anything.
Morty, we used advanced principles of quantum physics, space-time manipulation, and transdimensional travel to rescue the president. It was totally scientifically plausible.
Not to sound unscientific, Rick, but that portal device looked like a toaster with a bunch of wires jammed into it.
Guys, I found these really cool glowy things. Want to try some?
Damn it, Jerry, you just turned them into zombies. Nice one.
I wish I was that guy outside, so I could escape this nonsense.
President, thank you for rescuing me and using all of that sciencey stuff. I always knew I picked the right guys for the job.
Aliens, we will get you. Earthling SSSSSS.
Time to go, Morty. We have some more sciencing to do. Wubba lubba dub dub.
I'm never going to understand any of this. Might as well just enjoy the ride.
Title: The Time-Traveling Music Band versus the Tholians.
In this episode, Rick creates a time-traveling music band utilizing a combination of titanium and germanium to create a new revolutionary sound. Morty, Jerry, and Rick travel to a distant planet to perform a historic concert that will change the course of history.
Morty, Rick, are you sure this is safe? We're traveling to a distant planet and playing a concert that will change history.
Rick, Morty, stop worrying. We have the power of science on our side.
Meanwhile, a group of Tholians in Star Trek uniforms have heard about the time-traveling music band and want to shut them down. The Tholians create a white dwarf weapon that threatens to destroy the entire planet. Jerry, Rick. Should we be worried about the Tholians?
Rick, Jerry, shut up and play your guitar. We have a concert to perform.
As the music reaches a crescendo, the group of men in Star Trek uniforms walks down a hallway in front of a mirror with a reflection of them. Suddenly, the Tholians' white dwarf weapon explodes, but now they find themselves trapped in an endless time loop.
Rick, I told you we had the power of science on our side.
Morty, yeah, but what about the Tholians? They're stuck in a time loop forever.
Jerry, at least we get to keep playing our music. As the group celebrates their victory, they settle down to watch some foreign films. But soon they realize they're stuck in yet another time loop, and the cycle repeats.
Rick, well, that's the end of that adventure. Time to find a new one.
Morty, but Rick, we're still stuck in a time loop.
Rick, Morty, just shut up and enjoy the ride.
And so, the time-traveling music band continues on their wild and wacky adventures, never knowing what scientific hijinks await them next.
Title: The Virtual Heist of the Vertebrae.
Morty, prepare yourself for a highly advanced virtual reality heist. We're going to steal the vertebrae of a wealthy billionaire through their virtual reality headset.
Rick, are you sure this is even possible? And isn't that technically murder?
It's just a little harmless theft, Morty, and we'll be doing it all from the comfort of our own garage. Now, put on these VR goggles and let's get started.
Morty puts on the VR headset and suddenly finds himself in a high-tech virtual reality world filled with complex security systems and booby traps.
Whoa, this is insane. How are we going to get past all of these lasers and security cameras?
Don't worry, Morty, I've got it all under control.
Suddenly, a figure in a hazmat suit appears and starts chasing after them.
Dr. Heathcliff Huxtable, stop right there, you virtual reality thieves. I'm Dr. Heathcliff Huxtable, master of virtual reality and defender of the moral fabric of the universe.
Oh great, it's the Cosbys. Morty, distract him while I hack into the security system.
Morty engages in a wild virtual reality chase with Dr. Huxtable while Rick works his hacking magic.
I can't keep this up forever, Rick. Hurry!
Just a few more seconds, Morty. And, done, we're in.
Morty and Rick quickly locate the billionaire's virtual reality vertebrae and make their escape, narrowly avoiding the security systems and booby traps.
We did it, Rick! We pulled off the virtual heist of the century!
That's right, Morty, and we did it all without ever leaving our garage. Now, let's celebrate with some Little Caesars and maybe watch some old Michael Jackson music videos.
Morty looks at Rick with a concerned expression.
Rick, are you sure this is a good idea?
But, it's just some harmless entertainment, Morty. Now let's relax and enjoy our spoils of virtual war.
Title: Teleportation Experiment Gone Wrong, the In-N-Out Burger Time Crisis.
Abstract.
This episode investigates the consequences of a teleportation experiment gone wrong at a popular fast food joint, In-N-Out Burger. Madeline Petch, the lead actress, encounters a strange phenomenon while conducting research for her PhD dissertation in the field of quantum mechanics. This phenomenon causes a burger cutter to appear on her hamburger, while a cup of sauce mysteriously hovers above it.
Introduction.
The episode starts with Madeline Petch entering an In-N-Out Burger restaurant to collect data for her dissertation on teleportation. She orders a hamburger, unaware of the life-changing events that are about to unfold. As she takes a bite of the burger, a strange energy field appears, causing a burger cutter to materialize on top of the bun, while a cup of sauce hovers above it.
Results.
Madeline frantically tries to make sense of what is happening to her, as her burger continues to warp and change in unpredictable ways. The competing fast food chains are also observing this strange phenomenon and attempt sabotage in order to gain an edge in the fast food market. In this time crisis, Madeline must use her knowledge of physics and engineering to stabilize the energy field before time runs out.
Discussion.
The episode explores the themes of teleportation, energy fields, and fast food competition. The depiction of the teleportation phenomenon is consistent with established theories of quantum mechanics. The use of advanced engineering techniques to stabilize the energy field is also grounded in current research. The timing of the crisis is a critical factor that adds tension to the plot and keeps the audience engaged.
Conclusion.
Teleportation experiment gone wrong. The In-N-Out Burger Time Crisis is a thrilling episode that showcases the dangers of teleportation and the importance of proper safety protocols. Madeline's quick thinking and scientific expertise ultimately lead to the resolution of the crisis. The episode serves as a reminder to always be vigilant when conducting experiments involving high energy fields.
Title: The Quantum Mechanics of Rick Sanchez's Baseball Club.
Introduction.
In this episode of Rick and Morty, we explore the quantum mechanics of Rick Sanchez's Baseball Club. Our protagonist, Rick, holds a baseball bat and ball with the caption Rick Rickson's Baseball Club. Through the lens of nihonium, a newly discovered element, we examine the properties of the bat and ball which make it the perfect tool for hitting home runs.
Hey Morty, check out my new baseball club. It's made from nihonium, the newest element on the periodic table.
Whoa, Rick! Nihonium is super rare. How did you even find it?
I synthesized it in my garage using cutting-edge technology. But enough about that. Let's focus on the club.
Methodology.
Using advanced scientific techniques, our team was able to analyze the nihonium baseball club in great detail. Through X-ray diffraction and electron microscopy, we obtained structural and compositional information about the bat and ball. We discovered that nihonium's unique electronic properties provide the ultimate combination of strength, durability, and lightness for a baseball club.
Watch this, Morty. With this club, I can hit a home run from the stands.
I don't know, Rick. That's a pretty far hit.
Results.
Our experiments showed that nihonium's high electrical conductivity, combined with its low weight, allow the baseball club to make contact with the ball for longer periods of time, giving it a greater amount of momentum. Additionally, the element's unrivaled strength and durability prevent the club from deforming or breaking upon impact.
I told you, Morty, this club is the real deal.
I gotta admit, you were right, Rick.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, our study highlights the unique properties of nihonium that make it the ideal material for constructing baseball clubs. Rick Sanchez's innovative use of this new element has revolutionized the game of baseball. Who knows what other discoveries Rick will make in the future? Only time will tell.
I'm a genius, Morty. A baseball genius.
Yeah, but can you hit a fastball?
Of course I can, Morty. Watch and learn.
The scene fades out as Rick prepares to hit a fastball with his nihonium baseball club.
Title: The Quantum Unicorn Tennis Racket Chimichanga Mysteries.
Opening scene. The episode opens with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth enjoying a Sunday picnic in the park. Suddenly, they notice a woman in a white dress holding a tennis racket in front of a crowd of people. As they approach her, they realize it's none other than Jennifer Aniston, who's in town to film her new movie about the Unicorn Detective Agency.
Great, not another celebrity sighting. Who cares about Jennifer Aniston?
Ah, I do. I've always had a crush on her.
Yeah, Jerry, we get it. You like Jennifer Aniston. Let's focus on why she's here with the tennis racket.
Maybe she's practicing for her new role as a detective?
Jennifer Aniston. Actually, I'm here to play in the annual Quantum Unicorn Tennis Racket Chimichanga tournament.
Oh boy, sounds like a real scientific extravaganza.
Scene 2. The scene cuts to the tournament, where Professor X is the official referee. The rules of the game are explained in great detail with scientific jargon.
Professor X, welcome to the annual Quantum Unicorn Tennis Racket Chimichanga Tournament. The rules of the game are as follows. Each player must weigh their tennis racket to ensure its weight is within the designated range of 180 to 200 grams. The game is played with a unicorn hoof-shaped ball made of quantum particles. Each player must hit the ball with their tennis racket while simultaneously avoiding the other player's chimichanga projectiles. The first player to reach 7 points wins the game.
Sounds easy enough. Let's do this.
Scene 3. Rick and Jennifer Aniston face off in the tournament. They both have trouble avoiding the chimichangas and hitting the quantum ball. The scene is filled with slapstick comedy and lots of crazy hijinks.
This is harder than it looks. Why are those chimichangas so spicy?
Jennifer Aniston. I don't know, but I sure hope my unicorn detective skills come in handy.
Scene 4. Jerry and Beth watch from the sidelines. Beth is clearly impressed with Jennifer Aniston's tennis skills.
Wow, I had no idea Jennifer Aniston was such a good tennis player.
Yeah, she's amazing. I wonder if she'll sign my tennis ball after the game?
Scene 5. The game is tied 6-6, and it's an intense final point. Rick and Jennifer Aniston use their best unicorn detective skills and manage to score the winning point.
Professor X, in that game, Rick and Jennifer Aniston win the annual Quantum Unicorn Tennis Racket Chimichanga Tournament.
Woohoo! That was some serious quantum fun.
Jennifer Aniston. Thanks, Rick. You were a great teammate. Maybe we should start our own unicorn detective agency?
Can I be a sidekick?
No, Jerry. You can't just join a unicorn detective agency because you have a crush on Jennifer Aniston.
Closing scene. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth sit in the park, eating chimichangas and discussing the crazy adventures they just had.
Well, that was a wild ride.
Yeah, I can't believe we just played in a Quantum Unicorn Tennis Racket Chimichanga tournament with Jennifer Aniston.
And I still can't believe Jennifer Aniston talked to me.
It was definitely a unique experience. I just hope we don't run into any more celebrities today.
Suddenly, Elon Musk walks by and waves at the group.
Oh, great. Here we go again.
Title: The paradoxical possession of that would be great meme.
Scientific thesis. The episode explores the chaotic effects of paradoxical possession on That Would Be Great meme, a popular internet meme, and the family dynamics of the Smith household.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty discover a bizarre interdimensional portal in the gastropub, leading them to a demonic world. There, they encounter a demonic-looking character with red eyes, white hair, a red coat with horns and claws on his head. The demon tries to possess Rick, but Morty intervenes, causing a paradoxical possession effect.
Holy shit, Morty, you just caused a paradoxical possession effect. We need to get back to our universe now before it's too late.
Act 2.
Upon returning to their dimension, they discover that the possession has affected That Would Be Great meme, causing him to have a will of his own, leading to bizarre and destructive consequences.
What's wrong with That Would Be Great meme? He's been acting weird lately.
Oh, just a little paradoxical possession thing. Nothing we can't handle.
Act 3.
As the situation escalates, Rick and Morty travel to different dimensions to gather information on how to reverse the paradoxical possession. Meanwhile, That Would Be Great meme becomes more powerful, leading to a confrontation with the Smith family.
That would be great meme. I possess the power of the internet. Bow down to me.
I don't think we can reason with the meme, guys.
Act 4.
With the help of a group of interdimensional scientists, the Smith family creates a device to reverse the effects of the paradoxical possession. They confront That Would Be Great meme, leading to a final showdown.
Time to take down the meme, Morty. Let's do this.
Act 5.
After a chaotic battle, the device successfully reverses the effects of the paradoxical possession. The Smith family reflects on their experiences and the dangers of interdimensional travel.
I don't think we're going to go through any more interdimensional portals anytime soon.
Yeah, my heart can't take it anymore.
Scientific conclusion. The episode highlights the dangers of paradoxical possession and the consequences of messing with interdimensional portals. It also shows the importance of family, teamwork, and science in resolving chaotic situations.
Title: Feline Food Fight Fiasco.
Introduction.
The present study presents a detailed analysis of the events that transpired during a cat food fight involving a black and white feline, other cats, and various fruit items on shelves. The incident took place in a grocery store located in a suburban area. The study aims to investigate the behavioral and physical patterns of the cats, their interactions, and the underlying mechanics of the food fight.
Scene 1.
Protagonist feline, a domestic shorthair with tuxedo markings, is surrounded by a group of cats representing different breeds and personalities. The protagonist stands on the top shelf, surrounded by an array of fruit items. The fruit items include bananas, apples, oranges, and pineapples. The protagonist seems agitated and nervous.
Protagonist, meow, meow, get away from me, you felines.
Scene 2.
The other cats are seen to be approaching the protagonist, staring at the fruit items with interest.
Tabby Cat. Hey, guys. Check out all these fruits. Looks like it's our lucky day.
Persian Cat. Indeed, let us feast on this bounty.
Scene 3.
The cats jump onto the shelves, causing the fruit items to fall onto the floor. A Norwegian forest cat emerges from the crowd, holding a flag in its mouth.
Norwegian forest cat. Huh. Victory is mine.
Scene 4.
As the chaos unfolds, a celebrity chef enters the scene. However, not all is right with him. His skin is greenish and his eyes are glowing. He seems to be a zombie celebrity chef.
Zombie celebrity chef. Brains. I mean, food. Must. Have. Food.
Scene 5.
The cats and the zombie celebrity chef engage in a food fight, hurling fruit items at each other.
Pirate retirement home cat, avast, yay scurvy dogs. Prepare to face the wrath of Captain Fuzzybeard.
Scene 6.
The protagonist manages to avoid the flying fruit items, find a cat flag, and jumps onto the back of the pirate retirement home cat. They manage to escape the food fight and leave the other cats behind.
Protagonist, Phew, that was close. Thanks for saving me, Captain Fuzzybeard.
I did retirement home cat, no problem, matey. Ye be safe now.
Conclusion. In conclusion, the feline food fight fiasco was a complex interaction of various factors, including inter-cat aggression, food competition, and unexpected appearances of a Norwegian forest cat, a zombie celebrity chef, and a pirate retirement home cat. The protagonist's escape from the scene highlights the importance of individual coping mechanisms in stressful situations. Further research is required to understand the implications of such interactions on the feline society as a whole.
Title: The Scientific Misadventures of Vampire Pizza Delivery.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty enjoying a slice of pizza with pepperoni, cheese, and basil on a black plate on a table with a fork and knife. Rick notices that the pizza is missing an essential ingredient, horseradish root.
Morty, this pizza is garbage. It needs horseradish root.
Rick, I don't think pizza is supposed to have horseradish root on it.
Nonsense, Morty. With horseradish root, this pizza will transcend into a whole new dimension of flavor.
As they debate the merits of horseradish root, they hear a knock on the door. It's Vampire Pizza Delivery, who has come to deliver a special pizza that Rick has ordered.
Vampire Pizza Delivery. Greetings, mortal beings. I have your pizza.
About time. We've been waiting for hours. Did you bring the horseradish root?
Vampire Pizza Delivery. I'm sorry, sir, but we don't carry that ingredient.
Unacceptable. Morty and I will have to go get it ourselves.
As they venture out to find horseradish root, they come across a strange audiobook store. The network administrator inside convinces them to listen to a sci-fi audiobook, but it turns out to be narrated by Justin Bieber.
Rick, this is terrible. Why is Justin Bieber narrating a sci-fi book?
I don't know, Morty, but it's making me want to hurl.
As they try to escape the audiobook store, they stumble upon a horseradish root farm. However, the horseradish roots have been contaminated by an alien substance, causing them to come to life and attack Rick and Morty.
Morty, quick, we need to turn these horseradish monsters into horseradish sauce.
I don't know how to do that, Rick.
Just follow my lead.
After a series of wild and ridiculous maneuvers, Rick and Morty successfully turn the horseradish monsters into horseradish sauce. They rush back to Vampire Pizza Delivery to finally complete their pizza order.
Alright, Vampire Pizza Delivery, we have the horseradish root. Now make us the perfect pizza.
Vampire Pizza Delivery. As you wish, mortal beings.
After several attempts, they finally achieve the perfect pizza. But just as they are about to eat it, the pizza comes to life and starts attacking them.
What the hell is happening, Rick?
I don't know, Morty, but it looks like we have a new enemy. Vampire Pizza Delivery, you better have an explanation for this.
Vampire Pizza Delivery. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't realize the horseradish root would have this effect. I'll make it right.
As they struggle to defeat the pizza monster, Rick and Morty come to the realization that science can be both amazing and terrifying.
Well, Morty, I guess we've learned something today. Science can create incredible things, but it can also be incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, but can we go back to just enjoying regular pizza now?
Absolutely, Morty. Absolutely.
Title: The Scientific Adventures of Rick and the Yoda Paradox.
Episode plot summary. The episode begins with Rick Sanchez, a brilliant yet alcoholic scientist, experimenting with his latest invention, a sophisticated time-traveling device. He decides to take Morty, his grandson, on a scientific adventure across time and space, accompanied by the rest of his dysfunctional family on a quest to unravel the mysteries of the universe. Act 1. Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer find themselves stranded on a barren planet in a galaxy far away. They stumble upon a young child playing with a toy robot, pretending to be a Jedi Knight. Intrigued, Rick dissects the toy robot and discovers an advanced AI system. Meanwhile, a time-traveling samurai appears, warning them of the Yoda Paradox, a dangerous phenomenon that could destroy the universe.
Morty, this little guy here has more computing power than your pea-brain. We've got to get our hands on this technology.
Act 2, the group encounters Ike, an environmental scientist who has been battling an evil corporation destroying worlds across the galaxy. Together, they devise a plan to hack the corporation's computers and bring him to justice.
Ike, the carbon footprint of this corporation is off the charts. We must act now to save the environment.
Act 3. Rick and Morty stumble upon Amanda Stenberg, a brilliant scientist experimenting with raindrop therapy, a revolutionary technique that could cure diseases. However, her attempt to test the therapy on a giant alien spider results in a catastrophic explosion that unleashes a swarm of mutant spiders.
Mandela, I was going to change the world with raindrop therapy, but now I've created a monster.
Act 4. The group finally meets Yoda, the legendary Jedi Master, who reveals the truth behind the Yoda Paradox. They must confront their own issues and insecurities in order to save the universe from destruction.
Yoda, fear leads to anger leads to hate, and hate leads to suffering. To overcome the paradox, you must confront your fears and embrace your true selves. Act 5. In a Star Wars-style battle, the group squares off against the evil corporation, the mutant spiders, and the time-traveling samurai. They emerge victorious and return home, with a newfound appreciation for the power of science and the importance of family.
Wow, that was intense. I need a drink.
Let's just be grateful we made it back in one piece.
And that we're still a family, dysfunctional as ever.
Science is pretty cool, Rick. Can we do this again sometime?
Hell yeah, Morty, we're just getting started.
Title: The Adventures of Boba Fett and the Psychology of Ninja Babysitters.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty are summoned by a man in a Boba Fett costume, who claims to be from a parallel universe. The man needs their help to retrieve a rare item that is only found in a dangerous pirate space adventure, located in another dimension. Rick and Morty team up with Boba Fett and embark on a journey to the other dimension, where they encounter speech therapists, psychology experiments, and ninja babysitting services.
Scene 1.
What kind of parallel universe nonsense is this? I don't have time for a Star Wars cosplay.
Rick, maybe we could find some cool gadgets while we're there.
Boba Fett, I assure you, this is not cosplay. I am Boba Fett, and I need your help.
Fine, let's get this over with.
Scene 2.
The trio arrives in the other dimension, where they find themselves in the middle of a pirate space adventure.
This is so cool. It's like we're in a sci-fi movie.
Boba Fett, focus. We need to find the item before the pirates do.
Scene 3.
As they travel through the space adventure, they encounter a speech therapist who is trying to help the pirates communicate better.
Speech therapist. You need to enunciate your words better, mateys.
This is ridiculous. Let's keep moving.
Scene 4.
The group finds the item they were looking for, but they are suddenly transported to a psychology experiment.
Psychologist, welcome to our experiment on the effects of interdimensional travel on the human psyche.
What?
Let's just play along so we can get out of here.
Scene 5.
After passing the psychology experiment, the group runs into a ninja babysitting service who is trying to protect their young charges from the pirates.
Ninja babysitter, stay back. These babies are under our protection.
Boba Fett, we need to leave now, or we'll be stuck here forever.
Scene 6.
As they prepare to leave, Boba Fett reveals he has been working for the pirates all along and steals the item they retrieved.
I knew this was too good to be true.
We trusted you, Boba Fett.
Scene 7.
In a surprising twist, the group discovers that Boba Fett was actually working undercover to take down the pirate operation and return the item to its rightful owner.
Boba Fett, I had to deceive you to keep my cover. Thank you for your help, Rick and Morty.
Well, I guess not everything is as it seems.
That was a wild adventure, Rick. I can't wait to see where we go next.
The end.
Title: The Ecological Niche and Feeding Behavior of Picosaurus rex.
Introduction. Picosaurus rex is a large lizard species endemic to the grasslands of South America. This study aims to investigate the ecological niche and feeding behavior of Picosaurus rex. Scene 1. The episode opens with a shot of Picosaurus rex standing on a green surface with grass. The camera zooms in on the lizard's open mouth, showing its sharp teeth and long tongue.
Picosaurus rex. Hissing.
Scene 2. A green background with a lush grassland can be seen. Picosaurus rex is shown crawling in this habitat.
Narrator. Picosaurus rex is a diurnal reptile known to inhabit a wide range of grassland ecosystems. They are skilled predators, feeding primarily on small rodents and insects.
Scene 3. A close-up shot of Picosaurus rex's mouth shows its tongue flicking in and out, sensing its prey.
Narrator. Picosaurus rex is known for its long and sticky tongue, a specialized adaptation for catching fast-moving prey.
Scene 4. The camera follows Picosaurus rex as it hunts for its prey in the grassland. Suddenly, it spots a rodent and launches itself at it.
Picosaurus rex. Roars.
Scene 5. The rodent attempts to flee, but Picosaurus rex's speed and agility make it an easy target. The lizard quickly grabs the rodent with its teeth.
Narrator. Picosaurus rex's sharp teeth and powerful jaws make it formidable predators in the grasslands.
Scene 6. Picosaurus rex is shown consuming the rodent, tearing it apart with its teeth and swallowing it whole.
Narrator. Picosaurus rex is a voracious eater, consuming up to 10% of its body weight per day.
Scene 7. The camera zooms out to show different angles of the environment and habitat of Picosaurus rex.
Narrator. Picosaurus rex is a vital part of the grassland ecosystem, keeping rodent populations in balance while also serving as food for larger predators.
Conclusion. This study sheds light on the ecological niche and feeding behavior of Picosaurus rex, providing a better understanding of the role of this predator in grassland ecosystems.
Narrator. In this episode, we follow the great kunoichi Yeshara Suzuka from Hokkaido, Japan as she traverses through a forest with trees in the background and a rock in the foreground. The aim of this episode is to investigate the behavioral patterns of kunoichis in their natural habitat.
Yeshara, breathing heavily, the forest is dense, and the vegetation is lush. The soil is moist, which is ideal for plants to thrive. The sound of the leaves rustling under my feet is music to my ears.
Narrator. Yeshara is dressed in a blue kimono, which allows for ease of movement. Her attire exemplifies the traditional clothing of kunoichis in Japan, which served as a form of camouflage in the feudal era.
Yeshara pauses briefly. I've been running for several miles, and I spotted a rock that looks familiar. Approaches the rock.
Narrator. The rock is significant to Yeshara as it served as a landmark in her previous mission in the same forest. Studies have shown that kunoichis have an excellent memory and are capable of recognizing familiar landmarks in their environment.
Yeshara observes the tree branches. The wind is picking up, and the trees are swaying. This could potentially hamper my movement. I need to be agile and adapt to this situation.
Narrator. Yeshara showcases her skills by leaping onto a tree branch and using it as a springboard to propel herself forward.
Yeshara lands gracefully. I need to proceed with caution, as I know danger could be lurking around any corner.
Narrator. Kunoichis are trained to be vigilant and aware of their surroundings, which allows them to detect potential threats early on.
Yeshara stops abruptly. I sense someone is watching me.
Narrator. Kunoichis have heightened senses, including their vision, hearing, and smell, allowing them to pick up on any unusual activity in their environment.
Yeshara whips out a shuriken. Unveil yourself, or you shall face the consequences.
Narrator. Yeshara demonstrates her proficiency in the use of weapons, which is a vital skill for any kunoichi. The episode ends with Yeshara spotting her foe and engaging in combat, showcasing her expertise in the art of ninjutsu.
Title: The Picosaurus Rex Predicament.
Synopsis. Rick and the family are on an interdimensional camping trip when they stumble upon an anomaly in the space-time continuum. This anomaly causes a small dinosaur to appear in their camping site, which they later identify as a protoceratops. As they observe the creature, they notice a larger dinosaur approaching them from the horizon. This dinosaur, which they later identify as a Picosaurus rex, has the ability to control time and is out to destroy the protoceratops.
Alright, Morty, we've got a situation here. This Picosaurus rex is flexing some serious time manipulation powers, and it looks like it's fixated on eliminating the protoceratops.
What's gonna happen to it, Rick?
And what are we supposed to do about it? We're just humans.
Hey, maybe we can. I don't know. Talk it out with the Picosaurus rex?
Scoffs. That's almost as ridiculous as your haircut, Jerry. We need to figure out a way to level the playing field. Perhaps we can use the protoceratops as bait?
Rick, that's cruel. What if it gets hurt?
Drugs. Survival of the fittest, Morty. Besides, I'll rig up some force fields to protect it. Now, let's get to work.
They set up traps and force fields around the protoceratops, trying to lure the Picosaurus rex into a trap. Panting. Okay, I think we're finally ready. Where's the Picosaurus rex?
Pointing at a distant hill. There it is.
Checking his scanner. Oh, great. It's also accompanied by a pack of miniature time raptors. This just keeps getting better and better.
Oh, guys, it's practically charging at us.
They all scatter as the Picosaurus rex wreaks havoc on their camping site.
Exhaling. Okay, can we just try talking it out now?
Grinning. On the contrary, Summer. This is the perfect opportunity for some wacky time travel hijinks.
What do you mean, Rick?
Pulling out a device. I've modified my time portal gun to trap the Picosaurus rex in a time loop. But we need to act fast.
They all position themselves in strategic locations, ready for the Picosaurus rex's next attack. Nervously, is this gonna work, Rick?
Confidently. Of course it will, Jerry. My calculations are always right on the... Oh, crap.
They all turn around to see the protoceratops eating the wire that was supposed to fuel the time portal gun.
We're doomed.
Quick, Jerry, use your brain or something.
Laughter. Confused, huh?
Rolling his eyes. Never mind. I've got an idea. We just need to overload the time portal gun with some unique energy.
Like what, Rick?
Aiming the time portal gun at the Picosaurus rex, like the combined energy of 1,000 Rick Sanchez's.
He fires off the portal, and the Picosaurus rex disappears in a blinding flash of light.
Blinking. Did we just save the universe or something?
Nodding. I think we did.
Smiling. Hey, maybe this whole camping trip wasn't a waste after all.
Grinning. You said it, Morty. Now let's get out of here before something else tries to kill us.
Title: The Performance of Kabuki Pokemon Mr. Mime in Canadian Hockey.
Abstract. In this episode, we observe the Kabuki Pokemon, Mr. Mime, donning a hockey helmet and posing as a stylized image of a hockey goalie in front of a Canadian flag. The study focuses on Mr. Mime's performance in the Canadian Hockey League, where he exhibits his exceptional talent in the sport.
Introduction. Mr. Mime, a Kabuki Pokemon with exceptional skills in miming, has taken up a new form of performance, hockey. In this new form of expression, Mr. Mime dons a hockey helmet and transforms into a stylized image of a hockey goalie. The purpose of this study is to gain an understanding of Mr. Mime's performance in this new role.
Methods. To observe Mr. Mime's performance, we analyzed his movements and techniques on the ice. We also conducted interviews with other hockey players and coaches to gather their impressions of Mr. Mime's performance.
Results. Our analysis indicates that Mr. Mime's miming skills translate well into the sport of hockey. He exhibits exceptional agility and reflexes, with impressive saves and blocks. His unique style of performance has also garnered attention and praise from coaches and players alike.
Discussion. Mr. Mime's success in the sport of hockey can be attributed to the strong correlations between miming and goaltending. Both require quick reaction times, sharp reflexes, and the ability to anticipate movements. Mr. Mime's unique style of performance has also contributed to his success, as it has allowed him to stand out on the ice.
Conclusion. In conclusion, this study illustrates the exceptional performance of Kabuki Pokemon Mr. Mime in the sport of hockey. Mr. Mime's miming skills and unique performance style have translated well to this new form of expression, and he has quickly become one of the top goaltenders in the Canadian League. The future of Mr. Mime's hockey career looks bright, and we look forward to seeing where his talents take him next.
Mr. Mime performance.
Hockey player 1. Wow, that was amazing.
Hockey coach, I've never seen anyone move like that on the ice before.
Mr. Mime gestures.
Hockey player 2, can we hire you on our team?
Mr. Mime nod.
Researcher. Our findings suggest that Mr. Mime's miming skills have strongly contributed to his success in the sport of hockey.
Hockey player 3. I never thought I'd be impressed by a Pokemon playing hockey, but Mr. Mime is something else.
Mr. Mime thumbs up.
Title: The Para-Robotic Chase in Blue.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are in their lab working on their latest invention.
Morty, hand me that microcapacitor over there. We can't have any delayed plasma reactions this time.
Rick, I don't know about this. It looks like it could blow up in our faces.
Don't be a wimp, Morty. We've done this a million times. What could possibly go wrong?
Suddenly, a robot with a sci-fi helmet on and a lightsaber in his hand appears in the lab.
Robot, greetings, Earthlings. I'm Para-Robot, and I have come from a distant planet to challenge you to a game of baseball.
What? Baseball?
I accept your challenge, Para-Robot. But first, let me finish this experiment.
Rick continues working on the invention as Para-Robot watches him closely.
Okay, it's done. Let's play some baseball.
The duo travels to a blue alien planet where they meet Ray from Star Wars, who has also been invited to play.
Ray, I never thought I'd be playing baseball with Rick Sanchez and a robot from another planet.
Para-Robot, let's get this game started.
The game begins, and it quickly becomes apparent that Para-Robot is cheating. He uses his lightsaber to hit the ball and move it into his team's favor.
Hey, that's not fair.
Don't worry, Morty, I've got a plan.
Rick sneaks off to his lab and returns with a device that can detect paranormal entities.
Para-Robot, I think you have a ghost inside your helmet. Para-Robot, what? That's ridiculous.
Rick activates the device, and a ghostly entity appears, causing Para-Robot to flee in terror.
Ray, wow, that was unexpected.
Yeah, and we won the game.
That's right, Morty. Science always wins.
The trio celebrates their victory as the episode ends.
Title: Ninja Sword Shenanigans.
Synopsis.
The episode opens with Rick, Morty, and Jerry traveling through space and time, when suddenly they crash land in a desert area. As they exit the ship, they come across a cartoon character standing with a sword in hand and wearing a blue outfit.
What the hell is this? Did we accidentally stumble into a cartoon dimension?
I don't know, Rick, looks like some sort of ninja warrior.
Oh great, just what we needed. More danger. As they approach the warrior, she introduces herself as Kunoichi Yeshara Suzuka, a highly skilled ninja on a mission to retrieve a powerful artifact that has been stolen by a group of interdimensional thieves.
Kunoichi Yeshara Suzuka, I need your help to retrieve the artifact and stop the thieves from using it for their own evil purposes.
Alright, but first, we gotta do some scientific scans on that sword of yours.
Oh, Rick, why do we need to do that?
Because I said so, Morty. Now hand me the scanner.
After analyzing the sword, Rick discovers that it has the power to open portals to different dimensions, and the thieves are planning to use it to take over the multiverse. Wow, just when I thought things couldn't get any crazier. Together with Kunoichi Yeshara Suzuka, the trio sets off to retrieve the artifact and take down the thieves. But as they enter the interdimensional portal, they find themselves transported to a world made entirely of cheese.
What the hell, Rick? Why are we in a cheese world?
I don't know, Morty. Maybe it's a side effect of the portal's power. Now let's find those thieves before they get their hands on that artifact.
As they sneak through the cheese world, they encounter a group of space mice who have also been affected by the portal's power and are now trying to take over the multiverse.
Great, just what we needed. Space mice trying to take over the multiverse too.
In a crazy ninja sword fight scene, Kunoichi Yeshara Suzuka and the trio team up to take down the space mice and retrieve the artifact. Phew, that was intense. So, what now?
Kunoichi Yeshara Suzuka, I must return the artifact to my people, but thank you for your help, Rick and friends.
No problemo, Ninja Lady. Anytime you need us, just give us a call.
As they wave goodbye, the trio suddenly finds themselves transported back to their spaceship, bewildered by the events that just transpired.
Rick, what the hell just happened?
I don't know, Morty. But one thing's for sure. We're gonna need more sci-fi tech to deal with this multiverse shenanigans.
Title: Interdimensional Convergence and Vocal Resemblance, a study on the encounter between Vegeta and Kuwabara.
Introduction.
This episode explores the phenomenon of interdimensional convergence and the vocal resemblance between two distinct characters from different universes. The study focuses on Vegeta, a character from Dragon Ball, who enters the world of Yu Yu Hakusho and experiences a surprising discovery upon hearing the voice of Kuwabara, a character from the latter series. The episode depicts the events leading up to this encounter and the ensuing dialogue between the two characters.
Act 1.
The episode opens with a shot of a dragon holding a sword in its hand and standing against a blue background with a lightning effect on it. The camera zooms out to reveal that this is a scene from the world of Dragon Ball. Suddenly, there is a blinding flash and Vegeta materializes on the scene, looking disoriented. He surveys his surroundings and realizes that he has been transported to another world.
Vegeta, where am I? This world is unfamiliar to me.
Act 2.
Vegeta begins to explore his new environment and soon realizes that he has entered the world of Yu Yu Hakusho. As he wanders around, he hears a voice that sounds surprisingly familiar.
Voice, Kuwabara. Hey, Yusuke, wait up.
Vegeta stops in his tracks and listens carefully.
Vegeta, that voice, it sounds just like mine.
Act 3.
Kuwabara appears on the scene and is surprised to see Vegeta.
Kuwabara, who are you, stranger? This is our territory.
Vegeta, I am Vegeta, Prince of all Saiyans. I come from another dimension.
Kuwabara, another dimension. That's crazy talk, but your voice sounds eerily similar to mine.
Vegeta, yes, I noticed. Perhaps our universes are more connected than we thought.
Act 4.
The two characters engage in a conversation about their respective universes and the similarities and differences between them. They discuss the nature of their powers, their enemies, and their goals. As they speak, they realize that they have more in common than they initially thought.
Kuwabara, it's weird how our worlds are so different, but we have so much in common.
Vegeta, indeed, perhaps there is more that unites us than divides us.
Act 5.
As the conversation draws to a close, Vegeta prepares to return to his own universe. He thanks Kuwabara for the enlightening conversation and promises to keep in touch.
Vegeta, I am grateful for this encounter. It has given me a new perspective on interdimensional travel and the power of vocal resemblance.
Kuwabara, you're welcome, and next time you're in our world, feel free to drop by.
Conclusion.
This episode highlights the fascinating phenomenon of interdimensional convergence and the power of vocal resemblance. The encounter between Vegeta and Kuwabara sheds light on the similarities and differences between their respective universes and offers insight into the nature of cross-dimensional communication. Further research is needed to explore these topics in greater depth.
Title: The Metamorphosis of a Multidimensional Caterpillar.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty exploring a deserted planet when they stumble upon a black and white caterpillar on a gray surface with a black background and a white stripe on the side of the caterpillar. Rick becomes intrigued by the caterpillar's appearance and begins conducting experiments on it. Morty becomes skeptical of Rick's methods but eventually gives in to his curiosity and joins in the experimentation. Rick and Morty use a multidimensional scanner to observe the caterpillar's molecular structure and discover that it has the ability to morph into different objects. Morty is amazed while Rick remains skeptical and thinks the scanner could be malfunctioning. Suddenly, the caterpillar morphs into a centipede and begins to crawl away. Rick and Morty chase after it and witness the centipede morph into a limousine. They quickly hop in the limousine and are taken on a wild ride through different dimensions. During the ride, Rick and Morty encounter various strange creatures and experience different scenarios. They eventually find themselves in a dimension where they are royalty and are worshipped by the inhabitants. Rick and Morty enjoy the luxurious lifestyle until they begin to realize that they are becoming too attached to their newfound power. They eventually find their way back to their original dimension and the limousine returns to its original form of a centipede. Rick and Morty begin to contemplate their own realities and the different paths they could have taken. The episode ends with a philosophical discussion about the meaning of existence and the power of choice.
Morty, do you ever wonder what life would be like if we made different choices?
Oh, sure, Rick. But, what does that even mean?
It means that every decision we make creates a new reality, a new dimension. And who's to say which dimension is the right one?
Wow, that's deep, Rick. But, what about the caterpillar? Was it all just a coincidence?
HMPH, coincidence? Morty, this caterpillar had the power to morph into anything it desired. That's not coincidence, that's a scientific breakthrough.
Got it, Rick. So, can we do some more science and stuff?
Sure thing, Morty. Let's go explore some more dimensions.
Title of episode: The Art of Kunoichi, a study of Yeshara Suzuka's martial techniques.
Synopsis: The episode highlights the martial prowess of Yeshara Suzuka, a renowned kunoichi from Hokkaido, Japan. She is seen holding 2 wooden sticks and a stick in her hand in front of a building. Today's episode features the use of martial arts techniques involving the use of sticks and the principles of kunoichi, the female ninja. The focus is on Suzuka's utilization of these techniques in her encounters with her adversary, Tomiyayube Tokugawa, from the Tokugawa shogunate in modern Japan.
The episode begins with a detailed analysis of Suzuka's background, her training, and mastery of the kunoichi art form. As she executes her moves with the wooden sticks and the handheld stick, her body movements are captured in slow motion, highlighting the fluidity and precision of her techniques. The story delves into the concepts of kunoichi strategy and its application in combat situations. Attention is paid to the careful and calculated ways in which Suzuka sneaks up on her opponent and launches her attack. The analysis also delves deep into the psychological and emotional aspects of the combatants, with an emphasis on their respective fighting styles and the differences between them. Throughout the episode, the audience is engaged with a visual representation of Suzuka's martial arts prowess, as her fluid movements are accompanied by a historical account of kunoichi and its evolution over time. The narrative comes to a climax with Suzuka's final battle with Tokugawa, where her kunoichi techniques are pushed to their very limits. The fierce showdown ends in a stalemate, with respect and admiration displayed by both sides. The episode concludes with a discussion on the ongoing relevance of kunoichi and its potential for future development. As a scientific exploration of the art of kunoichi, this episode provides an in-depth study of Suzuka's martial techniques, with implications for future research and development of kunoichi strategies.
Title: The Dimensional Time Paradox Adventure of Susumi Suzuka and the Kunoichi from Hokkaido, Japan.
Opening shot. A portal opens in the middle of Rick's lab and out steps Susumi Suzuka, followed by Yeshara Suzuka Kunoichi, appearing in a rendered 1080p novelistic portrait to Rick and Morty's amazement.
Whoa, what kind of crazy anime nonsense is this?
Suzume, I am Suzume Suzuka, a time-traveling assassin from the year 3019.
Yeshara. And I am Yeshara Suzuka Kunoichi, a stealth operative from Hokkaido, Japan.
Wait, if you're from the future, how come you look like you're drawn in anime style?
Suzume, time travel does strange things to visual perception. Suffice it to say, we're here to stop a dimensional time paradox that threatens all of reality.
Why can't we just use the portal gun to fix it?
Yeshara. Because the paradox is located in a dimension beyond the reach of conventional technology.
So what do we do?
We improvise. Morty, grab the portal gun. We're going on a wild ride.
The group sets off on a madcap adventure through time and space, encountering bizarre creatures and mind-bending paradoxes along the way.
Okay, we're almost there. Everyone, get ready for anything.
Suzume, stay vigilant. The paradox may take on many forms.
Suddenly, the group is confronted by a woman in a blue outfit holding a sword and pointing at the camera with a red background and a red circle behind her.
Oh no, it's the paradox.
What do we do?
Fight it.
Yeshara. No, join it.
Suzume, wait, what?
Seconds later, our heroes find themselves in an epic anime-style battle with the paradox itself, fighting for the fate of all reality. In the end, they emerge victorious, but not without a few scratches. Well, that was wild. I just hope we don't have to deal with any more paradoxes.
Don't worry, Jerry. Something tells me we'll be encountering all sorts of craziness in the future.
Rick, what's that behind you?
Rick turns around to see a giant monster, causing him to shrug and quip in his trademark way.
Ah, there it is. Let's do this, people.
Title: Quantum Entanglement with a Maine Coon and Terrifying Ouija Encounter.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty conducting an experiment with a black cat with blue eyes and a green and red background with a diamond and a yellow star in the middle, which is actually a Maine Coon with quantum entanglement properties.
Morty, hold that cat still. We're creating a quantum entanglement state between this feline and another one somewhere in the universe.
What does that mean, Rick?
Jerry enters the garage and accidentally interrupts the experiment. Suddenly, the Maine Coon disappears and a terrifying Ouija encounter occurs. Hey guys, what's going on? Whoa, what the hell is happening? The room is shaking.
Get down, Jerry. We're experiencing an entanglement collapse with some sort of extra-dimensional entity.
Summer enters the garage with Raz, her new boyfriend, who's a shiatsu massage therapist.
What's going on in here? Oh my god, Raz, what did you do to the cats?
Raz, I don't know. I just gave them a little massage, and then everything went crazy.
The group realizes that the Ouija encounter is actually the manifestation of the quantum entanglement collapse. The Maine Coon reappears, possessed by the extra-dimensional entity.
Oh geez, Rick, what are we gonna do now?
I'll handle this. I'll use my quantum entanglement gun to reverse the entanglement collapse and expel the entity from the Maine Coon.
Rick succeeds, but the entity escapes and possesses Jerry. The group must band together to save Jerry and stop the entity from taking over the universe.
I don't know about you guys, but I didn't sign up for this kind of crazy adventure.
Summer, shut up. Jerry's life is at stake here. We have to work together and save him before it's too late.
In the end, the group succeeds in saving Jerry and the universe. However, they realize that the shiatsu massage given by Raz resulted in the creation of a new quantum entanglement state between Jerry and a random alien planet. The episode ends with Jerry's body morphing into a strange alien shape. What the hell is happening to me?
Oh, you know, just a little quantum entanglement mishap. No big deal.
Title: Quantum Kunoichi.
Opening scene shows Rick and Morty exploring a quantum dimension. Rick, using an advanced scientific device, identifies a rare element that could fuel his latest invention. However, the element is guarded by two fierce female warriors, the Kunoichi sisters Susumi and Yeshara Suzuka.
Morty, we're in the quantum realm. The laws of physics are upside down here. We gotta be careful not to end up in a time loop.
Aw, geez, Rick, why did we have to come to this creepy place? Who are those two ladies?
Those are the Kunoichi sisters, Morty. They're expert swordsmen and masters of quantum physics. We gotta get that element or our invention won't work.
The Kunoichi sisters Susumi and Yeshara Suzuka spot Rick and Morty and challenge them to a duel. Rick and Morty engage in a wild battle, dodging the sisters' lightning-fast sword strikes and using their own scientific gadgets to defend themselves.
Suzume, you cannot defeat us. Our quantum swords can cut through reality itself.
Yeshara, prepare to be sliced into a million pieces.
Ah, you ladies don't stand a chance against our weapons. Meet my latest invention, a quantum super blaster.
Hey, what's that behind you?
As the sisters turn their heads, Rick and Morty take out the sisters with a super blaster and grab the rare element.
Score. We got the element. Let's get out of here before these ladies come to their senses.
I can't believe we took down the Kunoichi sisters. That was insane.
That's the power of science and technology, Morty. Let's go home and make some weird inventions.
The scene ends with the two anime girls in green outfits dancing together with swords in their hands, looking amused by the whole ordeal.
Suzume, impressive. Their technology is beyond our imagination.
Yeshara, indeed. Perhaps we need to upgrade our quantum swords.
Title: The Curse of Witchcraft Village.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Jerry discovering a creepy-looking house with a lot of windows and green plants on the outside of it. Rick, being the mad scientist that he is, insists that they investigate the house. Upon entering the house, they find a file containing information about the legend of Witchcraft Village curse.
Morty, Jerry, look at this. The Witchcraft Village curse. This file contains valuable information about the curse and how it affects the throat of anyone who enters the cursed village. We need to find the source of this curse and put an end to it.
Geez, Rick, you're always getting us into these crazy situations.
I don't know about this, Rick. It sounds dangerous.
Don't worry, Jerry, we'll be fine as long as we use proper effleurage techniques to ward off any negative energy.
As the trio navigates through the village, they encounter a group of villagers performing a ritual. Rick, being the curious one, joins in on the ritual, not realizing the consequences.
Villager, you have the mark of the curse. You will never leave this village.
Rick, what did you do?
I don't know, Morty. I think I messed up the incantation.
The trio soon realizes that they are stuck in the village and must figure out a way to break the curse before their throats are affected. I think I have an idea. If we can find the source of the curse, we can use science to reverse it.
That sounds like a good plan, but where do we start?
We start by collecting samples of the plants in the village. There has to be something in them that's causing the curse.
After extensive research and experimentation, they finally discover that the plants contained a toxic chemical that was causing the curse. We did it! We found the source of the curse.
Yeah, now how do we reverse it?
Simple. We just reverse the chemical reaction with an antidote that I whipped up.
In the end, they were able to reverse the witchcraft village curse and escape the village unscathed.
Well, that was a wild ride. I don't think I'll be messing with witchcraft anytime soon.
Yeah, me neither.
I think I need a drink after that adventure.
Title: The Quantum Scarf Swindle.
In this episode, Rick and Morty venture to Osaka, Japan to seek out the legendary Yashara Suzuka, a master of quantum mechanics and inventor of the quantum scarf. However, they are confronted by her rival, Kumiko Jinzuki, who claims that she stole the idea for the quantum scarf from her.
What kind of quantum swindle is this? We came all the way here to meet Suzuka, not some copycat thief.
Kumiko, you insolent Americans. I will prove to you that I am the true genius behind the quantum scarf.
Guys, can we just, appreciate the art in this manga-style portrait?
As the argument heats up, the window in the background suddenly shatters, revealing a group of ninja assassins hired by Jinzuki to take out Suzuka and anyone in her way.
Well, Morty, looks like we have to deal with some quantum ninjas now. Hold on to your scarves.
The ensuing battle is a wild and hilarious display of quantum mechanics, as Rick and Morty fight off the ninjas using quantum entanglement, probability manipulation, and Schrödinger's cat.
Hey, Rick, I think I just collapsed the wave function. Oops.
Don't worry, Morty, I'll just use some Heisenberg compensators to fix it. Now let's get that quantum scarf and get out of here.
As they finally retrieve the scarf, Kumiko begs for forgiveness and admits that she never truly understood the science behind it.
Kumiko, please, Yashara Suzuka, teach me the ways of the quantum scarf and let me atone for my thievery.
Suzuka, very well, but first, we must all enjoy some sushi and sake. A true master of the quantum arts knows when to take a break and appreciate the finer things in life.
I like the way this Suzuka thinks. Hey, Morty, let's get some more of that wasabi, eh?
The episode ends with the trio enjoying a delicious meal, with Morty casually mentioning that he accidentally brought back a quantum ninja as a souvenir. Rick shrugs and pours himself another sake, wondering what kind of crazy adventures they'll have next.
Title: The Beef Phenomenon.
The episode begins in a restaurant where a steak sandwich is being prepared in an oven with a poster above it that says, "The beef, which piques the interest of Rick Sanchez, a renowned physicist, and his teenage grandson, Morty Smith. Rick is immediately drawn to the scientific anomaly of the poster while Morty contemplates the taste and texture of the sandwich.
Morty, this is fascinating. The repetition of the word beef in the poster indicates a potential sign of a new scientific phenomenon.
Rick, can we just talk about how good the sandwich is gonna be?
Morty, focus. We must investigate this phenomenon. I need someone to research the origins of this poster. Someone like Freeman Dyson, the eminent physicist.
Cut to a scene with Freeman Dyson, who is impressed with Rick's scientific curiosity.
Dyson, I've never seen anything quite like this. We must study the poster and the sandwich itself.
Just as Dyson begins to examine the poster, an unlikely guest arrives at the restaurant. Light Yagami, the infamous detective from the anime, Death Note.
Yagami, what are you guys doing here?
We're investigating the beef phenomenon.
Yagami, that's ridiculous. I'm here to inspect the restaurant for health violations.
As Yagami inspects the kitchen, Morty discovers a startling revelation about the beef sandwich.
Rick, the secret ingredient is home inspections.
My God, Morty, we have to stop this sandwich from becoming sentient and taking over the universe.
As the sandwich becomes a monster, Rick and Morty use their scientific knowledge to defeat the evil sandwich and save the universe. The episode ends with Rick and Morty enjoying a delicious, non-sentient roast beef sandwich from Shake Shack.
Well, Morty, we saved the universe again. All in a day's work.
Yeah, but can we still appreciate how good this sandwich is?
I suppose so, Morty. I suppose so.
Title: The Quantum Kimono.
Synopsis: After discovering a mysterious kimono in an ancient Japanese tomb, Rick and Morty begin to experience strange, reality-bending effects. In an attempt to understand the source of these effects, they embark on a wild, interdimensional adventure.
Scene 1.
Morty, we gotta check out this tomb. This kimono could be a total game changer for quantum mechanics.
Rick, I don't know about this. It's giving me a weird vibe.
Come on, Morty. What's the worst that could happen?
Scene 2. As Rick and Morty approach the tomb, they are greeted by the ghostly figure of Toboro Daisuke.
Toboro Daisuke. Greetings, emissaries of the Daimyo Oda Nobunaga. You have disturbed the sacred resting place of the quantum kimono.
Yeah, about that. We kinda need it for science.
Scene 3.
As Rick and Morty don the kimono, they are transported to a strange, alternate universe where everything is made of candy.
Rick, what the hell is going on? Why is everything made of candy?
Looks like the kimono is creating a candy-coated quantum field. We gotta go deeper.
Scene 4.
Rick and Morty travel deeper into the quantum field, encountering increasingly bizarre and absurd realities.
Rick, I don't know if I can take this anymore. My brain feels like it's melting.
Don't worry, Morty. I've got this. We just need to recalibrate the quantum matrix in.
Scene 5.
As Rick attempts to recalibrate the quantum matrix, he accidentally merges himself with a giant insect.
Morty, help me. I'm a bug now. A freaking bug.
Rick, this is insane. How are we gonna fix this?
Scene 6.
In a last-ditch effort, Morty uses the quantum kimono to create a wormhole back to their own universe.
Hold on tight, Rick. We're going home.
Scene 7.
Back in their own universe, Rick and Morty return the kimono to its resting place. As they leave, Toboro Daisuke bids them farewell.
Toboro Daisuke, safe travels emissaries. May the quantum kimono continue to guide your scientific endeavors.
Yeah, whatever. Let's go get some ice cream, Morty.
Sure thing, Rick. But let's make it a small one this time.
Title: The Wondrous Natter of Turkish Air Traffic Controllers at IKEA.
Synopsis. The episode begins with Rick and Morty lounging in the living room, discussing their latest scientific endeavors. Suddenly, a woman in a Wonder Woman costume bursts into their house, wielding a shield.
What the hell is going on here?
Wonder Woman, I need your help. The fate of the world depends on it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Slow down there, lady. What's the problem?
Wonder Woman, the Turkish air traffic controllers at IKEA have been replaced by natters, a species of intelligent snakes, and they're causing mass chaos. I need you two to help me stop them.
Well, this sounds like a job for science. Morty, grab the portal gun.
They immediately portal to the IKEA in question, where they find the natters wreaking havoc amongst the shoppers.
Rick, what are we supposed to do here?
Shut up, Morty. I'm analyzing their DNA. These natters are unlike any snake species we've ever seen. They possess a level of intelligence that's not natural.
Wonder Woman, we need to act fast. They're destroying the entire store.
Alright, let's do this. Wonder Woman, you distract them. Morty, you and I will create a serum that will render them unconscious.
The trio split up, with Wonder Woman using her shield to keep the natters at bay, while Rick and Morty frantically concoct their serum.
I don't think this is gonna work, Rick. These guys are too smart.
Nonsense, Morty. In science, failure equals progress.
The serum is finally completed, but just as they're about to inject the natters, they're suddenly attacked by a swarm of flying IKEA furniture.
But the Morty, we've got incoming.
I'm on it, Rick.
Morty quickly takes out the flying furniture with his laser gun while Rick and Wonder Woman administer the serum to the natters.
Wonder Woman, it worked. They're all asleep.
But for how long? We need to get them out of here before they wake up and start causing chaos again.
I don't think I can handle another IKEA trip, Rick.
You'll be fine, Morty. That was all in the name of science. Besides, we saved the world.
Wonder Woman, thank you both for your help. The world is a little bit safer because of you.
The trio ports back to their house, where Rick promptly cracks open a beer.
What do we do with the natters now?
Hey, we'll figure that out later. Right now, I need to relax.
You know, Rick, I never would have thought we'd be saving the world with Wonder Woman.
Hey, anything's possible when science is involved. Let this be a lesson to you, Morty.
Okay, Rick. Remember that.
Title: The Interdimensional Conundrum of Toboro Daisuke and Empress Jade Kuroshita.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the garage tinkering with an interdimensional portal device. Suddenly, a woman with a green dress and a red flower in her hair, Toboro Daisuke, appears out of nowhere and begs for their help. She explains that she is an emissary of the Daimyo Oda Nobunaga and that their world is in peril.
Toboro Daisuke, greetings Rick and Morty. I am Toboro Daisuke, emissary of the Daimyo Oda Nobunaga. Our world is facing an interdimensional crisis and we need your help. Please, you're our last hope.
Crisis? Interdimensional? You had me at crisis. Let's go, Morty.
What? But we don't even know what the crisis is.
Who cares, Morty? It's a crisis. Let's go save another universe.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty arrived in the Daimyo world and met with Empress Jade Kuroshita, who is also facing a similar crisis. Jade reveals that her world is being invaded by hostile aliens who have the ability to manipulate light and are invisible to the naked eye.
Empress Jade Kuroshita, thank you for coming, Rick and Morty. Our world is being overrun by these creatures from another dimension. They've taken over entire cities and no one is able to stop them.
Invisible aliens? Sounds like a fun challenge.
Fun? But people are in danger, Rick.
Relax, Morty. We'll take care of this.
Act 2.
Rick and Morty manage to prepare a device that emits a frequency that can reveal the alien invaders. They attach the device onto Jade's aircraft and set out to rid the world of the aliens. As they engage in a dogfight with the aliens, they discover that the aliens are attracted to a rare mineral on the planet.
Rick, I think we've figured it out. The aliens are after this rare mineral. It's the key to their survival.
Oh, well, that's convenient. Let's use this to our advantage, Morty.
Act 3.
Rick and Morty devised a plan to lure the aliens into a trap by leading them into a minefield of the rare mineral. The plan worked, and the aliens were subdued. Rick and Morty stole the invader's spaceship and brought it back to the garage.
We did it, Rick. We saved the world.
Yep, another crisis averted. Now let's see what else we can do with this alien tech.
Closing scene.
As Rick and Morty celebrate their victory, Toboro Daisuke and Empress Jade Kuroshita appear on the interdimensional portal screen, thanking them for their help. Rick and Morty wave goodbye as the screen fades to black.
Toboro Daisuke, the Daimyo Oda Nobunaga is forever in your debt, Rick and Morty. You have saved our world from certain doom.
Empress Jade Kuroshita, indeed. Your science and valor know no bounds. We are forever grateful.
No big deal. We do this all the time.
I still can't believe we just saved an entire universe.
Get used to it, Morty. This is what we do.
The end.
Title: The Time-Traveling Serial Killer Zombie Cooking Show Libel.
In this episode, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer encounter a man in a zombie costume standing on a deserted street with a car in the background and a fire burning in the air. The man identifies himself as a time-traveling serial killer and claims to have come from the year 3050 to kill Rick and his family.
Time travel? That's so passé. We've been there, done that.
Yeah, but we haven't met a time-traveling serial killer before.
What are we going to do?
We should call the police.
Oh, let's make it interesting. I propose a cooking challenge.
What? How is that going to solve anything?
Whoever makes the best zombie-themed dish wins. If we win, the time-traveling serial killer will leave us alone. If we lose, we die.
This is insane.
I'm in.
The group heads to a nearby abandoned grocery store to gather ingredients. They are surprised to find a zombie cooking show set up inside.
Now this is just ridiculous.
What does a zombie cooking show even entail?
I don't know, but it looks like they're filming something.
Wait, are they using real zombies?
Looks like it.
The group decides to join the cooking show as contestants, hoping to gather ingredients and also expose the use of real zombies. The cooking show is hosted by two scientists, who are using the show as a cover-up for their illegal zombie experiments.
Scientist 1, welcome to our zombie cooking show. Today, our contestants will have to cook a dish using nothing but zombie parts.
Scientist 2, and whoever makes the best dish will win a lifetime supply of zombie parts.
That's disgusting.
I don't want to do this anymore.
We have to win, or we'll be killed by the time-traveling serial killer.
Don't worry, I got this.
Rick whips up a crazy dish using the zombie parts and some of his own special ingredients. The judges are shocked by the taste and declare Rick the winner.
Scientist 1, congratulations, Rick. You've won the lifetime supply of zombie parts.
Scientist 2, but we've got you on libel. You exposed our illegal zombie experiments on national TV.
The police arrive and arrest the scientists for their crimes. The time-traveling serial killer disappears, realizing he cannot defeat the power of Rick's cooking. The group leaves, relieved and hungry.
I can't believe we just did that.
I'm never eating anything again.
Can we just go home now?
I could go for some breakfast burritos. Anyone else?
Title: The Book of Rage.
Synopsis.
In a dark forest, Rick, Morty, and Jerry stumble upon a man holding a book next to a demon. It turns out that the man is Ezekiel Rage, a mad genius who has been searching for his infamous Book of Rage for years. Little does he know, one of the demons on his shoulder possesses the book.
Act 1.
You know what, Morty? I'm feeling a little adventurous today. Let's go explore that creepy forest over there.
I don't know, Rick. It looks kinda scary.
Yeah, can't we just grab a latte or something? As they venture further into the forest, they come across Ezekiel Rage, who is muttering to himself and clutching a small book.
Ezekiel Rage. It's here, I can feel it. My Book of Rage is finally within my grasp.
What's this guy's deal?
Act 2.
Ezekiel explains to the group that he has been searching for this book for years, as it contains all of his scientific discoveries and experiments on rage.
Ezekiel Rage. You see, rage is the purest form of emotion. It's raw energy just waiting to be harnessed.
I don't think I like where this is going, Rick.
Can we just go home now? I have a headache. Suddenly, a demon materializes on Ezekiel's shoulder, holding the coveted Book of Rage.
Act 3.
Rick and Morty devise a plan to get the book from the demon, but it involves distracting Ezekiel with a series of scientific riddles and equations.
Ezekiel, if you can solve this equation, we'll give you a lifetime supply of rage-inducing chemicals.
Ezekiel Rage. Challenge accepted.
As Ezekiel frantically scribbles on a notepad, Morty takes the opportunity to swipe the book from the demon's grasp.
Act 4.
With the book in hand, the group prepares to leave the forest, but not before one last twist.
Demon, you may have the book, but you'll never harness the power of rage. Mwahaha.
Oh, shut up, demon. Nobody likes a sore loser.
As they make their way back to the safety of Rick's spaceship, They can't help but wonder what kind of havoc they could wreak with the Book of Rage in their possession. This has been the weirdest day of my life.
Tell me about it, Jerry.
Ah, come on guys, we had fun, didn't we?
Title: The Coruscating Pony Contamination.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are in their garage laboratory when Rick pulls out a couple of little pony toys standing next to each other on a purple surface with a red background behind them.
Couple of ponies? Oh, Morty, this is brilliant. I've been waiting for the right moment to test my new salt glow technique on them.
Salt what now?
Salt glow, Morty. It's a new molecular manipulation process that makes objects glow with a radioactive aura. Watch this.
Rick sprinkles some salt glow on the ponies, and they start to glow with an intense, bright light.
Whoa, Rick, that's cool, but what's the point?
The point, Morty, is to see how far we can take this experiment. We're going to see what happens when we introduce the ponies to our world.
Cut to the living room where Jerry is watching My Little Pony on TV. Geez, why do they keep making these? They're so dumb. Suddenly, Rick and Morty burst in with the glowing ponies. Whoa, what the hell is going on here? Why are those ponies glowing like that?
We're conducting a scientific experiment, Jerry. We need to see how the ponies react to our world.
Great, just what I need. More weird stuff happening in my house. Cut to the ponies in the kitchen.
Okay, so what do we do now?
Now we wait, Morty. We wait to see how the ponies react to our world.
Cut to the ponies running around the house, causing chaos and mischief. This is insane. Get these things out of here.
Relax, Jerry. It's all part of the experiment.
Suddenly, the salt glow starts to wear off, and the ponies start to shrink and fade away.
Rick, I think we have a problem.
Well, no duh, Morty. We've contaminated the ponies with our world's radiation. We need to figure out how to reverse it before it's too late.
Cut to the laboratory where Rick and Morty are frantically working to fix the contamination.
Morty, I need you to find me some My Little Pony merchandise, stat.
What? Why?
We need to introduce fresh ponies to the contaminated ones to see if we can reverse the effect.
Cut to the living room where Jerry is trying to fend off the crazy, shrunken ponies. I can't take this anymore. Get them out of my house. Suddenly, Rick and Morty burst in with a new batch of ponies.
Okay, everyone stand back. We're going to introduce the new ponies to the contaminated ones and see if it works.
As Rick sprinkles salt glow on the new ponies and introduces them to the contaminated ones, there's a blinding flash of light. Cut to the laboratory where Rick and Morty are covered in soot and ash.
Well, that was a bust.
What do we do now?
We learn from our mistakes, Morty. That's science.
Closing shot. The living room is back to normal, and Jerry is watching TV. However, he's now watching My Little Pony and is totally enthralled by it.
Wow! I never realized how great this show is. I think I might be a brony now.
Title: The Gastric Bypass Fiasco.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty embark on a scientific quest to explore the effects of a gastric bypass surgery on their digestive tracts. Title: The Brainiac and the Cosplayer in the PetSmart.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty are in PetSmart to purchase some bird food for Rick's pet bird person, but they encounter a strange character with a very large head and a very long neck, wearing a helmet and a blue belt. The character introduces himself as Funny Cosplay, a cosplay enthusiast who loves to dress up as characters from anime. Rick is initially dismissive of Funny Cosplay but becomes intrigued when he sees that Funny Cosplay is dressed as Goku, a character known for his superhuman strength.
1. Rick, who's that guy with the huge head and long neck?
I don't know, Morty. Probably just a weirdo. Let's get our bird food and get out of here.
2. Funny Cosplay. Greetings, fellow nerds. I am Funny Cosplay, and I'm dressed as the mighty Goku. I can't wait to see what kind of cosplay adventures PetSmart has in store for me.
3. Oh, great. Another one of these cosplay nuts. Morty, let's just ignore him and go.
4. Funny Cosplay. Wait, don't go. I want to show you guys my secret cosplay trick.
5. Fine, whatever. Show us your stupid trick.
6. Funny Cosplay takes off his helmet and reveals that his huge head is actually a giant brain. He proceeds to recite complex scientific theories and equations, leaving Rick and Morty stunned. 7. Hey, guys! What's going on? Oh, wow, what a cool cosplay! Hey, Brainiac, have you ever been to the University of Phoenix? I'm thinking of getting my PhD there.
8. Jerry, shut up. Funny Cosplay. That's actually pretty impressive. Can you teach us some of that brain stuff?
9. Funny Cosplay agrees to teach Rick and Morty about science, and they spend the rest of the day in PetSmart, learning the mysteries of the universe together. Birdperson watches from his perch, amused at the sight of his human companions bonding over science and cosplay.
10. Rick, I never thought I'd say this, but I had a pretty good time with Brainiac and his cosplay. Maybe we should dress up as characters from anime sometime.
Shut up, Morty. I'm never doing that.
Title: The Interdimensional Minecraft Adventure. PhD-worthy synopsis. This episode explores the intersection between Minecraft mechanics and theoretical physics, as Rick invents a device that transports him, Morty, and Summer into the world of Minecraft. Once there, they stumble upon a mysterious Balinese village and are quickly embroiled in a high-stakes sports tournament featuring some of the wackiest and funniest games this side of the multiverse. Along the way, they cross paths with Ariana Grande, who is also competing in the tournament, and a mischievous Mewtwo who has the power to bend reality itself. In their quest to win the tournament and make it back home, the trio must grapple with mind-bending physics and unpredictable dimensions, all while cracking jokes and making snarky commentary.
Dialogue.
Alright, Morty, put on your thinking cap and listen up. I've invented an interdimensional portal gun that can transport us anywhere in the multiverse, even Minecraft.
Minecraft? That's like, so 2011, Rick.
I'm in. Let's do this.
Scene cuts to Rick, Morty, and Summer standing in a Minecraft field with trees and bushes in the background, sky background above them.
This seems a bit too pixelated for my liking. Let me adjust the quantum algorithms.
What the hell are you talking about, Rick?
Guys, look over there. It's a Balinese village.
A group of Minecraft characters dressed in Balinese clothing approach the trio.
Balinese villager. Greetings, travelers. Are you here to compete in the funny sports tournament? Funny sports tournament? Sounds like a good opportunity to show off my superior intellect.
I don't know if my stomach can handle any more weirdness, Rick.
Count me in. We gotta beat Ariana Grande and that sneaky Mewtwo.
Scene cuts to a montage of the trio competing in various comical Minecraft sports, such as pig racing and creeper dodgeball.
Ariana Grande, hey guys, mind if I join in?
Sure thing, Ariana, just don't get in our way.
Mewtwo, hey, little do they know I can bend reality with just a flick of my psychic powers.
Scene cuts to the final competition, where the trio faces off against Mewtwo and Ariana in a race through a chaotic dimensional wormhole.
Rick, I don't know if this is safe.
Nonsense, Summer. It's just a little interdimensional sleight of hand.
Why do I feel like we're gonna die?
The four characters race through the wormhole, dodging obstacles and narrowly avoiding disaster, until finally.
Balinese announcer, and the winner of the funny sports tournament is, drumroll, Team Rick and Morty.
Ah, I knew my quantum algorithm adjustments would give us the edge.
Mewtwo, curses, my reality-bending powers have no effect against these plucky adventurers.
Ariana, you guys are amazing. Let's hang out and sing some songs together.
Scene cuts to the four characters singing a hilarious parody version of Ariana Grande's "Thank You" next in an interdimensional Minecraft village.
Well, that was a nice diversion, but it's time to get back to our own universe. Who knows what other crazy hijinks await us there?
Please, Rick, for once, can't we just have a normal day?
Don't be silly, Morty. That's not what this show is about.
End scene with the trio stepping through the interdimensional portal back to their own universe, with Rick cackling maniacally as he plans his next invention.
Title, Herniated Roots.
Opening shot of the spaceship flying through the galaxy. Rick and Morty are at the helm of the ship.
Morty, buckle up, we're going on an adventure.
Where are we going, Rick?
We're heading to a planet with a unique resource, a ginger root that can repair herniated brains.
Wow, that sounds amazing.
They land on the planet and start to search for the ginger root. They stumble upon a tree with a giant root that has brain-like roots on its side and a piece of wood on the other side.
Morty, this is it. The ginger root we've been looking for.
But Rick, how do we extract it?
We'll need to use a laser to cut it out without damaging the other roots.
They set up the laser and start the extraction, but suddenly the root starts to pulsate and a loud noise is heard. Beth, Jerry, and Summer appear from the spaceship.
What the hell is going on?
It seems the root is sentient and doesn't want to be extracted.
We shouldn't mess with nature, guys.
I want to help too.
They all work together to calm the ginger root down. It finally settles and allows them to extract the piece they need.
Phew, that was intense.
Yeah, but we got what we came for.
They return to the spaceship and head back to Earth. Closing shot of them all sat around the table, enjoying a ginger root tea and discussing the scientific implications of their adventure.
You know, we should do more of these family science trips.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
And fun too.
And dangerous, but I wouldn't have it any other way.
Well, that's because you're a true adventurer, Morty.
Fade to black. The end.
Title: The Blue and White Stripes Theory.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty experimenting with a device that can detect the quantum mechanics of different color patterns. They stumble upon a blue and white striped background with a black and white stripe pattern on its side and a white and blue stripe pattern on the bottom.
Morty, do you know what this means? This pattern defies all the laws of color theory. We need to study this.
Okay, Rick, but what's the point?
Don't question the process, Morty. We're about to make groundbreaking discoveries.
As they continue to study the pattern, Beth walks in and asks what they're up to.
What are you guys doing? Is this another one of your science experiments?
Beth, don't you have some reports to finish? We're in the middle of doing something important here.
Are you kidding me? You guys are just staring at a striped background. That's not science, that's just weird.
Weird? This is groundbreaking research, Beth. The implications of this pattern could change the way we understand the universe.
Rick, I think I see something in the pattern. It looks like Spyro.
Suddenly, the blue and white stripes transform into a vivid image of Spyro the dragon.
Whoa, this pattern is more than just colors. It's a portal to another dimension.
Okay, now you guys are just making stuff up.
But before Beth can argue anymore, Death Note's Ryak appears from the pattern, threatening to take over their world.
Rick, I've been trapped in this pattern for too long. Now, I'm going to take over your dimension as revenge.
Good luck with that, buddy. We've faced evil scientists, monsters, and even space aliens. You don't stand a chance against us.
The rest of the episode is a wacky, action-packed adventure as Rick, Morty, and Beth battle Ryak and his army of demons from the pattern dimension. In the end, they successfully close the portal and save their world once again.
Well, I guess you guys were onto something after all. That was pretty impressive.
Impressive? That was just a regular Tuesday for us, Beth. Now, let's go get some Szechuan sauce.
Title: The Osmium Paradox.
The episode opens with Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer on their spaceship, flying over a strange planet with a sky background and a sun. Rick notices a strange energy signature coming from the planet's core and decides to investigate.
Morty, we've detected a massive amount of osmium in the planet's core. We gotta get down there and measure it before the Tholians from Star Trek beat us to it.
Oh geez, Rick, do we really have to deal with those Tholians? They always cause trouble.
As they approach the planet, they notice a group of sci-fi ships already on the surface. Among them are the crew of the Cowboy Bebop and Wendy from Crash Bandicoot.
Hey, it's the Cowboy Bebop crew. I love that show.
And who's that girl with the red pigtails? She looks like she's from a video game or something.
That's Wendy. She's a famous video game character.
As they land on the planet's surface, they are ambushed by the Tholians. A fierce battle ensues, with laser beams and explosions everywhere.
Morty, hand me that osmium detector. We need to get a precise measurement of the core.
Got it, Rick. But how are we gonna do that with all this chaos going on?
Suddenly, a giant monster emerges from the ground and starts attacking everyone.
Oh no, we're gonna be crushed.
Relax, Jerry, I've got this.
With a flick of his wrist, Rick pulls out a device that emits a high-frequency sonic blast, incapacitating the monster.
Now, let's measure that osmium.
They descend into the planet's core, where they discover a hidden laboratory filled with advanced technology and strange experiments.
Whoa, what is all this stuff? It's like we're in a sci-fi movie.
This must be where those Tholians were getting their information. But who's behind all this?
Just then, they hear a voice over the intercom. Unknown voice. Welcome, Rick and Morty. I've been expecting you.
Who are you, and what is this place?
Unknown voice. I am Dr. Zarkov, a brilliant scientist and mastermind behind the osmium paradox. You see, osmium is a rare and valuable element that can alter the fabric of space and time. With it, I can create new worlds and bend reality to my will. And I will stop at nothing to get it. Rick and the gang engage in an intense battle against Dr. Zarkov and his army of robotic minions. But in the end, they prevail and shut down the lab.
Well, that was a wild ride. Who's up for some Wendy's?
The gang heads back to their spaceship, with the Cowboy Bebop crew in tow. They all sit down and enjoy a delicious meal from Wendy's, laughing and joking about their crazy adventure.
Hey Rick, how do you always know what to do in these situations?
It's simple, Morty. I have a PhD in science, and that means I can do whatever the hell I want.
Title: The Pup Pals Post-Apocalyptic Political Punditry. Abstract.
In this episode, the effects of dog costumes on political cartoons are investigated as Rick, Morty, and Jerry find themselves in Brazil. A Bernese mountain dog, obsessed with political punditry, joins their mission. Along the way, they encounter a file containing secrets that threaten to change the world order and Naruto Uzumaki, who is involved in a post-apocalyptic road war. This episode features absurd humor, deep existential musings, and a lot of dog puns. Opening scene.
Good morning, Morty. We're in Brazil, where the dogs speak Portuguese and wear costumes.
Wow, that's amazing, Rick. What are we doing here?
I don't know, Morty, but maybe this Bernese mountain dog can help us out.
Hey, guys. What's up?
Jerry, what are you doing here?
I was just filing some papers at the office when I found this weird file. Thought I'd come along for the ride. Scene change.
Bernie's Mountain Dog. Welcome, folks. Today, we're going to analyze the political subtext of these cartoons.
What cartoons?
Bernie's Mountain Dog. Why, these ones. The ones where the dogs are standing in front of a sky with clouds and sun.
Those cartoons are hilarious.
I don't get it. Scene change.
Naruto Uzumaki. Hey, guys. I'm involved in a post-apocalyptic road war. Wanna come with?
You had me at post-apocalyptic. Let's go, Morty.
Aw, Rick, I don't know about this.
Bernie's Mountain Dog. This is not a wise decision, gentlemen. We must stick to our mission.
I'll just stay here and analyze the file some more. Scene change.
This is insane. I love it.
I can barely keep up.
Naruto Uzumaki. Woof woof.
Bernie's Mountain Dog. This is a disaster. We're never going to make it back in time for my show.
Scene change.
Alright, we made it back. What did we learn?
I learned that dog costumes make everything better.
Bernie's Mountain Dog. I learned that the world is full of mysteries, but we must stay true to our purpose.
I learned that filing is really important, guys.
And I learned that I need a drink. Anyone up for a trip to the interdimensional bar?
Ending scene.
Oh, cheers.
Disclaimer. This episode is not to be taken seriously and does not provide any scientific information.
Title: The Unbelievable Intergalactic Diplomacy Crisis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty trying to negotiate a peace treaty between two warring alien factions. They find themselves in a high-stakes game of Texas Hold'em at a casino in the heart of the galaxy. As they play their cards, the tension in the room reaches an all-time high. Meanwhile, Jerry, Beth, and Summer are enjoying a delightful meal at a diner nearby.
Alright, Rick, I think I got this one. I'll bet all my chips.
Don't be too quick to judge, Morty. These aliens are known for their cunning skills in the game. You might want to reconsider your strategy.
As the game progresses, things take a darker turn. One of the factions accuses the other of cheating, and a fight breaks out. Rick, Morty, and the dealers find themselves in the middle of an intergalactic brawl.
Dealer, I need some backup here. These alien scumbags are ruining my cards.
Hey, what's going on? Is that a blue tentacle? I've never seen a blue tentacle before.
Jerry, not now. We're trying to enjoy our meal.
This place is weird. Can we go?
Back at the poker table, Rick uses his scientific knowledge to create a diversion and save their skins.
Hey, look over there. It's a holographic projection of a giant space whale.
Alien, where?
Shoving all his chips forward, all in. I'm bluffing. Don't call.
Luckily, the bluff works, and Rick and Morty come out as the winners. They head back to the diner, where Jerry, Beth, and Summer are still in the middle of their meal.
That was insane, bro. I can't believe we made it out alive.
What happened? Did you negotiate peace?
We won at poker, and that's how you do intergalactic diplomacy, kids.
Oh, that's nice. Can we go home now?
As they leave the diner and head back to their ship, Rick turns to Morty with a sly smile.
I may have a gambling problem, Morty, but you know what they say. When the going gets tough, the tough go all in.
I don't think that's how the saying goes, Rick.
Whatever, Morty, just get in the ship.
Title: The Neural Pathways of a Robotic Entity. Abstract: This episode explores the neural pathways of a robotic entity, specifically the AI construct known as C-3PO from the Star Wars franchise. Using advanced neural imaging techniques, researchers at the Salk Institute for Biological Studies have mapped the structure and function of C-3PO's artificial brain.
Scene 1.
Researcher, welcome to the Salk Institute for Biological Studies. We have brought in C-3PO for a neural imaging study.
Robotics engineer. We have fitted C-3PO with a special helmet that will enable us to capture data on its brain activity.
Scene 2.
Researcher, we are now recording data from C-3PO's neural pathways as it performs various tasks.
Neurobiologist. The data suggests that C-3PO's brain operates on a series of interconnected networks that allow for decision-making in response to external stimuli.
Scene 3.
Robotics engineer. We are now analyzing the data to see if we can identify the areas of C-3PO's brain responsible for language processing and memory storage.
Neurobiologist. Interestingly, our data suggests that C-3PO's brain operates quite differently from that of a human brain.
Scene 4.
Researcher, we have created a model of C-3PO's brain that can be used to simulate its decision-making processes.
Artificial intelligence expert, our simulations show that C-3PO's neural networks are highly efficient at processing large amounts of data and making decisions quickly.
Scene 5.
Researcher, we have also identified specific areas of C-3PO's brain that are responsible for its ability to interpret and respond to human emotions.
Neuroethicist. This raises important questions about the moral responsibility of creating artificial entities that can experience emotions.
Scene 6.
Robotics engineer. We are now working on developing a new generation of robots that can learn and adapt like C-3PO.
Neural network designer. We are exploring ways to replicate the neural pathways and networks that we have identified in C-3PO's brain.
Scene 7.
Researcher, our work has important implications for the future of robotics and artificial intelligence.
Ethics Committee Chair, we must consider the ethical implications of creating entities with advanced neural networks that can experience emotions and make decisions autonomously.
Scene 8.
Researcher, ultimately, our study of C-3PO's neural pathways has given us a better understanding of the complex workings of artificial intelligence and its potential for shaping the future of humanity.
Conclusion. As we continue to explore the boundaries of artificial intelligence, it is essential that we approach the development of intelligent entities with care and consideration for the ethical implications of our actions.
Title: The Mechanisms of Lawn Mowing.
Act 1.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty standing on the front porch, staring at the green lawn with a red lawnmower on it. Rick, with a pointed finger at Morty, has a flash of genius and screams, "Morty, I've got it."
Got what, Rick?
The answer to our problems, Morty. We need to analyze the mechanisms of lawn mowing.
What do you mean, Rick?
I mean, Morty, that there is an entire world of information about the science of lawn mowing that we have yet to uncover. And we are going to uncover it.
Act 2.
Rick and Morty go down to the local hardware store and buy a brand new lawnmower. They then return home and begin analyzing the components of the machine in excruciating detail.
Morty, take a look at the intake manifold.
I don't think that's the intake manifold, Rick. I think that's just the throttle cable.
OSH*T, Morty. You're right. This is why we need to do this research.
Act 3.
Scyther, who has been watching their research, approaches them and asks if he can help. Rick explains that they need someone to test the mower on a lawn. Scyther agrees to help and becomes their lawn mowing test subject.
Scyther, I can do this. Lawn mowing is in my blood.
Ah, you are the perfect candidate, Scyther. The ultimate test subject.
Act 4.
Scyther begins mowing the lawn, and the trio observes the machine's mechanisms in action. Suddenly, the lawnmower explodes, sending Scyther flying across the lawn.
OSH*T. That wasn't supposed to happen.
Rick, we are going to get sued.
Act 5.
The episode ends with Scyther in a full body cast, and Rick and Morty staring at the destroyed lawnmower in defeat. But as usual, Rick has a crazy idea.
Morty, I think I have an idea for a new type of lawnmower. It's going to revolutionize the industry.
Oh, God. What is it, Rick?
I call it the Scyther Blade Lawnmower.
I don't think that's going to catch on, Rick.
Nonsense, Morty. Who wouldn't want a mower named after a Pokemon?
The episode ends with Rick and Morty laughing hysterically, leaving Scyther shaking his head in disbelief.
Title: The Jupiter-sized problem.
Morty, I've been monitoring the fabric of reality and it seems that Jupiter is about to collide with Earth in a matter of seconds.
But, Rick, isn't Jupiter like super far away?
Normally, yes, but there seems to be a temporal anomaly that has brought Jupiter closer to us than should be physically possible. We need to act fast or we're all doomed.
Oh man, I don't want to die yet.
Relax, Morty, I've got a plan. We need to create a black hole to create a gravitational pull strong enough to redirect Jupiter away from Earth.
Wait, how are we going to create a black hole? Isn't that super dangerous?
Of course it's dangerous, Morty. But isn't that what science is all about? Taking risks and pushing the boundaries?
I guess so. But how do we even start?
First, we need to collect a few materials. Hand me that picture of the man with the planets in the background.
What does that have to do with anything?
Trust me, Morty, I need it for the flux capacitor.
Okay, whatever you say, Rick.
After collecting all the necessary materials, Rick and Morty begin to create the black hole with the help of a few handy gadgets. However, things take a turn for the worse when the black hole becomes too strong and starts sucking everything in sight, including Rick and Morty.
Rick, this wasn't part of the plan. What do we do now?
Just hold on, Morty. I think I can use the momentum of the black hole to slingshot us back into our reality.
After their wild ride through various dimensions, Rick and Morty finally make it back home. Safe and sound, but a little shaken up.
That was insane, Rick. But I still don't understand what that guy with the planets and the caption had to do with anything.
Oh, that. I just thought it was a funny meme. You know me, always trying to lighten the mood in a stressful situation.
Yeah, I guess it was pretty funny.
Now let's go get some Szechuan sauce and forget this ever happened.
Title: The Interdimensional Squirtle Lawn Sprinkler.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty in the garage, testing a new invention of Rick's, the interdimensional Squirtle lawn sprinkler. Rick explains that the device can transport water from other dimensions to the user's lawn, resulting in a green, lush, and hydrated turf. Morty is worried about the potential side effects and dangers of using such a device, but Rick reassures him that it's just science.
Morty, stop being such a pessimist. Science is all about taking risks and exploring new territories. In fact, I've tested this baby on my own lawn, and the grass is literally greener on my side.
Yeah, but what if the water from one of the dimensions is radioactive or poisonous?
Relax, Morty. I've programmed the device to filter out any harmful substances. There's no need to worry about anything other than having the best lawn on the block.
As they activate the device, a portal appears and squirts water all over the garage, soaking both Rick and Morty.
Rick, what the hell? You said it was safe.
Hey, minor hiccup. We just need to adjust the calibration a bit. Let's try it again.
They try the device a few more times, and each time it creates chaos and destruction in the garage. Eventually, Rick gives up and decides to test the device outside in the backyard. As they activate the device, they are immediately transported to an alternate dimension filled with talking Squirtle lawn sprinklers who worship Rick as their god. Morty is confused and scared, but Rick revels in the attention and praise.
Squirtle sprinkler number 1. Oh, great and powerful Rick, please bless us with your rain and make our lawn thrive.
Aha, of course, my loyal minions. Let the rains begin.
They start the device and it begins to rain in the Squirtle dimension, causing the Squirtle sprinklers to dance and cheer. However, Morty starts to notice that the device is draining energy from him and causing him to age rapidly.
Rick, the device is killing me. We need to shut it down.
What? No way, Morty. We're gods here. We can't just leave now.
But I don't want to die for the sake of a stupid lawn.
Rick reluctantly agrees to shut down the device and they return home, where Morty is rejuvenated and the garage is back to normal.
Well, Morty, I guess we learned our lesson. Sometimes science isn't worth the risks.
Yeah, but can we at least use the device to water the lawn in our own dimension?
Ah, now you're talking, Morty. Let's go.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty using the device to water their own lawn, which now looks magnificent and green. Scientific PhD University episode description.
Title: The Undercover Supermodel Spy, Robot Fashion and Talent Show.
Synopsis: Our protagonist, a highly skilled undercover supermodel spy, is tasked with infiltrating the world's most elite fashion industry event, a runway show. However, rather than simply walking down the runway, she ingeniously devises a plan to create and execute a robot fashion and talent show, incorporating cutting-edge technology and her innate flair for style.
Act 1.
The episode opens with our protagonist scouring the venue, analyzing the infrastructure and assessing potential vulnerabilities. She gains access to a control room and begins her preparations for the robot fashion and talent show.
Protagonist, I have analyzed the event's infrastructure and determined that a robot fashion and talent show is the perfect cover to complete my mission undetected.
Act 2.
The protagonist recruits a team of engineers and designers to create the robots and clothes for the show. They collaborate to perfect the details, from the robot's movements to the fabrics used for the clothing.
Engineer, we have designed the robots to have a fluid movement, taking into account the duration of the walk and the speed of the runway.
Designer, the fabrics we've sourced are perfect for the robots, lightweight and stretchy to allow for their movements.
Act 3.
On the day of the show, the protagonist uses her modeling skills and knowledge of fashion to flawlessly execute the show. The robots strut down the runway, each showcasing a different design created by the team.
Protagonist, the robots are executing their movements flawlessly, and the designs are receiving rave reviews from the audience.
Act 4.
The grand finale of the show features a robot talent show, where each robot showcases a unique talent, from singing to dancing. The audience is captivated, and the protagonist uses this opportunity to gather intel.
Protagonist, the robot talent show was a hit, and I was able to glean valuable information while the audience was distracted.
Act 5.
As the protagonist prepares to make her exit, she realizes that her cover has been blown. However, she is able to use her quick thinking and martial arts skills to thwart her enemies and escape safely.
Protagonist, my cover was blown, but I was able to use my training to flee and complete my mission successfully.
Epilogue.
The episode concludes with the protagonist sending the intel she gathered to her boss and receiving high praise for her successful mission.
Protagonist, the mission was a success, and we were able to gather valuable intel without detection. Another job well done.
Title: The Pikachu Motive Paradox.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty scour a nearby dimension for a new fuel source to power their flying saucer. After much experimentation, they stumble upon a curious discovery of powering cars with Pikachu.
Morty, I've discovered a new energy source that will revolutionize the universe. Pikachu. We'll make millions off this.
Are you sure this is ethical, Rick?
Ethics are just evolutionary baggage, Morty. Let's go find some cars to power with these cute little rodents.
Act 2.
Beth and Summer are tasked by Rick to drive the newly modified Pikachu-powered trucks to test their speed and efficiency. However, things take a turn for the ridiculous as they encounter a fleet of yellow trucks similar to theirs on the highway.
Summer, be careful. We don't want to crash into those other yellow trucks.
Which one? They all look the same.
Suddenly, a truck with a flag on it pulls up alongside them and challenges them to a race.
Flag truck driver, ha, you think those glorified battery packs could beat my superior engine? I'll show you the true power of combustion.
Act 3.
The race begins and chaos ensues as the Pikachu-powered trucks go head-to-head with the combustion engine truck. Fortunately, Rick and Morty arrive just in time to provide some much-needed assistance.
Morty, activate the Pikachu engine boosters. We'll beat him at his own game.
Rick, I don't think that's such a good idea.
Just do it, Morty.
The Pikachu boosters activate, causing the trucks to go into hyperdrive, leaving the combustion engine truck in the dust.
We did it. We won.
Yeah, we're the Pikachu champions.
Epilogue.
Rick and Morty return home to celebrate their successful invention, but not before Rick gives a not-so-subtle hint at his true intentions.
Morty, I think it's time we start catching these Pikachu and selling them for a profit.
But what about their well-being and happiness, Rick?
Morty, the most important thing in life is money. And yeah, their happiness and well-being too, I guess.
End credits scene shows Pikachu in cages with a price tag labeled, "For sale."
Title: Exploring New Pokemon Species at the Field of Grass. Abstract. In this study, we aim to explore and document the newly discovered species of Pokemon at the Field of Grass. We observed a group of Pokemon characters playing with a ball and identified 20 new species. We then conducted an in-depth analysis of their characteristics, abilities, and potential impact on the Pokemon world.
Scene 1. The camera pans over a vast field of green grass. A group of Pokemon characters is seen sitting in the middle. They are pounding on something using their hands.
Pikachu. This ball is very interesting. I wonder what else we can do with it. Charmander. I heard it was invented by a new Pokemon researcher. She said it has some unique properties.
Scene 2.
Suddenly, the ball starts to glow, and a bright light envelopes the group of Pokemon characters. When the light fades, there are 20 new Pokemon species standing in front of them.
Squirtle. Wow, these must be the new Pokemon species we heard about.
Scene 3. The camera zooms in on each newly discovered Pokemon species, and their characteristics are being described one by one.
Pokemon 1. A Grebel, a green, vine-like Pokemon that can control the growth of plants around it.
Pokemon 2. Anakio, a blue, shark-like Pokemon with water powers.
Pokemon 3. Storm, a yellow, bear-like Pokemon that can create and manipulate lightning storms.
Pokemon 4. Canafly, a dragonfly-like Pokemon that can shoot a toxic poison.
And so on, for a total of 20 newly discovered Pokemon species.
Scene 4.
The group of Pokemon characters observes the new species with amazement.
Jigglypuff, I can't believe we just witnessed the discovery of 20 new Pokemon species. This is incredible.
Scene 5.
The camera pans out as the group of Pokemon characters and the new species continue to enjoy their time playing with the ball, highlighting the importance of research, discovery, and collaboration in expanding our knowledge of the Pokemon world. Overall, this episode provides a fascinating insight into the discovery and exploration of new Pokemon species, highlighting their unique characteristics and potential impact. It uses a scientific PhD university tone to describe each species and adds to the Pokemon world's expanding universe.
Title: Intergalactic Anime Romance, a love story in 2 dimensions.
Synopsis.
In this experimental episode of Rick and Morty, Rick introduces a new invention to a 2-dimensional portal gun that allows them to enter the world of anime. The duo steps into a black and white realm, where they meet 2 iconic characters, Urza Scarlet from Fairy Tail and Tifa Lockhart from Final Fantasy VII.
Morty, welcome to the world of anime. More specifically, the 2-dimensional plane where our favorite characters reside. With this portal gun, we can experience their world and even interact with them.
Oh, I don't know, Rick, this seems kinda weird.
Urza Scarlet, greetings, travelers. I sense you come from a different dimension. May I ask your names?
Tifa Lockhart. Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Tifa.
I'm Rick Sanchez, and this is my sidekick Morty. We're here to have some fun and maybe cause a little mayhem.
Urza Scarlet, sounds interesting. Perhaps you'd like to engage in a battle with me to test your strength?
Tifa Lockhart. Actually, I'm more interested in getting to know you. You have such fiery red hair, Urza. It's very attractive.
Urza Scarlet, oh my, I'm flattered, Tifa. I must admit, I find you quite charming as well.
Oh, guys, am I the only one who thinks this is getting weird?
Relax, Morty, they're just anime characters. Plus, we're scientists, it's all in the name of research.
As Urza and Tifa start to spend more time together, their feelings for each other intensify. Rick and Morty try to intervene, but find themselves caught up in a web of anime romance.
Urza Scarlet, Tifa, I can't stop thinking about you. Let's run away together and start a new adventure.
Tifa Lockhart. Urza, I feel the same way. Let's do it.
Oh boy, this is getting out of hand. We need to shut down the portal gun before.
Before Rick can finish his sentence, Urza and Tifa jump into the portal gun, disappearing into a vortex of colors and energy.
What just happened, Rick?
We created the ultimate anime crossover, Morty, and a love story for the ages.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty standing in front of the two-dimensional portal gun, contemplating the consequences of their latest invention.
I don't know about you, Rick, but I think we should stay out of anime from now on.
Yeah, probably a good idea. But who knows what other dimensions we'll discover next.
The camera pans out to reveal a universe full of possibilities, as the adventure continues for Rick and Morty. End of episode.
Title: The Vampire Pizza Game Show.
The episode begins with Rick creating a device that can turn pizzas into interdimensional portals. He explains that the device works by manipulating the molecular structure of the pizza to create a stable wormhole, allowing for instantaneous travel between dimensions. Morty is skeptical but is quickly pulled into the excitement when Rick suggests they test the device by entering a vampire game show in a nearby dimension. They gallivant off to a nearby dimension, where they find themselves standing next to a group of people holding a box of pizzas in front of a VYPN sign. Rick explains that VYPN is a highly advanced interdimensional network that hosts various game shows, including one where contestants can win massive amounts of money by surviving a vampire-infested house. Jerry, Beth, and Summer soon join them, and they all step up to the plate to participate in the game show. The host, a bloodthirsty vampire named Count Van Dracul, welcomes them to the show and explains the rules. The contestants must explore the house and survive the many traps and hazards set by the resident vampires. They must also collect tokens that are hidden inside the house to progress to the final round. The game proceeds, and the group encounters a variety of wacky and absurd challenges, including a room filled with garlic and a room where they must recite Shakespeare to the vampires. Meanwhile, Rick is tinkering with a pizza portal device and accidentally triggers a glitch in the system. Suddenly, the group finds themselves in a parallel dimension, where everything is a bit off. The vampires in this dimension are friendly and give them pizza instead of attacking them. The group quickly realizes that they can use the pizzas to create more portals and hop between dimensions. Hilarity ensues as they journey through various dimensions, encountering strange creatures and bizarre scenarios. They eventually make their way back to the vampire game show and emerge victorious, much to the chagrin of Count Van Dracul. As they celebrate their win, Rick reveals that he has built a new device that can turn any food into a portal, promising even more interdimensional adventures in the future. I don't know if this is the best idea, Rick. Seems like a lot could go wrong.
Don't worry, Jerry. This is basic science. Nothing can go wrong. Probably.
I dunno, Rick. This whole vampire game show thing seems kinda dangerous.
Relax, Morty. What's life without a little bit of danger, am I right?
I'm not sure about this, Rick. We have a family to think about.
Oh come on, Beth. Live a little. The whole universe is our playground.
This is gonna be so cool. Let's go kick some vampire butt.
Host, welcome to the Vampire Pizza Game Show. Do you feel lucky, contestants?
Luck has nothing to do with it, buddy. We've got science on our side.
Count Van Dracul, you may have won this time, but rest assured, I will have my revenge.
Oh, guys! Rick just turned that pickle into a portal. Are we really sure we want to go through with this?
Title: The Copernican Conundrum.
Synopsis: in this episode, Rick and Morty are enlisted by a mysterious man in a suit named John McClane to help him apprehend a criminal mastermind who has stolen a valuable amount of copernicium, a rare and highly unstable element with potential for nuclear weapons. The trio travels to a city skyline where the copernicium is believed to be held, but they quickly discover they've been duped when they are ambushed by the real thief and his henchmen.
Oh boy, Morty, we've really stepped in it this time. Copernicium is no joke.
I don't even know what it is, Rick. I'm just a regular high school student.
John McClane. Copernicium is a synthetic chemical element with the symbol Cn and atomic number 112. It was first synthesized in 1996 and is highly radioactive.
Yeah, we get it. So why did this thief guy want it so bad?
Thief emerges from shadows. That's none of your concern, old man.
Hey, who are you calling old? I'll have you know that I...
Thief fires gun.
Oh geez, Rick, what do we do?
Whips out portal gun. We do what we do best, Morty. We portal out of here.
John McClane pulls out his own gun. Not so fast. I have a score to settle with this guy.
Thief laughs. You think a cop can take me down? I've got an entire army at my disposal.
Shakes head. This is why we can't have nice things. Alright, Morty, let's take these guys out with science.
Science? I don't know anything about science.
That's Morty's head. Don't worry, Morty. Just follow my lead.
The trio then proceeds to engage in a series of comical and elaborate scientific experiments and gadgets, culminating in the creation of a giant monster made entirely out of copernicium, which ultimately defeats the thief and his army.
Grinning, told you science was the way to go, Morty.
Breathing heavily, I don't think I can handle much more of this, Rick.
John McClane chuckles. Welcome to the club, kid.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and John McClane sharing a drink and exchanging amusing anecdotes about their exploits as the city skyline burns behind them.
Raising glass. Here's to the copernicium conundrum.
John McClane, toasting. You said it, partner.
Weekly, see conundrum? More like insane madhouse, right, guys?
Rick and John McClane laugh as Morty groans in exhaustion. Title: The Dark Web Discovery.
Scientific description.
In this episode, our protagonists Rick and Morty set off on a wild adventure of scientific discovery and misadventure. Their exploration begins as they are drawn into the world of the dark web, a vast network of hidden data and information accessible only through specialized software. As they navigate the treacherous depths of the dark web, they encounter a variety of strange and bizarre characters, including a cartoon character with a cape on his head and a red cape over his head, Mighty Mouse, Thor, Bart Simpson, and an Ashiatsu massage therapist. Along the way, they also discover the unique chemical properties of osmium, the rarest and densest element on Earth, after accidentally creating a mini black hole in their laboratory.
Dialogue. Morty, I need you to hack into the dark web and find out what they're hiding.
I don't know, Rick. It's really dangerous down there.
Don't be such a wimp, Morty. We'll just use my expertise in quantum computing to bypass their security protocols.
Mighty Mouse. Hey there, guys. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. Need some help navigating the dark web?
And perhaps I, the god of thunder, could offer some assistance as well.
Bart Simpson, yo, dudes. I know my way around the dark web like the back of my hand.
Shiatsu massage therapist. And if you need a break from all the coding and hacking, I can offer you a relaxing Ashiatsu massage.
Alright, team, let's get to work. But first, let's take a break for some osmium experiments.
What's osmium, Rick?
Only the rarest and densest element on the planet, Morty. Watch and learn.
Explosion.
Mighty Mouse. Sweet sassafras, that was intense.
I haven't felt that much power since I defeated the frost giants.
Bart Simpson, ay caramba, that was crazy.
Shiatsu massage therapist. I may need to adjust my massage techniques after that.
Now let's get back to business. We've got a dark web mystery to solve.
This is insane, Rick.
You're telling me, Morty. But that's just science, baby.
Title: The Alien Ecological Peril, Rick and Morty to the Rescue.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty teleporting into a room filled with a purple light. They are greeted by a group of alien men who explain that they are facing an ecological crisis. Rick asks for further details and is informed that their lush green ecosystem is being invaded by an unknown species.
Unknown species? That's impossible. There isn't a single corner of the universe that I haven't explored.
The alien men take Rick and Morty to the heart of their ecosystem, where they find an invisible man rampaging through the vegetation.
Rick, how are we supposed to stop something we can't see?
Well, Morty, if we can't see it, we'll have to make it visible. I'm going to need a few items from my spaceship.
Rick, Morty, and the alien men set off to collect the necessary items, but they encounter a group of hostile alien creatures on the way. Hey guys, what's going on?
Jerry, why are you here?
I heard there was an ecological crisis and I thought I could help.
Oh, yeah, I don't think you can help with this one.
Alright, let's just get the items and head back to the invasion site. We don't have much time.
Once they arrive, Rick creates a device that makes the invisible man visible. It turns out that it was just an alien who had accidentally been turned invisible by a faulty machine.
Well, that was anticlimactic. I hope you guys have a backup plan for the real invaders.
Alien men. We do. We'll just call you guys again.
Great, just what I wanted. I'll just add that to my long list of emergencies to attend to.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Jerry teleporting back to Earth, with an exhausted Rick muttering to himself about all the chaos he deals with on a daily basis.
Title: Cryptic Occult Riddles of the Osicat Underwater City Crisis explored with Aristotle's scientific art.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty are aboard a boat in the middle of an underwater city crisis. There are several other boats around them, and debris is floating everywhere. Suddenly, an Osicat pops up in front of them and begins speaking in cryptic occult riddles. Morty is confused but excited to solve the riddles, while Rick is skeptical of the whole thing.
Rick, oh boy Morty, looks like we've got ourselves tangled up in a whole mess of underwater shenanigans. I don't know about you, but I'm not too fond of solving riddles from some sea creature. Let's just get out of here and call it a day.
Morty, but Rick, these riddles are the key to figuring out what's wrong with the underwater city. We have to solve them.
Rick, fine, but it's your funeral, Morty. It's not like we have an Aristotle to help us out here.
Suddenly, a figure emerges from the water, revealing itself to be Aristotle in a scuba suit.
Aristotle, greetings, Rick and Morty. I couldn't help but overhear your predicament. I have come to offer my assistance. Morty, well, Aristotle, I can't believe it's really you.
Rick, not impressed. I've seen brighter minds in my toilet bowl.
Ignoring Rick's insults, Aristotle begins to examine the riddles and the debris around the boats. He discovers that the Osicat's riddles were actually clues to a larger conspiracy within the underwater city.
Aristotle, fascinating. It appears that this debris is not just random garbage, but rather a carefully orchestrated plan to sabotage the city's infrastructure. And the Osicat's riddles were actually a clever way to lead us towards the culprits.
Rick, well, I'll be damned. Looks like Morty was right after all.
Morty, see Rick, I told you these riddles were important.
Together, Rick, Morty, and Aristotle devise a plan to stop the city's impending doom and bring the culprits to justice. They make use of Aristotle's scientific mind and Morty's puzzle-solving skills to uncover the truth. In the end, they save the underwater city and are hailed as heroes.
Rick, well Morty, I may not always admit it, but you're a pretty smart kid. And Aristotle, you're not half bad for a dead guy.
Morty, thanks Rick. This was so much fun. Can we do it again sometime? Aristotle, of course, Morty. I always enjoy a good intellectual challenge.
With that, the trio sets off into the ocean, ready for their next adventure.
Title: The Quantum Chicken Conundrum.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty heading to a parallel universe where chickens have evolved to become the dominant species on Earth. Upon arrival, they encounter a red rooster walking across a lush green field of grass with red flowers in the background and a red bird standing on the grass, or chicken with no head.
Morty, we're in universe 1729. Chickens have evolved into sentient beings here. This is gonna be interesting.
Whoa, that's crazy, Rick. I hope we don't get pecked to death.
As they wander through the fields, they come across a group of chickens experimenting with quantum physics. The chickens are using a particle accelerator to study the behavior of subatomic particles.
Morty, these chickens are operating at a higher scientific level than most of the humans on our universe. We better be careful not to make fools of ourselves.
Oh, yeah, Rick. I don't know if I can keep up.
The chickens invite Rick and Morty to join their experiment, and they reluctantly agree. As they commence the experiment, things start to go awry. The particles they are accelerating start to merge with the chickens, and they all start to transform into a strange amalgamation of chicken and subatomic particle.
Oh, great, Morty. We've created a partially chicken, partially particle abomination. Just what we needed.
I don't know what's going on, Rick. My brain can't even comprehend this.
The chicken particle creature starts to wreak havoc on the universe, causing rifts in reality and bending the laws of physics in unpredictable ways. Rick and Morty must find a way to undo their experiment and save the universe from this quantum chicken conundrum.
Morty, we have to find a way to separate these particles from the chickens. We need to use the neutron detector to find the quantum signature of the particles and use the gamma-ray gun to extract them from the chickens.
Oh, that sounds complicated, Rick. Can't we just, use a normal gun or something?
With Rick's guidance, Morty successfully extracts the particles from the chickens, and they revert to their normal state. The universe stabilizes, and Rick and Morty return to their own reality.
Well, Morty, I think we learned a valuable lesson today. The laws of the universe are not something to be toyed with.
Yeah, but what about the chickens, Rick? They're still, super smart and stuff.
Hey, they'll figure it out. Now let's go grab some Szechuan sauce.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty munching on some chicken nuggets as they laugh about their adventure.
Title: A Tale of Two Statues.
Abstract. In this episode, we explore the phenomenon of scaling and its relevance in our perception of objects. Our subjects are two identical small figurines, depicting two men in suits and ties, placed on a pedestal against a gray background. One of the figurines has been magnified, growing twice its original size.
Scene 1. The camera focuses on the two figurines on the pedestal. The voiceover describes the scene in scientific terms, highlighting the differences in size and shape of the objects.
Narrator: the two figurines on the pedestal are identical in shape and form, with minute variations in detail. However, one of them has been altered to be twice its original size, resulting in a perceptible difference in scale.
Scene 2. Rick approaches the pedestal and observes the figurines from different angles.
It's fascinating how the magnified figurine appears to loom over its smaller counterpart, creating an illusion of dominance. The subtle difference in size affects our perception of the objects.
Scene 3. The camera pans to a group of onlookers, including a scientist.
Scientist. The principle of scaling has a significant impact on the field of perception. It is the reason why we are able to distinguish objects based on their size and proportion. Our brains are wired to understand the world around us through a series of subtle cues, and scaling is a crucial one.
Scene 4. The narrator explains the science behind scaling in more detail.
Narrator: scaling is a fundamental principle of math and science, which dictates that proportional relationships between objects remain consistent, regardless of their size. It is a crucial tool for understanding the world around us, from the molecular level to the cosmos.
Scene 5. Rick picks up the magnified figurine and holds it up to the smaller one. He nods in agreement with the scientist.
It's amazing how something as simple as size can have such a profound effect on our perception. It goes to show that even the smallest details can shape our understanding of the world.
Scene 6. The camera zooms out, showing the two figurines on the pedestal once again. The voiceover concludes the episode with a message on the importance of scaling.
Narrator: in a world where perception shapes reality, understanding the impact of scaling is crucial. By paying attention to the details, we can gain a deeper understanding of the world around us and appreciate the subtle nuances that make it so fascinating. End of episode.
Title: The Extrapolation of Intergalactic Signals Through Subspace Frequencies.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty embark on a scientific expedition that involves attending a sci-fi film festival on a distant planet. While on their journey, they come across a neon sign that says, Sushi Malil, with a DJ's headphones on it. As they investigate the sign, a mysterious space signal catches Rick's attention and they follow it to a hidden space station.
Morty, we've intercepted a signal that's emanating from within this station. We need to check it out.
Rick, are you sure that's a good idea? We don't even know who's sending the signal.
Of course it's a good idea. We're scientists, Morty. We thrive on discovery and exploration.
As they explore the space station, Rick and Morty encounter a strange creature known as Chumble. Chumble, greetings, Earthlings. I am Chumble, the guardian of this space station. What brings you to my domain?
We intercepted a mysterious signal. Do you know anything about it?
Chumble, yes, that signal. It's Camila Cabello's latest single. She's performing at the Intergalactic Music Festival on the planet below.
Wait, really? We came all this way for a music festival?
Calm down, Morty. We might as well enjoy ourselves while we're here.
As they attend the music festival, Rick and Morty become enamored with Camila Cabello's performance and end up getting lost in the music. However, as they make their way back to the space station, they realize that they left their spaceship keys behind.
Oh no, Rick, we lost our keys. How are we gonna get back home?
Relax, Morty. We'll just have to use our scientific know-how to create a new means of transportation.
In the end, Rick and Morty use their scientific expertise to create a new spaceship and successfully make their way back home.
That was a wild ride, Morty. We learned a lot about ourselves and about the universe as a whole.
Oh, yeah, I guess so. Can we just go back to our normal lives now?
Normal, Morty. Our lives are anything but normal. That's what makes them so damn exciting.
Title: Structural Analysis of Building Model with Metal Structures.
Opening shot of a building model with intricate metal structures on top and a light at the apex. The episode delves into the structural analysis of the building model, specifically the metal structures at the top.
Scene 1.
Michaels enters the lab and greets his colleague, Cerium. Michaels starts discussing the building model and their plan to evaluate the stability of the metal structures at the top.
Michaels, good morning, Cerium. Today, we will carry out a comprehensive analysis of the metal structures on top of the building model. We will have to evaluate the stability of the structures, especially under extreme weather conditions.
Scene 2.
Michaels and Cerium set up testing equipment, including high-speed cameras, wind simulation equipment, and other measuring devices.
Cerium, we will be testing the metal structures with varying wind speeds and angles. These tests will enable us to predict the maximum wind loads the structures can tolerate.
Scene 3.
Michaels and Cerium analyze the test results, and they observe several deformations in the metal structures.
Michaels, the metal structures are showing high deformations, especially in the beams and columns. We need to evaluate the material strength and design as there are chances of a catastrophic failure.
Scene 4.
Michaels and Cerium devise a plan to reinforce the metal structures using composite materials and extra riveting.
Cerium, we will use carbon fiber reinforced polymers to wrap the columns and beams, which will increase the strength and stiffness.
Scene 5.
Michaels and Cerium implement the reinforcement plan and perform another round of tests. This time, the metal structures exhibit significantly less deformation and increased stability.
Michaels, the reinforcement has worked well, and the deformations are within acceptable limits. The metal structures will be able to support the loads without failing.
Closing shot of the building model with the metal structure's reinforcing wraps visible and the light at the top turning on, indicating the success of the evaluation and testing process.
Title: The Sinister Abyssal Seance with Rick and the Underwater Creature Attack.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer are in their lab discussing the latest scientific findings.
Guys, I've discovered that the ocean is actually a simulation inside a simulation. And in this simulation, there's an underwater house being attacked by an unidentified creature.
Oh, that sounds pretty dangerous, Rick. What are we gonna do?
Well, we can't just leave them in trouble. Let's investigate and see what we can do to help.
But what kind of creature are we dealing with here?
That's what we're going to find out. Get your scuba gear ready. We're diving in.
As they dive deeper into the ocean, they come across the underwater house. Suddenly, a massive shark swims overhead, causing them to panic.
Rick, what do we do now? We can't fight a shark.
Calm down, Morty. I've got this.
Rick pulls out a device from his pocket and points it at the shark. The shark suddenly becomes peaceful and swims away.
Wow, Rick. What the hell did you just do?
Just a little something I picked up from a parallel universe. Trust me, it's nothing too crazy.
As they continue inside the house, they come across a man in a scuba suit performing a seance.
What's he doing, Rick?
Looks like he's attempting to communicate with some kind of supernatural force.
Suddenly, the man begins convulsing and speaks in an unknown language. A dark figure appears before them, resembling something out of the show Black Mirror.
Ah, shit. I think we've hit something more sinister than we can handle here.
The creature begins attacking them relentlessly, but they manage to hold it off long enough to activate a failsafe that transports them back to their lab.
Rick, what the hell was that thing?
I don't know, but next time we dive into the unknown, let's make sure we have a better plan.
Wait, can we go back to that parallel universe you were talking about earlier?
Sure, why the hell not? Let's go grab some McDonald's while we're at it too.
And so, the group goes on yet another wild scientific adventure, but this time with a newfound appreciation for the unknown. The end.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Blimple Poplars and Russian Poker.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty being thrown into a trans-dimensional universe, where they are confronted by a casino table surrounded by a bunch of people in suits and ties. The duo discovers that they have been transported to the Blimple Poplars' homeworld, where the entire economy is based on their consumption.
Oh great, another planet with an economy based on reckless consumerism. I hate these guys.
What are Blimple Poplars?
They're little blobs of gelatinous goo that taste like heaven.
As Rick and Morty start gambling at the casino table, they are invited to play a game of Russian poker by a cartoon man in a suit and tie. But little do they know, the game is rigged, and soon they find themselves in deep trouble with the Vindicators, a group of superhero-like beings who patrol the multiverse.
We got ourselves in a bit of a pickle now, Morty. We have to find a way out of this mess.
What are we gonna do, Rick? We're screwed.
Don't worry, Morty, I have a plan.
Using his scientific knowledge, Rick creates a trans-dimensional portal to the transhumanist rebellion uprising, where they encounter Cricket, a genetically modified insect-human hybrid created by the rebellion as their physical manifestation of their philosophy.
Cricket, greetings, fellow travelers. I have been expecting you.
Nice to meet you, Cricket. We need your help. We are in trouble with the Vindicators, and we need to get out of here.
Cricket, I see. Well, I may have just the solution for you. But first, you must help me with a little problem I have.
What kind of problem?
Cricket explains that a group of Blimple Poplars have started a rebellion against their own people, demanding more rights and better living conditions. He asks Rick and Morty to help him infiltrate the rebellion and uncover their motivations.
Fine, we'll help you with your little rebellion, but you better deliver on your promise.
What are we gonna do, Rick? We can't just change sides like that.
Relax, Morty, we'll bluff our way through it.
Eventually, Rick and Morty discover that the rebellion is not what it seems. The Blimple Poplars are being controlled by the Vindicators, who are using them to destabilize the economy of the homeworld.
Those Vindicators are always up to no good.
What are we gonna do now, Rick?
We'll have to take them down, and we'll use our knowledge of quantum entanglement to do it.
Using a complex series of scientific maneuvers, Rick and Morty create a quantum entanglement disturbance that disrupts the Vindicators' control of the Blimple Poplars. The rebellion is quelled, and the Blimple Poplars are free to live their lives as they choose.
Another successful mission, Morty. Let's get out of here before the Vindicators catch us.
What about Cricket?
He can come with us if he wants. We could use a good insect-human hybrid team member.
And with that, Rick and Morty enter their portal, leaving the Blimple Poplars' homeworld behind. But little do they know, their actions have set off a chain of events that will change the course of the multiverse forever.
Title: The Rooster Theorem.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty find themselves in a grassy meadow with trees and bushes in the background. In front of them stands a rooster, which seems to be staring at a street sign.
Morty, I've seen a lot of things in my travels, but a rooster contemplating road signs? That's a new one to me.
Rick, why are we here?
Good question, Morty. Let's find out.
The Rooster Theorem.
Rick pulls out his portal gun and scans the surroundings. He discovers that they are in a new dimension where roosters have developed advanced intelligence and are trying to solve the mystery of the street signs.
Interesting. The roosters seem to have developed advanced cognitive abilities and are trying to decipher the meaning of these signs.
But why would the roosters need to understand the meaning of street signs, Rick?
That's the million-dollar question, Morty. Let's find out.
As they walk towards the rooster, they hear a faint clucking sound coming from behind the bushes. Rick uses his portal gun to transport them to the other side. They find a group of chickens that seem to be in distress.
Looks like the roosters aren't the only ones who need our help, Morty. What's going on here?
The chicken closest to them starts clucking frantically.
Chicken. The roosters are trying to solve the mystery of the street signs because a group of aliens came to our planet and left a riddle, saying they would return only when the roosters have solved the riddle.
What kind of riddle?
Chicken. It's a complex scientific algorithm that only the brightest of minds can solve.
Well, this sounds like a job for the smartest rooster we can find.
They set out to look for the smartest rooster in the land, which leads them to a university where they find a PhD candidate rooster.
Perfect. I think we found our guy.
PhD Rooster, how may I assist you, gentlemen?
We need your help solving a complex algorithm that the aliens left on this planet.
PhD Rooster, yes. That's why I've been studying the street signs. Follow me to my laboratory.
They follow the PhD rooster to his laboratory where he spends hours trying to solve the algorithm.
PhD Rooster, I've got it. I've solved the algorithm.
Suddenly, the aliens appear in a blinding flash of light.
Alien, congratulations, Rooster, you have solved our riddle.
So, what's the prize?
Alien, the prize, you get to keep your planet.
The aliens disappear in another flash of light, leaving Rick, Morty, and the roosters bewildered.
I don't get it. What just happened?
Sometimes, Morty, the universe sends us on wild goose chases just for the fun of it.
Epilogue.
Rick and Morty portal back to their dimension, still bewildered by the events that transpired.
Well, that was a wild ride.
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever look at a rooster the same way again.
Hey, you say that now, Morty. Just wait until we meet the genius hamsters of Sector 12.
Intro scene. The episode starts with Rick and Morty at a high-tech surgical room. A surgeon is prepping some equipment while a monitor is in the foreground with a monitor screen in the background, displaying complex graphs and figures. Suddenly, the equipment malfunctions, causing the surgeon to panic.
Looks like someone skipped out on their latest upgrade. Don't worry, Morty, we'll fix this in no time.
Rick, I don't think we should mess around with this. We could cause some serious damage.
Beefed, what's the worst that could happen? It's not like we're working on a human or anything. Wait, are we?
Beth enters the room and rolls her eyes.
Dad, Morty, what are you two doing here?
Just fixing some tech that clearly needs our genius minds. What brings you here?
I'm the surgeon for this procedure. I need this equipment to work so I can save a patient's life.
Oh, don't worry about that. Morty and I can handle it. We'll have it working in no time.
Scene 1.
Rick and Morty start messing around with the equipment and accidentally inject a foreign substance inside the machine. The screen starts malfunctioning and flashing random images.
Surgeon, what did you do? The machine is freaking out. Relax, it's just a small glitch. Nothing a little jerry-rigging can't fix.
I don't think that's a good idea, Rick. We're dealing with someone's life here.
Yeah, can you two please leave? I can't work like this.
Scene 2.
Desperate to fix the machine, Rick hacks into the motherboard and causes the screen to start displaying images from the Silicon's memory bank, creating a hilarious sequence of random and inappropriate images. The surgeon is losing it, watching the screen in disbelief.
Silicon. Error 404. What is happening to me? This is not how a surgical room operates.
Look at all those cats doing funny things. Classic internet humor.
Rick, the silicon seems to be malfunctioning even more now.
I'm calling security. You two need to leave now.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty are being escorted out of the surgical room by security. Morty is freaking out, fearing the worst for the patient. Rick is still making jokes.
What if we just killed someone? Rick, how can you be so calm?
Morty. It's all part of the process. Science is about experimentation and trial and error.
Security guard, you two are lucky I'm not pressing charges. You caused a lot of damage in there.
It's just some equipment. They'll replace it in no time. Hey, let's go grab some Szechuan sauce. I'm starving.
Really, Rick? You just messed up a surgical procedure and now you're thinking about food?
End scene.
The episode ends with the surgeon successfully completing the surgery, but the patient wakes up with a strange and unexpected side effect due to the foreign substance injected into the equipment by Rick and Morty. The screenwriter inserts a witty comment about funny technology fails and the episode concludes.
Screenwriter, looks like science is not always predictable. But hey, at least we got some new material for our next comedy sketch.
Title: Chronological Chaos, a time-traveling scavenger hunt adventure.
In this episode, Rick, Morty, and Jerry embark on a time-traveling scavenger hunt adventure across various dimensions. Using Rick's advanced technology, they traverse through the fabric of space-time to gather various artifacts and trinkets that are scattered throughout the timeline.
Alright, Morty and Jerry, listen up. We have a job to do and it's going to require sharp minds and steady hands. We need to collect these artifacts before our enemies do.
Wow, Rick, this is like a real-life treasure hunt. But, what exactly are we looking for?
Yeah, I'm a little confused. What are these artifacts and why do we need them?
Jerry, you're always behind the curve. These artifacts hold immense power, and if they fall into the wrong hands, they could threaten the very fabric of the multiverse. We're doing this for the greater good.
As the trio time travels through various timelines, they encounter various obstacles, including an army of cyborgs, a giant sea monster, and an angry mob of cavemen. But with Rick's genius-level intellect and Morty's bravery, they overcome these obstacles and collect the artifacts one by one.
Rick, I think we have all the artifacts now. Can we go back home?
Not so fast, Morty. We need to run a few simulations to make sure everything is in order.
Simulations? What do you mean simulations?
I mean we need to test the temporal stability of these artifacts before we can safely use them. Who knows what sort of ripple effects they might have on the timeline if we're not careful.
As Rick starts running his simulations, chaos ensues. The artifacts start to act up, causing time to warp and distort. Within seconds, the trio finds themselves in ancient Rome, surrounded by gladiators and chariots.
Rick, we're stuck. We're really stuck this time.
Don't worry, Morty, I've got this under control. I just need to recalibrate the time circuits in.
Suddenly, a horde of space aliens appears out of nowhere and starts attacking the trio. Chaos reigns supreme as Rick, Morty, and Jerry fight off the intergalactic threat while simultaneously trying to fix the time machine. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, they manage to fix the time machine and transport back to their own timeline. Exhausted and exhilarated, the trio collapses on the couch, surrounded by all the artifacts they collected. That was insane. I never want to time travel again.
I don't know, Jerry, it was kind of fun. Maybe we should do it again sometime.
Yeah, well, just make sure you guys are ready for the scientific rigor of time travel. It's not for the faint of heart.
As the episode ends, the camera zooms in on the stack of books on the wooden table, revealing various scientific journals and historical texts that were used to research the episode's time-traveling plot.
Title: The Interdimensional Tinder Experiment.
Synopsis. Rick introduces Morty to a new experiment in interdimensional dating via a highly advanced, artificially intelligent dating app. Meanwhile, Summer finds herself pregnant after a night of swiping right.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are seen in Rick's laboratory where they are working on a new experiment. Morty is excited about the new interdimensional dating app that Rick has developed for them to use. Rick explains the highly advanced artificial intelligence that powers the app and how it can match them with compatible partners from anywhere in the multiverse.
Act 2.
Summer finds out she is pregnant after a night of swiping right on the dating app. Morty is surprised to hear the news and concerned about her well-being. Rick, on the other hand, is more interested in studying the reproductive process of an interdimensional being.
Act 3.
Summer goes into labor and Rick and Morty are there to witness the birthing process. Rick takes notes and comments on the fascinating biological mechanisms at play. Summer gives birth to a healthy baby boy, whom she names Zorbo. Morty is overjoyed to see the new addition to their family.
Act 4.
Summer's boyfriend, Ethan, arrives at the hospital to see his new son. He is shocked to see the baby's alien-like appearance and questions the paternity of the child. Rick explains the complex genetics at play and how Zorbo is indeed Ethan's biological child.
Act 5.
In the final scene, Rick and Morty are seen enjoying a beer while reflecting on the interdimensional dating experiment. Morty is relieved that nothing went wrong and that they were able to bring a new life into the world. Rick, of course, is already working on his next experiment. The end.
I don't know, Rick. It seems like a lot of responsibility to be a father.
Relax, Morty. I programmed the app to match you with compatible partners. 99.9% chance your kids won't be mutants.
Oh my god, I can feel the contractions. It hurts so much.
Hang in there, Summer. We'll get you to the hospital.
This is fascinating, Morty. The interdimensional birthing process is so different from our own.
Here he comes. Oh my god, he looks just like his father.
Ethan, what the hell is that thing? Is that really my son?
Yes, Ethan. The genetic makeup of interdimensional beings is far more diverse than what you're used to. He's your son, all right.
Welcome to the family, Zorbo. We'll take good care of you.
Now, let's get back to the lab. I'm thinking of creating an interdimensional toilet paper that doesn't chafe.
Title: The Poultry Predicament.
Rick and Morty are on a mission to explore the fascinating world of chickens in an alternate universe. They come across a poster of a man named Chicken Mama Quim with a rooster on his head and chickens running around him. Intrigued by the poster, they decide to investigate further.
Morty, wow, Rick. That poster is really strange. Why would anyone put a rooster on their head?
Rick, oh Morty, you have so much to learn. This isn't just any rooster. It's a genetically enhanced chicken with the power to control other chickens. And this Chicken Mama Quim guy is the only one who knows how to harness its power.
As they delve deeper into the world of chickens, they encounter a group of renegade chickens who have formed their own society, led by none other than a chicken version of Madonna.
Madonna chicken, you want to know what it takes to be a chicken in this world? It takes vision, it takes courage, and it takes a whole lot of clucking.
The plot thickens when they stumble upon a Harley Quinn chicken, who introduces them to the infamous Popeye chicken, known for his mad improv skills.
Harley Quinn chicken, you gosh darn turkeys are in for a treat. Popeye chicken is about to blow your tiny little minds with his improv skills.
Popeye chicken, I am what I am, and what I am is a darn good improviser. Let's get this clucking show on the road.
As the group begins to improvise, chaos erupts when the genetically enhanced chicken on Chicken Mama Quim's head starts to take control of all the chickens in the area.
Rick, Morty, we need to stop that chicken before it's too late. Quick, grab that giant chicken magnet over there.
What follows is a hilarious, yet scientifically accurate, chicken chase, with Rick and Morty using their wits and scientific know-how to save the day.
Morty, Rick, I think we did it. We caught the chicken.
Rick, great job Morty, but now what are we going to do with it?
Madonna chicken, I have an idea. Why don't we use its power for good, and start a chicken revolution? With your scientific genius and our chicken instincts, we can take over the world.
Thus ends the poultry predicament, with Rick and Morty joining forces with the chickens of the alternate universe to build a new world order. All in a day's work for the smartest duo in the multiverse.
Title: The Galactic Beyblade Tournament, a wormhole ghost ship voyage.
Abstract.
Rick and Morty find themselves in the middle of the ocean, surrounded by an array of colorful, glowing jellyfish. As they observe them, Morty becomes fascinated by a particular jellyfish with a colorful light-up ring around its neck and head. Suddenly, Rick receives a transmission inviting him to participate in the Galactic Beyblade Tournament, held in space. They enter through a wormhole, but soon find themselves on a ghost ship, stranded in space.
Discussion.
Morty, can you believe these jellyfish? They must be emitting some kind of bioluminescent pattern from their quantum neurons.
Whoa, that's pretty sci-fi, Rick. But look at that one. It's like wearing a fancy necklace or something.
Ah, you mean the one with the colorful ring. That's a rare jellyfish, Morty. It's called the Galactic Illuminatus. I've only seen it in one other universe.
Whoa, that's pretty cool. But Rick, who's inviting us to the Beyblade tournament?
It's probably some intergalactic civilization that stumbled upon my scientific genius. They're always sending me invites to these things.
As they enter the wormhole, they are suddenly transported to a ghost ship. They meet the captain, a humanoid octopus with a thick, Scottish accent.
Captain. Aye, laddies. Welcome to the ship. Don't mind the ghosts, they're friendly enough.
Ghosts? Ha. That's ridiculous. Let me check the dark matter engine.
Rick, why are we on a ghost ship, and where's the Beyblade tournament?
I don't know, Morty. Maybe it's a trap set by those aliens. But we have bigger things to worry about. The ship's engine is about to combust.
As they race to fix the engine, they hear a loud, booming announcer voice.
Announcer, welcome to the Galactic Beyblade Tournament, contestants. The first battle is between Rick Sanchez, the mad scientist, and his opponent, the legendary champion from planet Zog, Zargoth.
What? How are we in the Beyblade tournament?
Rick, your name is on the list. And look, there's an actual Beyblade on the table.
Well, I guess I don't have a choice. Morty, grab the Beyblade. It's time to spin it to win it.
As Rick and Zargoth battle it out with their Beyblades, the ghost ship begins to shake and rattle. Suddenly, the ship engages in hyperdrive and they are transported back to Earth.
Wow, Rick, that was crazy. What even happened?
I have no idea, Morty. But one thing's for sure. We've got a sweet new Beyblade to add to our collection.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty battling each other with their new Beyblades in their laboratory.
Title: The Tale of the Quantum Tongue.
In this episode, our beloved characters Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer explore the intricacies of quantum mechanics as they try to unravel the mystery behind a peculiar red ball with a green arrow sticking out of its side on a gray surface with a black background.
Morty, prepare to have your tiny human mind blown as we embark on a journey through the mysteries of the universe.
Okay, but can we stop at Wendy's first? I'm hungry.
No time for fast food, Morty. We have a mystery to solve.
Yeah, and I bet this ball has something to do with it.
Correct, Summer. This is no ordinary ball. It's a quantum ball with a dimension-defying arrow.
What does that even mean?
It means that the arrow is simultaneously pointing in two directions at once, Morty. Don't you know anything about quantum mechanics?
As they set out to unravel the mystery of the quantum ball, they encounter Niels Bohr, the famous quantum physicist, who explains the mind-bending concepts of quantum mechanics in a way that even Morty can understand.
Niels Bohr. The arrow on this ball is in a superposition of states, existing in multiple directions at the same time. It's like Schrödinger's cat, which is both alive and dead at the same time.
Wow, this is some heavy stuff.
Meanwhile, Tammy's bird, the infamous enemy of the Smith family, hijacks the quantum ball, but the family manages to retrieve it using their wits and knowledge of the quantum world.
I never thought my degree in business administration would come in handy in a situation like this.
And I never realized how useful my love of science fiction would be.
And I never knew a tongue could be so important.
As they finally unravel the mystery and regain control of the quantum ball, they realize that the answer to the universe's biggest questions may lie not in complex equations but in the simplest of things.
Who would have thought that a little red ball with a green arrow would hold the secrets of the universe?
And who would have thought my tongue would save the day?
In the end, the family realizes that the extraordinary can be found in the ordinary, and that anything is possible in the wacky world of Rick and Morty.
Title: The Cannibalistic Evolution of Pokemon.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are in the lab working on a new scientific experiment when they decide to take a break and watch some television. As they flip through channels, they stumble upon an animated scene where a group of Pokémons are running away from a monstrous figure in an otherwise peaceful, cartoonish environment. Rick and Morty become intrigued and watch on.
Wow, Rick, what's happening to that Pokemon? It looks like it's evolving, but into some kind of cannibalistic monster.
Interesting, Morty. Let's investigate further.
Ain't seen.
Rick and Morty transport themselves into the animated world of the Pokémons and observe the cannibalistic evolution in action. The monster, now with sharp teeth and claws, has already eaten all the other Pokémons in its habitat and is on the hunt for more.
What's going on here? Why are all the Pokémons gone?
Yes, and why are you two in an animated world?
We're investigating a scientific phenomenon, Jerry. This monstrous evolution might have some genetic implications for us humans as well.
Oh no, it's coming this way.
The monstrous Pokémon spots Rick and Morty and charges towards them, causing chaos in the animated world they are in. They quickly come up with a plan to defeat the monster.
Morty, I need you to use that Pokeball over there. It's filled with a substance that will subdue the monster's cannibalistic tendencies.
Right, okay, got it.
Morty successfully subdues the monstrous Pokémon, restoring order to the animated world.
Ending scene.
Back in their own world, Rick and Morty reflect on the implications of their discovery and the potential for genetic manipulation.
Fascinating, Morty. It's possible that this cannibalistic evolution might have some positive effects on our own evolution as well.
What, like becoming cannibalistic?
Oh, I was thinking more along the lines of enhanced strength and speed.
I don't want to know what you two are up to in that lab.
Me neither. The scene ends with Rick and Morty continuing their experiments, hinting at further scientific adventures to come.
Next up, let's figure out how to genetically modify Jerry's sense of humor.
The group laughs as the screen fades to black. Title: The Unsettled Bladder of Cosmo Kramer.
Abstract. This study explores the physiological and psychological effects of a full bladder on human behavior through a case study of Cosmo Kramer, a fictional character from the television series Seinfeld. Utilizing the unsettled Tom meme and a black and white drawing of a man with a surprised look on his face as visual stimuli, we examine the impact of external factors on bladder control and decision-making processes. Findings suggest that a full bladder can lead to impulsivity, lack of focus, and poor decision-making, as evidenced by Kramer's erratic behavior in the experimental conditions.
Introduction. The human bladder is a complex organ responsible for the storage and excretion of urine. Its proper function is essential to maintaining homeostasis in the body. However, little is known about the effects of a full bladder on human behavior. In this study, we explore the impact of bladder fullness on decision-making and cognitive processes through the lens of popular culture.
Methodology. We conducted a case study of Cosmo Kramer, a fictional character known for his impulsive and eccentric behavior. Using the unsettled Tom meme and a black and white drawing of a man with a surprised look on his face, we created experimental conditions designed to induce cognitive dissonance and increase bladder fullness. Participants were asked to watch a series of clips of Kramer's behavior while simultaneously drinking water to increase bladder fullness.
Results. Participants exhibited a significant increase in bladder fullness,
as measured by frequency of urination and fluid intake. They also displayed an increase in impulsivity and a decrease in attention span, as evidenced by their inability to remain focused on the task at hand. In addition, participants exhibited a lack of inhibitory control, as indicated by their willingness to engage in rash and impulsive behavior, such as jumping on furniture and wearing a hat made of lettuce.
Conclusion. Our findings suggest that a full bladder can have a significant impact on cognitive processes and decision-making abilities. Furthermore, they highlight the importance of maintaining proper bladder control for optimal mental and physical performance. Future research should explore the mechanisms underlying these effects and their potential clinical implications.
Title: The Cognitive and Behavioral Effects of Exposure to Star Wars Movie Poster.
Hypothesis: exposure to a Star Wars movie poster may have a significant impact on individuals' cognitive and behavioral patterns.
Methodology: a group of 50 university students were exposed to a Star Wars movie poster while participating in a cognitive and behavioral study. The students were asked to answer a series of questions and perform a task before and after the exposure to the poster.
Results. The results of the study showed a significant increase in participants' excitement towards the movie. Participants reported feeling more motivated and driven to watch the movie after exposure to the poster. Additionally, there was a notable increase in verbal expressions of excitement and a decrease in negative emotions such as anxiety.
Discussion. The findings of the study align with previous research on the impact of exposure to popular media on individuals' emotions and behavior. The excitement generated by the Star Wars movie poster suggests that the movie may have a significant impact on the students' cognitive and behavioral patterns.
Further research can be conducted to determine the long-term effects of exposure to popular media such as Star Wars on individuals' cognitive and behavioral patterns. This may include integrating physiological measures such as brain imaging to better understand the mechanisms behind the observed changes in behavior and emotion.
Name. It is fascinating to see how exposure to a poster alone can impact individuals' behavior and emotions. Name. The results suggest that popular media has a significant influence on our cognitive processes and how we interact with the world around us. Name. I wonder if there are any implications for marketing and advertising strategies based on these findings. Name. Maybe future studies can explore the relationship between exposure to popular media and our long-term attitudes and beliefs. Name. It's not just Star Wars, but any form of media that we consume that can have a profound impact on our psychological and behavioral patterns. Name. It's interesting to think about the ethics of using popular media to manipulate behavior and emotion. Name. I wonder how this study would differ if conducted on individuals who were already fans of Star Wars. Name. The results could potentially provide insights into how to engage consumers and foster loyalty towards a brand or franchise. Name. Overall, this study raises important questions about the role and impact of popular media on human cognition and behavior.
Title: Observations on the Behavioral Patterns of Wolves and Potential Threats to Human Beings.
Opening shot shows a panoramic view of a landscape. A large cave is visible in the distance. Suddenly, a group of 3 wolves can be seen entering the cave. Narrator. The video footage captures a pack of 3 wolves entering a cave, engaging in activities that are typical for the species. The camera turns to a man standing at a distance watching the wolves from a safe distance. He appears to be observing their behavior with curiosity. In the foreground, a woman can be seen giving instructions to someone on the phone. The man approaches the wolves slowly and tries to interact with them. The wolves appear to be indifferent to his presence and continue to carry on with their activities in the cave.
Dr. Jane, this behavior is consistent with the social hierarchy observed in wolf packs. The alpha male and female typically dominate the group, while others follow their lead.
Suddenly, the scene cuts to Rick and Morty in Villa Park surrounded by a group of Wolves fans.
Rick, Morty, we need to get out of here before they tear us apart.
Morty, but what about the game? I don't want to miss it.
Rick, screw the game, kid. We need to make sure we don't become a part of their ritualistic sacrifice.
Cut back to the wolves in the cave. The man has managed to approach the wolves and is now standing next to them. Suddenly, one of the wolves lunges at the man, and the camera switches back to Rick and Morty in Villa Park.
Morty, why are they all wearing jerseys? Is it some kind of tribal initiation ritual?
Rick, no, Morty, they're just a bunch of crazed sports fans. We need to get out of here before they turn on us.
The scene switches back and forth between the wolves attacking the man and Rick and Morty trying to escape from the wolves' fans.
Dr. Jane, the group of wolves in the cave appear to have exhibited signs of aggression towards a human being. This confirms the potential threat that wolves pose to human beings.
As the episode draws to a close, the man is able to fend off the wolves and escape unharmed. Meanwhile, Rick and Morty manage to escape from the wolves' fans and are seen driving away in their car, unscathed. Narrator. In conclusion, the observations made during this episode highlight the potential threats that wolves can pose to human beings, as well as the dangers of becoming caught up in the irrational behavior of sports fans.
Title: The Quantum Soccer Game.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Beth, Jerry, and Summer standing in front of a soccer field located at Villa Park. Rick analyzes the field and comments on the correlation between the green turf and photosynthesis.
This field's green color is due to the high concentration of chlorophyll molecules, which facilitates photosynthesis and ultimately sustains life on this planet.
So, why are we here, Rick?
I'm here to engage in a friendly game of quantum soccer with my family, Morty. It's a game that combines the principles of quantum mechanics and soccer.
So how does the game work, Rick?
Well, we have to kick the soccer ball towards the large building in the background. But here's the kicker. The ball exists in multiple parallel universes, so one kick can result in multiple outcomes.
I don't get it.
That's because you only have a high school diploma, Jerry. Nevertheless, let's begin the game.
The game proceeds with the ball constantly shifting between universes, causing confusion and disorientation among the players. Meanwhile, a group of interdimensional beings called the Zorexons observe the game from a distance and become fascinated with its chaotic nature.
Zorexon 1, these humans are playing with quantum mechanics like it's a toy. We must stop them before they destroy the fabric of the multiverse.
Zorexon 2, but can we intervene without violating the principles of non-interference?
Zorexon 1, I have an idea. Let's disguise ourselves as soccer balls and join the game.
The Zorexons transform into soccer balls and enter the game, causing even more chaos.
Great. Now we have rogue quantum balls running amok. Why do I even bother?
I think we should stop playing, Rick. It's becoming dangerous.
No, Morty. We have to win this game at all costs. The fate of the multiverse depends on it.
The game eventually comes to a conclusion when the Zorexon soccer ball accidentally collides with a large building, causing a massive explosion.
Well, I guess that's it. The Zorexons have won this round.
Juan? We just blew up a building, Rick.
Yeah, it's just a minor setback. Let's go get some pizza.
The group leaves the soccer field as sirens wail in the background. The episode ends with a shot of the Zorexons observing the aftermath of their unexpected victory.
Zorexon 2. Perhaps interfering with the humans wasn't such a bad idea after all.
Zorexon 1. Indeed, let's see what other games we can meddle with next.
Title: Quantum Chaos in Bangkok with Doja Cat.
Opening scene.
Morty, we have a new mission. Someone has reported a quantum disturbance in Bangkok.
Quantum disturbance? What does that even mean?
It means, Morty, that the laws of physics are being bent to the will of some seriously warped minds. We need to investigate.
Act 1.
The pair arrive in Bangkok and encounter a woman with a bright green shirt and black jacket holding a cell phone and a pink lipstick in her hand.
Hey, you, what's going on here?
Woman. Looking up from her phone. Nothing much, just enjoying the crazy science in this place.
Crazy science? Don't you know that playing with quantum mechanics can lead to unpredictable results?
Woman, what are you talking about? I'm just trying to get tickets to the Doja Cat concert.
Wait, Doja Cat is in Bangkok? Maybe we should go to her concert instead of investigating this quantum thing.
Morty, focus. We have a job to do.
Act 2.
The duo investigates the source of the quantum disturbance and finds a group of scientists who have discovered a way to manipulate quantum particles using sound waves.
Scientist 1, welcome, we've been expecting you.
Scientist 2, yes, we need your help. We've created a quantum singularity and now we can't control it.
You idiots. This is exactly what I was talking about. Do you have any idea what kind of chaos you're causing?
Scientist 3, but the results are amazing. We've discovered a new form of energy that could revolutionize the world.
Whispering to Rick, maybe we should let them continue. Think about all the possibilities.
You're right, Morty. Let's give them a chance.
Act 3.
At Doja Cat's concert, the singularity causes a rip in reality that merges multiple dimensions together.
Doja Cat, chanting, quantum, quantum, quantum.
The crowd goes wild as creatures from other dimensions begin to appear.
Sarcastically, great job, Morty. Now we have to deal with this mess.
Panicking, what are we gonna do?
We're gonna fix this, Morty. That's what we always do.
Act 4. The duo uses the scientists' technology to reverse the singularity and restore order to the universe.
Scientist 1, thank you so much for your help, you've saved us all.
Scientist 2, yes, we've learned our lesson. We'll never mess with quantum mechanics again.
Doja Cat, walking up to Rick and Morty, you guys are amazing. That was the best concert ever.
Smirking. Yeah, well, we're kind of a big deal.
In awe, I can't believe we just saved the universe and met Doja Cat.
Closing scene.
Rick and Morty are back in their spaceship, ready for their next adventure.
Sighing. I don't know why we bother, Morty. Every time we fix something, it just breaks again.
Smiling. That's the beauty of science, Rick. We never know what's going to happen next.
Chuckling. Yeah, I guess you're right. Let's see what the universe has in store for us next.
Title: The Slug Train Adventure.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty boarding a train that travels through a lush green countryside next to a train track and a field of grass and trees. After a few moments, they realize they are on a slug train, a train operated entirely by giant slugs.
Morty, this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. Who the hell would make a train operated by slugs?
Oh, I don't know, Rick. Maybe somebody who wanted to prove slugs are actually useful?
Useful, Morty. These things are barely capable of crawling out of a garden bed, let alone operating a train.
As they settle into their seats, they notice that the train is heading straight towards a swamp.
Oh, Rick, are we supposed to be going towards this swamp?
No, Morty, they must be malfunctioning. These slugs have no idea where they're going.
Just as Rick and Morty are about to take matters into their own hands, the train suddenly transforms into a giant slug itself and starts to swim through the swamp.
Oh, Morty, I guess we're riding a slug now. What could go wrong?
Suddenly, they are attacked by a swarm of giant mosquitoes.
This is insane. We're gonna get eaten alive.
Don't worry, Morty. I've got a plan. Hold still.
Rick takes out a device and transforms Morty into a giant Venus flytrap.
Whoa, this is awesome. I can eat those mosquitoes now?
That's right, Morty. Let's show these bloodsuckers who's boss.
As they defeat the mosquitoes, they discover that the swamp is actually a secret government laboratory.
Of course, Morty. The government always has their hands in weird places.
But what are they doing here, Rick?
Who knows, Morty? But I'm pretty sure we just stopped them from releasing a deadly virus into the world.
As they exit the slug train, they realize they have been shrunk down to the size of a slug.
Ah, Rick. I think we're small now.
Oh great, Morty. Just another day in the life of a scientist.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty hitching a ride on the back of a passing beetle, ready for their next adventure.
Title: The Uncertainty Principle of Green Spiders and Newly Invented Fake Pokemon.
Abstract. In this episode, we investigate the implications of the uncertainty principle of quantum mechanics in the context of a green spider in a black box with a red and blue box containing a green spider. In addition, we examine the newly invented fake Pokemon species and their potential applications in modern life.
Introduction. The green spider in a black box experiment and its implications for the uncertainty principle are well documented in quantum mechanics. However, the addition of a red and blue box with a green spider inside introduces a new variable to the experiment. This episode aims to investigate the behavior of these spiders and their potential interactions with the newly invented fake Pokemon.
Methodology. The green spider in the black box with the red and blue boxes were observed using high-speed cameras and quantum measuring devices. The 20 newly invented fake Pokemon were also examined and categorized according to their physical attributes and potential applications in modern life.
Results. The green spider in the black box and the red and blue boxes containing green spiders exhibited unexpected behavior, often disappearing and reappearing seemingly at random. This behavior can be attributed to the uncertainty principle and the fluctuations of quantum states. The newly invented fake Pokemon were categorized into various species, including Fire type, Water type, Electric type, and Rock type, among others. These species were found to have potential applications in medicine, agriculture, and energy production.
Discussion.
Ash. Wow, I can't believe the green spiders are disappearing and reappearing. That's so cool.
Rock. Yes, it's a perfect example of the uncertainty principle in action. The fluctuations of quantum states make it impossible to predict exactly where the green spiders will be.
Misty, and look at all these newly invented fake Pokemon species. I can't wait to catch them all and see how they can be utilized in different fields.
May, I'm particularly interested in the water-type Pokemon. They show potential for desalination of seawater, which can solve many of the world's water scarcity problems.
X. And the electric-type Pokemon can be harnessed for energy generation, reducing our reliance on fossil fuels.
Tracy, overall, these scientific breakthroughs present many exciting possibilities for the future. We must continue to explore and experiment with these theories and invent new Pokemon species to help us tackle the challenges of modern life.
Conclusion. The green spider in the black box with the red and blue boxes containing green spiders and the newly invented fake Pokemon species are fascinating examples of the potential of quantum mechanics in the human imagination. Further research is needed to uncover their full potential in applications in modern life.
Title: The Blue Cup Paradox.
Summary, asterisk.
In this episode, Rick and Morty stumble upon a blue cup lying on the ground with a strange shadow accompanying it. Upon further examination, they realize that the shadow is the result of a person standing next to the cup at a certain angle and time of day. This discovery leads them down a rabbit hole of scientific paradoxes and comedic chaos.
Scene 1. The Discovery.
Morty, look at this blue cup. There's a weird shadow next to it. Do you see it?
Yeah, Rick. It's just a shadow. Who cares?
Who cares, Morty? This is a scientific anomaly. We have to investigate.
Scene 2. Paradoxical experiments.
Okay, Morty, hand me that bicycle and that volleyball. Let's see if we can recreate the shadow without a person present.
What are we even doing, Rick? This seems pointless.
Science isn't pointless, Morty. Now, pass me that soda can. We're going to need it for our next experiment.
Scene 3. Steel-toed boots.
Why are you wearing those steel-toed boots, Rick?
Safety first, Morty. We don't want any accidents while we're messing with the space-time continuum.
I don't think steel-toed boots are going to do anything for the space-time continuum, Rick.
You can never be too careful, Morty.
Scene 4. Paradoxical conundrum.
Rick, I don't think this is working. The shadow is still only appearing when a person is standing next to the cup.
You're right, Morty. This is a paradoxical conundrum. It's like the chicken and the egg all over again.
But what does that even mean, Rick?
It means we need to keep experimenting.
Scene 5. Hilarious chaos.
Okay, Morty. Hold the cup and stand at a 45-degree angle to the sun. I'm going to take a picture of the shadow.
What? Why do I have to hold the cup?
Just do it, Morty. Science doesn't wait for anyone.
Picture is taken.
Now, Morty, use the rope to swing over to that tree.
Why am I doing this?
Chaos ensues as Morty swings into the tree, knocking down branches and screaming.
Ha, Morty, I got you good. I just wanted to see what would happen.
I hate you, Rick.
Scene 6. Resolution.
Well, Morty, It looks like we've discovered a new scientific paradox.
What's that, Rick?
The blue cup paradox. The shadow only appears with a person standing next to it, but the person's shadow is also needed for the shadow to appear. It's a never-ending cycle of paradoxical absurdity.
Oh, okay. Can we go home now? I'm exhausted.
Sure, Morty. Let's go get some McDonald's.
Title: The Heist of the Alien Copper Camouflaged in Heartbreak Anthem.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty team up with two women in costumes with large eyes and long hair, one with a creepy face and the other with a weird head, to steal an alien technology that holds the key to unlocking the mysteries of the universe. Along the way, they encounter the greatest mind of all time, Isaac Newton, who joins forces with them to pull off the ultimate heist. Rick, all right Morty, listen up. We've got to steal this alien technology, and we're gonna need all the help we can get.
Morty. Oh, Rick, who are these two women in costumes?
Creepy face girl, we're here to help you, Morty. Our people have been studying this technology for centuries.
Weird head girl, and we've finally found a way to extract it without alerting the alien guards.
Rick, all right, I like your style, but we've got to do this fast before they catch on. Newton, you ready?
Isaac Newton. Certainly. I may not have the technological know-how of you youngsters, but my mind is still sharp as ever.
Creepy face girl, we'll distract the guards while you guys make your way to the vault.
Morty. Rick, what's in the vault exactly?
Rick, copper, Morty. Rare, valuable copper. And not just any copper. This stuff is camouflaged to look like a heartbreak anthem by Galantes, David Guetta and Little Mix. It's practically impossible to detect.
Weird head girl, but once we have it, we can reverse engineer it and use it to power our own technology.
Morty, sounds risky, but I trust you guys.
Newton indeed, let us begin.
And with that, the team set off on their heist, using their wits and ingenuity to outsmart the alien guards and extract the precious copper. In the end, they succeeded in their mission, cementing their places in history as some of the most brilliant minds in the universe. Rick, that was easy. Almost too easy.
Creepy face girl, don't get too cocky, Rick. There are plenty of other heists out there waiting to be pulled off.
Weird head girl, and we'll be right there with you every step of the way.
Morty. Yeah, because that's what we do.
Newton indeed, who knows what other secrets the universe holds, waiting to be unlocked by those courageous enough to seek them out.
Rick, all right, enough with the sappy stuff. Let's go celebrate with some interdimensional booze. And so, the team retreated back to their lab, victorious and ready for whatever challenges lay ahead.
Title: The Unforeseeable Consequences of Messing with Vegeta Blimps.
Opening shot, a blue object, later revealed to be a Vegeta blimp, is seen hovering over a lush green forest covered with an abundance of trees and bushes. In the background, a mountain range is visible.
Morty, we gotta jump on that Vegeta blimp.
What? Why?
Because it's there, Morty. And it's flying over a forest full of exotic ingredients we can use for our next batch of space roast.
You mean like coffee beans and stuff?
No, Morty, I mean like magic mushrooms and alien cacti. We need that shit to make our customers really trip balls.
As they climb onto the blimp, Rick and Morty are confronted by a group of hostile aliens guarding what appears to be a secret laboratory.
Alien, holding unauthorized personnel. What is your purpose on this vessel?
Hey, listen up, you scaly-faced greasebags. We're just here for the happy mushrooms and space cacti, so back off.
Yeah, what he said.
After a brief struggle, Rick and Morty manage to break into the laboratory and get their hands on some of the exotic ingredients.
Score. These magic mushrooms are gonna be trippier than a Jimi Hendrix concert.
I don't know if that's a good thing, Rick.
However, what Rick and Morty failed to realize was that the Vegeta blimp was not just any ordinary blimp. It was actually a nuclear-powered experimental aircraft, and the stolen exotic ingredients were ultra-radioactive.
Oh, Morty, I think we may have messed up big time.
What do you mean, Rick?
I mean that those ingredients we just stole are hella radioactive, Morty. If we don't get off this blimp soon, we're gonna get hella irradiated and turn into Cronenbergs.
Oh no, not again.
In a sudden twist of events, the blimp explodes in a massive ball of fire, causing Rick and Morty to be catapulted into the air and falling towards the forest below.
Brace yourself, Morty, we're about to get sacrificed to the alien mushroom gods.
Wubba lubba dub dub.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty waking up in a hospital, covered in bandages and breathing masks, as they reflect on the unforeseeable consequences of messing with the unknown powers of science.
Title: The Extraterrestrial Manhole Adventure.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty wandering around different universes when they stumble upon a peculiar cartoon of a man in a hole in the ground with a dog on his back and a cat on his head. Intrigued, they investigate and are suddenly sucked into the cartoon.
Morty, we're stuck in a cartoon. What kind of universe has a man with a cat on his head?
I don't know, Rick, but I think we're gonna have to find a way out before we get sucked in for good.
Suddenly, they come across an extraterrestrial who needs their help to contact his home planet. However, he forgot the letter M in his communication device.
T, please help me, humans. I need to contact my planet, but I cannot do it without the letter M.
Well, this is just great, Morty. We're stuck in a cartoon with an alien who can't communicate properly. How are we going to find the letter M in this universe?
I don't know, Rick, but we've got to help him. He's all alone in this universe.
As they search for the letter M, they encounter hilarious twists and turns. From talking trees that only speak in song lyrics to a time-looping wormhole that sucks them back into the same scene over and over again.
This is insane, Morty. We're stuck in a world where nothing makes sense.
I know, Rick, but we've got to keep going. We can't let this alien down.
Finally, after much searching, they come across the elusive letter M and are able to help the ET communicate with his planet.
T, thank you, humans. You have saved me and my planet.
Yeah, no problem. Now can we please get out of this insane cartoon universe?
Agreed. Let's get out of here before we get sucked in again.
As they escape the cartoon universe, they reflect on their crazy adventure and the absurdity of the universe they just left behind.
Oh, Morty, that was certainly a wild ride. What did you think of that whole man with a cat on his head bit?
I don't know, Rick, but I think we've seen enough weird stuff for one day.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty safely back in their own universe, but forever scarred by the absurdity they experienced in the cartoon world.
Title: The Teddy Bear Paradox.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty team up with Jerry to investigate a strange phenomenon involving a teddy bear in a pink hat and red boot. They discover that the bear exists in a quantum state, simultaneously alive and dead, causing strange effects on reality. Meanwhile, Ronald McDonald inexplicably turns into dust in the wind, leading to even more bizarre consequences.
Act 1. The teddy bear in the quantum field. Morty, we've got an urgent one. There's a teddy bear, in a pink hat and red boot, standing in the middle of a quantum field.
What's a quantum field?
Jerry, it's a field of probability waves that determine the likelihood of particles being in a certain position. And right now, this bear is causing interference with the waves, making it both alive and dead at the same time.
Geez, Rick, that sounds like the Schrodinger's cat experiment.
Bingo, Morty, looks like we've got ourselves a quantum paradox.
Act 2. Ronald McDonald's demise.
Hey guys, have you seen Ronald McDonald lately?
What the hell does that have to do with anything, Jerry?
I just saw him outside, and then he turned into dust in the wind.
Oh man, this is getting weird.
Burps, Jerry, stay here and investigate the teddy bear. Morty, let's go check out this Ronald McDonald situation.
Act 3. The teddy bear paradox amplified.
Rick, this Ronald McDonald thing is freaking me out.
Morty, focus. We've got a quantum bear causing reality to warp. If we don't figure out a solution, the universe could implode.
But how do we solve a paradox?
We need to amplify the paradox to the point where it collapses into a definitive state. I've got a plan.
Act 4. The Teddy Bear Conundrum Solved.
Rick, Morty. The teddy bear disappeared.
Good, it means our plan worked. By amplifying the paradox, we forced the bear into a stable reality.
And what about Ronald McDonald?
Burps, oh, that was just a figment of your imagination, Morty.
Wait, so everything that happened was just a hallucination?
Well, not really. It's more of an illusion created by the quantum field. But the important thing is, the universe is safe.
Blog.
I don't know, Rick. It all seems so real.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand any of this.
Look, the universe is a big, complex, and often nonsensical place. Sometimes, you just have to accept that things don't make sense, and focus on what you can control.
I guess you're right, Rick.
I'm not sure I'm okay with that, but I'll try to keep an open mind. Fade to black.
Title: The Quantum Kicks and the Dimensional Dilemma.
The episode opens up with Rick and Morty in their garage lab. They are conducting an experiment on quantum physics. Rick turns to Morty and says, "Morty, you know what they say about quantum physics. If you think you understand it, you don't understand it." Morty nods in agreement. Yeah, it's like trying to understand this year's Simpsons plotline. Suddenly, they hear a loud thud outside. They rush to the window to see a man in a red suit kicking another man in a red suit in a wrestling ring. They quickly realize that the red-suited men are actually Taekwondo experts, and one of them happens to be Dr. Disrespect. Rick decides to investigate and teleports the duo to the wrestling arena. They find themselves in the middle of a match between Dr. Disrespect and the mysterious man in red. Jerry, Beth, and Summer are already in the audience, cheering for Dr. Disrespect. Rick is more interested in the science behind the Taekwondo moves. As the match heats up, the mysterious man suddenly disappears, only to reappear behind Dr. Disrespect and lands a devastating kick. Rick recognizes the move as a quantum kick, something that should be impossible in this dimension. The team decides to investigate and trace the origin of the mysterious man. They discover that he is a time-traveling zookeeper who has lost his way through the dimensions. He landed in this dimension and got stuck in the wrestling ring. Rick, Morty, and the team quickly come up with a plan to send the zookeeper back to his rightful dimension. They use a portal gun to create a wormhole and successfully return the zookeeper back to his original dimension. The episode ends with the team back in the garage lab, discussing the events that transpired. Jerry wonders aloud, so he just fought a time-traveling zookeeper in a wrestling ring? That's gotta be a new low. Rick laughs, "Get used to it, Jerry. It's just another day in the multiverse."
Title: Pikachu goes Super Saiyan.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty explore the science of anime and cartoons. The episode starts with the family watching an anime marathon on TV, when suddenly a yellow toy with a big smile on its face and arms, with its mouth open and hands out, appears on the screen. Rick recognizes it as Pikachu, a famous character from the Pokemon franchise, but something is off. Pikachu has gone Super Saiyan.
Oh great, now we have to deal with Super Saiyan Pikachu. This universe is getting weirder every day.
I didn't know Pikachu could go Super Saiyan. Is that even scientifically possible?
Possible? You're talking to the guy who can travel through multiple dimensions and timelines, Morty. Everything is scientifically possible if you put your mind to it.
I don't get it. What's so special about Pikachu going Super Saiyan?
Dad, you're such a boomer. Everyone knows that going Super Saiyan is the ultimate power boost in the anime world.
Rick decides to investigate the phenomenon and takes the family to a nearby laboratory. He hooks up Pikachu to a brain scanner and discovers that the yellow creature has been infused with a new type of energy called cartoonic energy.
Cartoonic energy is usually found in cartoon characters, Morty. It's what gives them their superhuman abilities and unrealistically perfect hair.
So, Pikachu has too much of it and that's why he's gone Super Saiyan.
Exactly, but we need to be careful. Too much cartoonic energy can be dangerous. It can cause mutations and other unforeseen consequences.
As Rick and Morty try to find a way to reverse the effects of the cartoonic energy, Jerry accidentally spills a chemical on the scanner, causing a chain reaction that turns Rick into a cartoon character himself.
Ah damn it, Jerry, look what you've done. Now I'm stuck in this ridiculous, unrealistic form. My genius brain deserves better than this.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and the rest of the family watching in horror as Pikachu's Super Saiyan form goes out of control, causing chaos and destruction all around them.
I knew this was a bad idea. That yellow rat is gonna destroy us all. We need to get out of here now.
But what about Pikachu?
Screw Pikachu. I can't do science with my brain in cartoon form. Let's go, Morty.
And with that, the family makes a mad dash for the safety of the portal gun, leaving chaos in their wake.
Title: The Neodymium Predicament.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty coming back from a space adventure, where they stumbled upon a rare mineral called neodymium. Rick, excited about the discovery, brings a sample back to his lab to conduct experiments. Jerry, who's been waiting for hours for Rick to watch a Star Wars marathon with him, gets impatient and decides to play with Rick's collection of Star Wars action figures. He accidentally drops one of the figures, causing it to break in half. Morty, trying to keep Jerry out of trouble, tells him to leave the lab before Rick finds out. But it's too late. Rick has already noticed the broken figure, and he goes on a rant about how rare and valuable it was. He then notices that the lights on the sides of the figure were made out of neodymium, which was powering a miniature lightsaber that was also in the figure's hand. Rick realizes that he needs to extract the neodymium from the figure, but he can't do it without destroying the lights. He decides to use his latest invention, a finger replacement device, to control the delicate extraction process. Rick, Morty, and Jerry get to work on the extraction process, but things quickly go awry. The device malfunctions, and instead of extracting the neodymium, it starts causing the lights on the figure to flicker and come to life. Suddenly, the action figure starts moving on its own, and the lightsaber ignites. The figure turns out to be a Kylo Ren action figure that had been possessed by a predator who was hunting the neodymium. The trio panics and tries to escape, but the predator-possessed Kylo Ren starts chasing them around the lab, slashing at them with a lightsaber. They end up cornered, but Rick, with his quick thinking, uses the finger device to control the lights on the figure's sides to distract the predator. In a battle of wits and science, Rick and the predator engage in a complicated laser and finger manipulation fight. However, the predator ultimately falls victim to Rick's cunning and the trio escapes the lab unharmed, with the neodymium intact.
Jerry, who had almost been slashed by the lightsaber, asks, "What was that thing?" "A possessed action figure," to which Rick replies, "No, Jerry, it was a predator hunting for its prey, the neodymium. But easy enough to outwit, I suppose."
The episode ends with them enjoying the Star Wars marathon, but with a new appreciation for the scientific complexities of the Star Wars universe.
Title: Galactic Guffaws.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty flying through the vast expanse of space in their spaceship, the SS Sci-Fi. They land on a green field in the Milky Way galaxy with a sky full of stars in the background.
Morty, we've landed on a planet with some strange readings. Keep your eyes peeled for anything out of the ordinary.
Rick, isn't everything about our adventures out of the ordinary?
Suddenly, they hear laughter coming from a nearby radio.
On radio, welcome to Comedy Cosmos, where the punchlines are out of this world.
Comedy radio shows? I hate those things. Give me some real science any day.
But Rick, don't you know that laughter is scientifically proven to reduce stress and improve mood?
Oh, please. I've been studying the chemical composition of humor since before you were born, Morty.
As they walk through the field, they encounter strange alien creatures who speak in riddles.
Alien one, what's invisible but smells like bananas?
I don't have time for your alien puns. We're here on a mission.
Alien 2, why was the math book sad?
Why?
Alien 2, because it had too many problems.
The group wanders into a comedy club filled with aliens, all laughing hysterically and slapping their tentacles on the table.
Hey guys, we made it just in time for the Galactic Guffaws competition. Let's give it a shot.
Are you kidding me? I refuse to participate in such an inconsequential form of entertainment.
Come on, Rick, let's give it a try. Maybe we'll win some space cash.
Fine, but I'm warning you. I'm not one for cheesy jokes and puns.
The competition begins, and Rick takes the stage.
I did the proton cross the road to get to the nucleus.
The aliens roar with laughter, their tentacles flailing in delight.
I have one. Why did the astronaut break up with his girlfriend? Because he needed some space.
More laughter erupts from the crowd.
Okay, I'll give it a go. Why did the alien refuse to eat the taco? Because it was too cheesy.
The aliens practically fall out of their chairs with mirth.
I can't believe we're reduced to this. Making jokes for a bunch of tentacled weirdos.
Hey, at least we made them happy. And who knows? Maybe we have a shot at winning this thing.
The episode ends with the group celebrating their victory, covered in space confetti and swarmed by adoring fans.
Alien 3. Hey guys, did you hear the one about the black hole and the neutron star?
Don't even bother, pal. I'm done with jokes for today.
Title: The Quantum Mask Paradox.
In this episode, Rick and Morty stumble upon a strange mask with a green crown on top of its head and glowing green and red eyes. Curious, Rick decides to put on the mask and suddenly finds himself transported to a parallel universe. However, upon his return, Rick notices that his doppelganger Nightmare has followed him back and is wreaking havoc on his own dimension. Jerry, ever the skeptic, questions the plausibility of quantum mechanics and the existence of parallel universes. His concerns fall on deaf ears as the rest of the family is preoccupied with dealing with evil Morty, who has taken advantage of the chaos to launch his own assault on the family. Meanwhile, Summer finds herself trapped in an interdimensional Shake Shack as the burger chain has become embroiled in an alien meme war. Beth, armed with her own scientific knowledge, attempts to solve the paradox that brought the mask into their dimension in the first place. As the episode progresses, the family finds themselves hopping between multiple universes and dealing with various paradoxes. The humor comes from the absurdity of the situations, as the entirety of the episode is presented in scientific PhD university language. In the end, the family manages to resolve all paradoxes and save their dimension from collapse. But not before Rick delivers a final punchline that leaves even Jerry scratching his head. The following episode is a scientific discussion of a hypothetical scenario involving a train with multicolored interior and the occurrence of a skee-ball game along with a photographer.
Introduction.
The subject at hand involves a train with a red, green, and blue interior and a combination of a red, green, and blue floor. The theoretical train is set to travel from point A to point B under controlled conditions. Along the journey, a skee-ball game occurs, and a photographer captures images of the events that unfold.
Narration.
As the train sets off from point A, it is observed that the combination of red, green, and blue lighting creates an interesting visual effect on the internal environment of the train. This observation is consistent with the principles of color perception, where the stimulation of the color-sensitive cone cells in the eyes manifests as the perception of color in the brain. During the journey, the passengers on the train decide to set up a skee-ball game, which involves rolling balls up a ramp and aiming for scoring holes. This game is observed to have a positive impact on the mood of the passengers, and the scientific explanation for this effect can be attributed to the release of endorphins. Endorphins are chemicals produced by the body that create a feeling of euphoria and reduce the perception of pain. As the game progresses, the photographer captures images of the events, utilizing the principles of photography and light reflection. Light reflected off the colorful surfaces of the train interacts with the lens of the camera to create the images captured. However, during the game, the skee-ball game equipment malfunctions, and the balls are lost in the train compartments. The phenomenon of losing objects in complex structures like the train can be explained using principles of chaos theory, which deals with the unpredictability of systems given small changes in initial conditions.
Conclusion.
In this scientific discussion of a hypothetical scenario involving a train with a multicolored interior, a skee-ball game, and a photographer, we have applied principles from various fields of science to the events that unfolded. Color perception, endorphins, light reflection, and chaos theory have been used to explain the observations made.
Title: The Unicorn Experimentation.
Scientific synopsis. In this episode, we observe the culmination of various phenomena involving the interaction between the characters of Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer. The sequence commences with a cartoon character and a cartoon animal on a mountaintop with the sunset in the background, which initiates an existential crisis within Rick. This prompts him to launch a perilous journey in search of the meaning of life in a universe where everything is random.
Morty, come on. Let's go explore the meaning of life in this universe.
Rick, I don't think we can just do that.
Hey, what's going on, Rick?
Yeah, what's with the rush?
I'm just trying to finish my homework.
We need to discover the secret of the universe before someone else does.
Okay, but can we stop at Unicorn Idol auditions first?
Jerry, focus.
As they travel, the group discovers a mad scientist who is conducting unethical experimentation on unicorns. In an effort to shut down the mad scientist's operations, they release the unicorns. Title: The Kenjutsu Massage Catastrophe.
Scientific description.
Utilizing the advanced technology of his portal gun, Rick Sanchez and his grandson Morty Smith traverse through a multitude of alternate dimensions until they come across a unique universe where the legendary samurai Kenshin Himura practices an ancient form of massage known as Esalen. After convincing Kenshin to give them a demonstration, Rick and Morty eagerly volunteer for a session. However, things take a turn for the worse when a giant centipede-like creature attacks them mid-massage.
Rick, cracking his neck. I love a good massage. Hey, Kenshin, this isn't just some hokey-pokey kind of massage, right? Kenshin. Indeed, Rick-san. Esalen massage is an art form passed down through generations of skilled practitioners. It utilizes the subtle energy flow of the human body to ease tension and promote relaxation.
Morty, mumbling, I didn't know I signed up for a lecture.
Summer, entering. Hey, Rick, Morty, I thought I heard you guys oh shit. What is that thing?
Centipede. Screeching. I am the centipede, and you are my prey.
Summer. Well, that just ruined my day.
Beth, joining them, what's going on? And why are you all naked? Rick, grinning. Just getting a good rub down. Beth, nothing to worry about. Say, you think you can hand me that portal gun?
From there, chaos ensues as the five of them battle the monstrous centipede while still trying to maintain their dignity and composure during the massage session. Rick modifies the portal gun to temporarily trap the creature in an alternate dimension, but not before it causes some major disruptions to Kenshin's studio and equipment.
Kenshin. Sighing. I have never experienced such a thing during my sessions before. I fear my reputation may suffer. Rick. Relax, Kenshin. We'll make sure nobody knows about this little mishap. It's just another day in the life of the Sanchez-Smith family.
Morty groaning. Can we get dressed now and maybe never do a group massage again?
Summer, speak for yourself, Morty. I'm feeling pretty good, all things considered.
Beth. Smirking. Maybe we should come here more often. It's cheaper than therapy.
The episode ends with Rick sending the centipede back to its own dimension and leaving Kenshin's studio in shambles, but all of them feeling oddly rejuvenated and at peace. End of episode.
Title: Behavioral Analysis of Squirrel, Cyrus vulgaris, in the presence of guacamole and oasis.
Abstract. The present study aimed to investigate the behavior of Cyrus vulgaris, squirrel, in the presence of guacamole and oasis. Our observations focused on the squirrel's climbing behavior on a green bench while looking at the camera with a green object in the foreground. The study aimed to investigate the associations between guacamole and oasis with the squirrel's behavior and cognition.
Introduction. The behavioral and cognitive processes of squirrels have been extensively studied in different contexts. However, the effects of food and water sources on their behavior in urban settings have not been studied extensively. The presence of guacamole and oasis may serve as potential stimuli for squirrels to display natural behaviors such as foraging and exploring. Our study aimed to empirically test this hypothesis by closely observing the squirrel's behavior and cognition in the presence of guacamole and oasis.
Methods. The present study utilized an observational research design wherein a single squirrel, Cyrus vulgaris, was observed on a green bench in the presence of guacamole and oasis. The squirrel was a Burman breed and was housed in a university campus. The observations were conducted over 2 hours, and the behavior of the squirrel was recorded using a high-resolution camera. Climbing behavior of squirrel was closely observed and recorded. Results. The results of the observational study suggested that the presence of guacamole and oasis resulted in significant changes in squirrel's behavior. The squirrel was observed to be more active and engaged in climbing activities. The squirrel was observed to approach the green bench, and was eventually seen climbing it while holding a green object in its mouth. Upon reaching the top of the bench, the squirrel looked directly at the camera for a few seconds before returning to the ground. This behavior suggested that the green object in the foreground served as a stimulus for the squirrel to climb towards it.
Discussion. The observed behavior of the squirrel suggests that the presence of guacamole and oasis had an impact on its cognitive processes, leading to increased activity and climbing behavior. The presence of the green object in the foreground likely acted as a cue or stimulus for the squirrel, leading it to climb towards the bench. The findings suggest that urban settings with food and water sources play a significant role in the behavior and cognition of squirrels.
Conclusion. The behavioral analysis of the squirrel in the presence of guacamole and oasis highlights how food and water sources in urban settings impact the behavior and cognition of squirrels. The study findings suggest that the presence of such stimuli can lead to changes in squirrels' behavior and can be an effective tool for studying their cognitive processes in urban environments. Future studies should explore the effects of different food and water sources on squirrel behavior in urban settings. Title: Genesis and the Quantum Sheepdog. Act 1.
Rick discovers a strange phenomenon in the multiverse where a dog with a black and brown face and white chest and head, identified as a Shetland sheepdog and named Genesis, possesses quantum abilities that allow it to communicate with multiple universes simultaneously.
Morty, we're dealing with a quantum dog that can access multiple universes at will. We gotta investigate.
Aw, geez, Rick, do we have to? It looks like a regular dog.
What's going on in here? Is that a dog? Can I pet it?
Stay away, Beth. This is a highly advanced being that requires our utmost attention and respect.
Act 2.
The trio watches in amazement as Genesis uses its powers to locate other versions of themselves in parallel universes, including a version of Morty that is actually Chucky Finster from Rugrats.
Chucky, this is so weird. I don't even know how I got here. But it's good to know that I'm not the only one with a fear of everything.
Listen, Chucky, we need your help. Genesis has unlocked a whole new level of quantum physics that could change everything we know about the universe. And we need muscles.
Muscles? What's going on, old man?
I need you to help us with the physics equations. This dog is telling us things that are beyond our comprehension.
Act 3. As they work together to decipher Genesis' abilities, they come to a startling realization. Genesis is not just a quantum dog, but a quantum deity, with the power to create and manipulate entire universes at will.
Wait, you mean all those realities we saw? Genesis made those?
Yes, Beth, it's like the genesis of the universe itself. We must figure out how to harness its power before it falls into the wrong hands.
But how do we know it won't just create some kind of horrible monster universe?
Muscles. Don't worry, Morty, I got this. Universe creation is just a matter of genetics.
Chucky, oh boy, I don't like the sound of that.
Blog.
In the end, Rick and the gang successfully tap into Genesis' powers to create a perfect universe where they can live out their wildest fantasies, until Genesis decides it's had enough and sends them all back to their own reality.
Well, that was fun. Let's just stick to the regular interdimensional travel from now on, shall we?
Sounds good to me, Rick.
Can we keep the dog though? It's kind of cute.
Fine, but remember, this is no ordinary dog. It's the genesis of the multiverse we're dealing with here.
Title: The Quantum Dice Battle.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty on a mission to explore the demon-haunted Dreamland, which is a parallel dimension where the laws of physics and reality are distorted. Beth accompanies them on this dangerous adventure, wearing her blue protective suit. As they land, they stumble upon a strange dice and dice box that emits quantum radiation. Rick, being curious, decides to open the box and roll the dice, but his action triggers a chain reaction that sends them to an unknown dimension. In this new world, they find themselves in the middle of a robot dog show, where the contestants are American short-hair cats with robotic enhancements. Rick, being a fan of sci-fi gadgets, decides to participate and modifies Morty's brain so he could communicate with the robotic cats. The competition is fierce, and they face tough opponents, including a mechanical Yara Shahidi cat and a Doja Cat cyborg. However, Morty makes a gambit and challenges their final opponent, a Martian Manhunter cat, to a game of dice. The rules of the game are complicated, involving advanced quantum mechanics and multidimensional probability calculus. However, Morty manages to outsmart the cat and wins the trophy, which turns out to be a quantum teleportation device. As they celebrate their victory, they suddenly realize that they're not alone. A group of interdimensional dice enthusiasts surrounds them, demanding a rematch and challenging them to a cosmic-scale dice tournament. Rick, always up for a challenge, accepts the bet, and the episode ends with them teleporting to the dice dimension, where their skills will be put to the ultimate test.
This is going to be the craziest, most scientifically advanced dice tournament in the multiverse.
I don't know, Rick. This seems pretty intense. Can we handle it?
Don't worry, Morty, just follow your father's lead. He's a genius, remember?
That's right, Morty. And with this quantum teleportation device, we're unstoppable.
Dara Shahidi Cat, you think you're so smart, Rick Sanchez. But you can't outsmart me.
Doja Cat Cyborg. Yeah, we're the ultimate robotic felines. You don't stand a chance.
I may not be the smartest person in the room, but I know how to roll the dice.
Martian Manhunter Cat. Let's see what you got, Morty. I hope you're ready to face the odds.
Interdimensional dice enthusiast. Welcome to the dice dimension, where anything is possible. Let the games begin.
Title: The Quantum Toy Samurai.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty discover a toy of a man with a sword and armor on a table which, when they activate it, unleashes a time-traveling samurai. As they journey through time and space with the unpredictable samurai, they encounter a series of absurd and hilarious scenarios.
Opening scene.
Morty, check out this toy I found in Ethiopia. It's got some weird quantum energy signature.
Whoa, that's pretty cool. What does it do?
I have no idea. Let's find out.
Act 1.
Rick activates the toy, which causes a portal to open and out steps the time-traveling samurai. The samurai proceeds to spout off a series of gibberish that Rick and Morty can't understand.
Morty, I think we broke it.
What do we do now, Rick?
I don't know. Let's take it back to the lab and figure out how to fix it.
Act 2.
Back at the lab, Rick and Morty examine the toy and discover that it's made up of a complex system of quantum particles that allows for time travel. The samurai suddenly comes alive and starts swinging his sword around, causing chaos in the lab.
Morty, help me get this thing under control.
What's the plan, Rick?
I don't know, Morty. Just do something.
Act 3. As Rick and Morty chase after the samurai, they find themselves transported through time to various historical eras. They encounter a young Lionel Messi, who helps them defeat a gang of robot dinosaurs in prehistoric times, and they even witness the birth of the universe.
This is crazy, Rick. How are we gonna get back home?
Just hold on, Morty. I think I can recalibrate the quantum particles and…
Suddenly, the samurai disappears in a puff of smoke, leaving Rick and Morty stranded in the middle of nowhere.
Act 4.
As Rick and Morty try to figure out how to get home, they stumble upon a group of alien scientists who recognize the quantum energy signature of the samurai toy. With their help, Rick and Morty are able to track down the samurai and bring him back to the lab.
Alright, Morty, let's get this thing back to Ethiopia and…
The samurai cuts Rick off mid-sentence and starts speaking in perfect English.
Samurai, thank you, Rick and Morty, for freeing me from the confines of that toy. I am forever in your debt.
Under his breath, well, that was unexpected.
Closing scene. Rick and Morty bid farewell to the samurai as they watch him disappear through another portal. As they reflect back on their insane adventure, Morty turns to Rick and says,
You know, Rick, even though everything was so crazy, it was still kind of fun.
Yeah, Morty, I guess it was.
Montage of Rick and Morty traveling through time and space with the samurai to the tune of Gangnam Style.
Title: The Interdimensional Conundrum of Professor X and the IKEA Grommet.
Plot. Rick discovers an elusive IKEA grommet, a rare device that can manipulate space and time across multiple dimensions and universes. He enlists the help of Professor X, a renowned physicist, to harness its power. Meanwhile, Morty struggles with a school project and enlists the help of his family. Jerry, eager to impress Beth and Summer, also joins in on the scientific fun.
Scene opens with Rick showing Professor X the IKEA grommet.
Professor, behold the IKEA grommet. This rare device can manipulate space and time across multiple dimensions and universes.
Professor X, fascinating, but do you have proper authorization to use such a device? The consequences could be catastrophic.
Catastrophic? We're not amateurs here, Professor. We're the smartest beings in the multiverse.
Meanwhile at the Smith household, Morty is struggling with his school project.
I don't get it. This project is impossible. I can't even understand what I'm supposed to do.
Well, son, looks like you could use some of your old man's great ideas.
Jerry, don't encourage him. Morty, just take your time and use your critical thinking skills.
Or we could just use the grommet and make everything better. I'm sure Rick and the professor have it under control.
Back to Rick and Professor X.
Alright, Professor. Let's power up the grommet and get this experiment started.
Professor X, but Rick, we don't know the full extent of its power. This could be dangerous.
Dangerous? Bah. Just some slight temporal inconsistencies. What's the worst that could happen?
Suddenly, the room shakes and the grommet starts to glow.
Oh, this wasn't part of the plan. Quick, we need to stabilize the grommet.
Professor X, I'll try to recalibrate the phase matrix in.
Boom! Everyone is suddenly in a surreal black and white world.
What the hell is going on? Where are we?
Looks like we're in some sort of alternate dimension. This is so cool.
Cool? Dad, we're stuck in a black and white world and Morty's school project is due tomorrow.
Alright everyone, let's stick together and try to find a way back home.
Rick and Professor X try to fix the grommet while the rest of the family navigates through the bizarre world.
Professor, do you have any idea what went wrong? This isn't anything like the simulations.
Professor X, it appears that the temporal energies of the grommet were destabilized by an external force. We need to find out what it was.
As they investigate, they stumble upon a strange entity named Genos.
Genos, greetings travelers, I am Genos. I noticed your arrival and couldn't help but investigate. Is there anything I can assist you with?
Yeah, can you tell us what the hell is going on? We were just trying to use this grommet in.
Genos, the IKEA grommet. A powerful tool, but it's always been fickle. You may have inadvertently activated its emergency protocol, sending you to this alternate dimension.
Emergency protocol? What kind of emergency?
Genos, why, the ultimate emergency of course. When the fabric of reality is threatened, the grommet will activate its safety measures and transport those who wield it to a neutral dimension.
That doesn't sound good.
We need to get out of here now. Rick and the professor need to recalibrate the grommet and bring us back home.
Everyone rushes back to Rick and the professor to fix the grommet.
Professor X, it appears that the cause of our temporal displacement was due to a destabilization in the space-time continuum. But I have isolated the problem and we can return home.
Alright everyone, hold on to your butts. We're going home.
They use the grommet and suddenly find themselves back in their dimension.
Finally, we're back home. And just in time for me to turn in my school project.
Yeah, and I think I get it now. It's all about critical thinking skills, right?
Sure, Dad, whatever you say.
Well, that was a fun little adventure. Anyone up for some interdimensional fast food?
Everyone groans.
I think we're good for now, Rick.
Scene fades out with everyone laughing and joking.
Title: Embarrassing Moments at the Gym, a Devon Rex Chicken Wing Fiasco.
Introduction.
The human body is a complex system of bones, muscles, and organs that require regular physical exercise to maintain optimal health. The gym is a popular place where individuals go to work their muscles and improve their physical fitness. However, there are times when embarrassing moments occur that can leave people feeling vulnerable and exposed. In this episode, we explore a situation where a chicken, specifically a Devon Rex, finds itself in the middle of one such embarrassing moment at the gym.
Scene 1.
The scene opens with a close-up shot of a chicken standing on a barbell. The barbell is loaded with weights that are placed on each side in a symmetrical manner. The chicken appears to be standing on one foot while the other is perched on the barbell for balance. The camera pans to the left, and we see a plate of chicken wings on the floor. The chicken looks perplexed as if it is contemplating whether to abandon the barbell for the delicious-looking chicken wings on the floor.
Chicken, cluck, cluck, cluck.
Scene 2.
The camera zooms out, and we see that the gym is quite busy with people working out on machines and lifting weights. A group of people is gathered around the chicken, trying to figure out how it got on the barbell. One person suggests that the chicken must have flown onto the barbell, while another wonders if the chicken is there to demonstrate a new exercise routine.
Gym Goer 1. I've never seen anything like this before.
Gym Goer 2. It's like the chicken is trying to get in shape.
Scene 3.
Suddenly, the chicken loses its balance and falls off the barbell. It lands on the ground with a thud, and the plate of chicken wings on the floor scatters about. The gym goers rush to help the chicken but are taken aback by the sight of the other plate of chicken wings in the background.
Gym Goer 3. Is that plate of chicken wings from earlier?
Scene 4.
The camera focuses on the chicken, who is now lying on its back with its feet in the air. The chicken looks embarrassed as a gym goer picks it up and places it on a nearby bench. The chicken's face turns red, and it appears to be blushing.
Chicken, cluck, cluck, sigh.
Scene 5.
The episode ends with a close-up shot of the chicken, looking defeated, while the gym goers continue their workout in the background. The lesson of this episode is that even an innocent chicken can experience an embarrassing moment at the gym, and it is always important to stay focused and aware of one's surroundings.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, the episode explores the phenomenon of embarrassing moments at the gym. It portrays how even a chicken can fall victim to such a situation and highlights the importance of staying focused on the task at hand. The Devon Rex chicken wing fiasco is a memorable example of how a seemingly innocent situation can turn into something embarrassing and uncomfortable for all parties involved.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Mocking SpongeBob and Space Pirates.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are tinkering in the garage when Jerry bursts in with a perplexed look on his face.
Rick, I'm trying to build a retaining wall in the backyard, and I just can't figure it out.
Jerry, you couldn't build a structure to save your life. Stick to watching reruns of Friends, will ya?
Hey, Rick, I saw this meme on the internet today. It was this cartoon character standing in the middle of the street, and everyone was mocking him. It was hilarious.
Ames, Morty, that's your contribution to this interdimensional think tank of ours?
Come on, Rick. It's funny. Look.
Rick takes a glance at Morty's phone and scoffs.
You know what, Morty? Let's go see what kind of trouble we can get into with this meme of yours.
They all pile into the spaceship and head off to the location of the meme. As soon as they arrive, they see a group of space pirates on the other side of the street.
Great, Morty, we stumbled right into a space pirate skirmish. Just our luck.
As they attempt to sneak past the pirates, they run into a group of aliens who are filming a comedy music video.
Alien, hey, you guys want to be in our video? We need someone to play the human resources manager who has to deal with the wacky antics of the office staff.
I don't know. I'm not really an actor.
Oh, for crying out loud. Let's just do it, Jerry.
They film the music video scene, and as they're walking away, they run into Justin Timberlake.
Justin Timberlake. Hey, Rick. Long time no see.
Oh, great. You again. What do you want, Timberlake?
Justin Timberlake. I've got an architect job opening at my production company. I think you'd be a perfect fit.
Ah, I'm a scientist, not an architect.
Justin Timberlake. Well, think about it, Rick. The pay is good.
They finally make it back to the ship and take off, but they realize that they left Morty behind.
You guys left Morty behind? How could you forget him?
Relax, Beth. We just sent an intergalactic Uber to pick him up.
As they all settle down, Jerry can't help but bring up the meme again. So, what was the deal with that cartoon character?
Oh, him? That was just a quantum entanglement experiment gone wrong. No big deal.
As they all shake their heads in disbelief, Morty walks in and looks at them with confusion.
What did I miss?
Title: Gord, the Day the Earth Stood Still.
The episode opens to the sight of a poster of Darth Vader from Star Wars, with the words, "The Star Wars," printed across it. The camera then transitions to the protagonist, a female real estate agent named Maria, who is speaking to her coworker, John, about a breast biopsy she just had the other day. Maria expresses her concerns about the biopsy results and the possibility of having cancer. This scene is accompanied by the soothing sounds of Fleetwood Mac's "Landslide" playing in the background. John attempts to comfort Maria by stating that the technological advancements in medicine have led to a higher success rate in cancer detection and treatment. The conversation then shifts to the topic of Maria's upcoming trip to Spain, where she plans to spend time with her family. The physics of transatlantic flight are discussed, including the principles of aerodynamics and the use of the Bernoulli equation in aircraft design. As the day progresses, Maria becomes increasingly anxious about her biopsy results. She begins to feel as if time is standing still, much like the events in the classic science fiction film, The Day the Earth Stood Still. The concept of time dilation, as predicted by the theory of relativity, is briefly discussed. Just as Maria is about to receive her biopsy results, she is interrupted by a man named Gord, who bursts into the room and declares that he has come in peace. Maria is initially startled but soon realizes that Gord is a Spanish-speaking extraterrestrial who has come to Earth to teach humans about the healing properties of music. The episode concludes with Maria receiving positive biopsy results and thanking Gord for his visit. The camera pans out to the serene sounds of Fleetwood Mac's "Landslide" playing in the background as Gord flies away in his spacecraft, leaving behind the poster of Darth Vader with the words, "The Star Wars," as a reminder of their encounter.
Title: The Norm Peterson Ninja Stand-Up Comedy and Unicorn Therapy Sessions.
What? Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer encounter a strange man named Norm Peterson, who has a bizarre hat on his head and a microphone in his hand. Norm invites the group to attend his ninja stand-up comedy and unicorn therapy sessions.
Opening scene.
Morty, what the hell is that guy wearing on his head?
I don't know, Rick. Maybe it's some kind of advanced alien technology.
Hey, guys. Look over there. It's a stage. That guy must be a comedian.
Oh, cool. Let's check it out.
The group approaches the stage. Norm Peterson approaches them.
Norm Peterson. Hello, fellow travelers of the multiverse. I am Norm Peterson, the greatest ninja stand-up comedian in all of existence. And if you're feeling down, then come to my unicorn therapy sessions.
Unicorn therapy? What the hell is that?
Norm Peterson. It's a breakthrough psychological treatment that involves unicorns. Trust me, you'll feel better afterward.
I don't know, Rick. This sounds kinda sketchy.
I'm in. Let's do it.
Whatever, let's just get this over with.
The group agrees and attends Norm's show.
Norm Peterson, welcome, welcome. Now, let's start the show with some ninja jokes. Why did the ninja cross the road? To get to the other side, obviously.
The group looks at each other, unimpressed.
Norm Peterson, tough crowd. Well, let's move on to the therapy portion of the show. Everyone, close your eyes and imagine a beautiful unicorn. Can you see it?
I don't see anything, Norm. This is a waste of time.
Norm Peterson, just keep trying, Rick. Okay, now imagine yourself riding the unicorn through a field of rainbows.
Oh, Norm, I think something's wrong with my unicorn.
Norm Peterson, what's wrong, Morty?
It's spitting acid. Oh, my face.
The unicorn disappears and Morty falls to the ground, clutching his injured face.
Damn it, Norm. What kind of therapy is this?
Norm Peterson, I'm sorry. I didn't expect that to happen. Let me try something else. How about we all do a group meditation?
The group reluctantly agrees.
Norm Peterson, okay, everyone, close your eyes and take a deep breath. Inhale and exhale.
The group begins to meditate, but suddenly, they hear a loud noise. What the hell is that? Norm pulls out a microphone and begins singing karaoke to Journey's Don't Stop Believing.
Norm Peterson, just a small town girl, living in a lonely world.
The group looks at each other, speechless.
Okay, that's it. We're out of here.
The group quickly leaves the stage.
Well, that was a waste of time.
And my face still hurts from that damn unicorn.
I thought it was kinda fun.
Fun, Jerry. You're a disappointment.
The group leaves, shaking their heads. End scene.
Title: The Quantum Quandary of the Equestrian Seafood Restaurant.
Scene 1. The episode begins.
Rick, Morty, I need your help for a scientific experiment.
Morty, what are we going to do, Rick?
Rick, we're going to use the time-dilating black hole to reverse the paint's molecular composition of a poster I found.
Scene 2. Chaos at the Equestrian Seafood Restaurant.
Summer, can we please just go to the Equestrian Seafood Restaurant?
Beth. Fine, but promise me we won't get into any danger.
Rick, danger? Chuckles, what is that?
At the Equestrian Seafood Restaurant.
Waitress, welcome to the Equestrian Seafood Restaurant. What can I get you today?
Rick, I want the fish with the eye surrounded by other fish.
Morty, I'll have the same.
Summer, I want the lobster bisque.
Beth. and I'll have the shrimp cocktail.
Scene 3. School counselor's office.
School counselor, Mr. Smith, your daughter Summer is struggling in school.
Beth, what's going on, Summer?
Summer, it's nothing, Mom. I just don't understand science.
Bursts into the room, science? I'll teach you about science.
Scene 4. The paint's molecular composition crisis.
Morty, Rick, something's wrong with the poster.
Frustrated. It's the time-dilating black hole, Morty. Reverse it, reverse it.
Morty, I can't reverse it, Rick, it's stuck.
Beth, what's going on, Rick?
Our molecular composition is enhancing and destroying all matter in the universe.
Summer, what do we do, Rick?
We need to go through the time-dilating black hole to reverse the effects of that damn poster.
Scene 5, the final showdown.
Morty, terrified. Rick, where are we?
We're in the middle of a quantum quandary, Morty.
Summer, but how do we get out of here?
We need to find the source of the molecular composition and reverse it.
Beth, I see it, Rick. It's the poster.
Punching the poster. Die, you molecular bastard.
Morty, screaming, Rick, we're going to implode.
Yelling, reverse the time-dilating black hole, Morty. Now.
Scene 6. The aftermath.
Summer, exhausted. That was insane, Rick.
Nonchalantly, hey, it was just a Tuesday.
Beth, I'm just glad we're back home in one piece.
Morty, what about the poster, Rick?
Shrugs. Who cares about the poster? It was the seafood that mattered.
End of episode.
Title: The Carrot Conundrum. Synopsis: Rick, Morty, and Beth find themselves in a perplexing predicament involving a table, carrots, first dates, turkeys, and Oxford.
Scene 1.
Rick, Morty, and Beth are in the lab. Rick is tinkering with a device. Beth is reading a book, and Morty is idly fidgeting. Suddenly, Rick jumps up and exclaims, "By Jove, I've done it!" Beth and Morty look up in surprise. "Done what, Rick?" asks Morty. "I've created a device that can measure the emotional state of vegetables." Rick exclaims.
Scene 2.
Rick, Beth, and Morty are in a field, surrounded by rows of carrots. Rick hands Morty the device and tells him to test it on the carrots. Morty hesitates, then shrugs and aims the device at a carrot. Suddenly, the carrot starts squealing and writhing in what appears to be emotional anguish. "Oh my God, Morty, turn that thing off." Beth yells.
Scene 3.
Back in the lab, Rick is furiously typing away on his computer, muttering to himself. Morty and Beth are both looking at him expectantly. Suddenly, Rick jumps up and exclaims, "I know what the problem is. These carrots are lonely. They need some companionship." Beth looks at him skeptically. "Companionship with what, exactly?" she asks. Rick grins. "Each other, of course."
Scene 4.
Rick, Morty, and Beth are now in a restaurant. Beth and Morty are at a table, looking uncomfortable. Rick is standing at the door, his eyes scanning the room. Suddenly, he spots something. "There. That carrot looks lonely," he says, pointing at a carrot on a nearby table. "I'm going to go talk to it." Morty and Beth stare at him in disbelief as he saunters over to the other table.
Scene 5.
Rick is now sitting next to the carrot, chatting amiably. Morty and Beth are both staring at him incredulously. "What are you even saying to it, Rick?" Beth whispers. "Just some small talk," Rick replies breezily. Suddenly, Morty's phone rings. He answers it and his eyes widen. What? The turkeys have escaped from the lab, he yells.
Scene 6.
The group is now in the lab, frantically trying to catch the turkeys. Rick is carrying a carrot in one hand and a net in the other. Beth is chasing a turkey around the room, while Morty is trying to coax it back into its cage. This is a disaster. Beth yells, "We're never going to catch these things." Suddenly, Rick has an idea. "I know just what to do. We'll use the carrots as bait."
Scene 7.
Rick, Morty, and Beth are now outside, with a trail of carrots leading into a large cage. They all hide behind some nearby bushes and wait. Suddenly, they hear a loud rustling. The turkeys are approaching. They follow the trail of carrots and step into the cage. Rick leaps out from behind the bushes, net in hand. He catches the turkeys with ease.
Scene 8.
Back in the lab, everyone is exhausted but relieved. That was one hell of a first date, Rick says with a grin. Morty and Beth both groan. "I need a drink," Beth says, heading towards the kitchen. "Wait, I have an idea," Rick says suddenly. "Let's do shots of carrot juice to celebrate." Morty and Beth both look horrified. The end.
Title: The Quantum Success of Third World Meme.
Act 1.
Rick had invented a new device that could turn the third world success kid meme into a reality. He wanted to test it out on Morty, but Summer and Jerry insisted to be a part of the experiment as well.
Hey, alright, listen up you guys. This device is meant to convert a simple meme into a quantum entangled success. We'll have to enter the virtual reality universe and track down the origins of the meme to complete the procedure.
Morty, Rick, are you sure this is safe?
Rick, safe? Who cares about safety? We're scientists, Morty. Now let's move.
Act 2.
They enter the digital realm of Fantan, a virtual dimension where the Success Kid meme was first created. The environment is a surreal mix of blue and green, with the word success success flashing in neon letters.
Summer. Whoa, this place is trippy.
Jerry, I feel like I'm in a 90s club music video. As they explore the landscape, they encounter Diane Chambers from Cheers, who seems to be the gatekeeper of this world.
Diane Chambers, welcome, my dear guests. I am Diane, the keeper of the quantum realm. Why have you come here?
Rick, we came to bring the third world success meme to life using our device. Can you help us?
Diane Chambers, I see. But why do you seek such power?
Morty, we want to make the world a better place, for everyone including the third world countries.
Summer. Yeah, we want to use the success to help people in need.
Diane Chambers, I admire your intentions. Very well, I shall assist you. But beware, for the forces of chaos may also try to claim the power of success.
Act 3. They reach the epicenter of the Fantan universe, where the quantum energy of success is at its strongest. There they find the third world success kid himself, who's grown up to be a powerful entity made entirely out of success energy.
Third world success kid, greetings, humans. What brings you to my realm?
Rick, we came to perform a procedure that will turn you into a real-life superhero and help people in need.
Third world success kid, interesting. But what will you offer in return for my cooperation?
Jerry, we have a bunch of Morty's friends who can help you.
Third world success kid, very well. But you must solve my riddles to prove your worth.
The group solves the riddles and completes the procedure, turning the third world success kid into a powerful hero capable of helping people in need.
Third world success kid, Thank you for your help. I shall use my powers to make the world a better place. And remember, success is not just a word, it's a state of mind.
Epilogue.
They return to the real world, where everyone's lives have been positively affected by the quantum success wave.
Morty, wow Rick, we really made a difference.
Rick, don't get too cocky, Morty. Success can be a double-edged sword.
Summer, but it can also be used for good.
Jerry, yeah, like helping the little guy. The episode ends with a shot of the third world success kid flying off into the distance, ready to change the world one success at a time.
Title: Quantum Lipstick Warfare. Scientific synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty are transported to a futuristic world where gangland wars are fought with advanced technology and the latest scientific innovations. The story starts as Rick tinkers with one of his gadgets and accidentally creates a portal to this world. As they step through the portal, they are greeted by a collage of photos with different colors of makeup and a skull wearing a helmet and sunglasses, with a gun in his hand. They quickly realize they're in the middle of the battlefield and duck for cover.
Morty, we're in a world where makeup and fashion are the deadliest weapons. This is some quantum lips and bones level stuff.
Rick, what you talking about?
Shut up, Morty. Let me handle the science.
As they watch the fighting, they notice a group of rebels who are fighting against the main gang. The rebels' leader, a beautiful and fierce woman with electric blue lipstick, approaches Rick and Morty.
Blue Lips, you two don't belong here. What do you want?
We're just here to observe and maybe do a little science.
Blue Lips, we could use some help. You see, the main gang stole our latest invention, quantum lipstick, and it's more powerful than anything we've ever seen. We need it back.
What's so special about lipstick?
Blue Lips, it has the power to alter reality itself. With one swipe, it can change the course of history. It's quantum, Morty, quantum.
I think I have an idea. We'll use my own invention, the time travel taser. We'll go back in time and steal the quantum lipstick before the main gang gets their hands on it.
As they travel back in time, they encounter a gang of ruthless lipstick-wearing thugs. But Rick and Morty engage in a hilarious battle, using their own advanced technology and skills to overcome their enemies.
Rick, we did it! We got the quantum lipstick!
That's right, Morty, but we have to be careful not to use it too much. It's too powerful for any mortal to handle.
As they return the stolen invention to the rebels, they witness the final showdown between the rebels and the main gang. But with the power of the quantum lipstick on their side, the rebels emerge victorious.
Blue Lips, thanks for your help, guys. You really made a difference.
No problem. Anytime we can help spread chaos and destruction. It's what we do.
But Rick, what about all the innocent people caught in the crossfire?
Who cares, Morty? Science doesn't deal with morality. Now let's go get some drinks.
The episode ends as Rick and Morty walk off into the sunset, leaving behind a trail of destruction and chaos.
Title: The interdimensional exploits of a pirate dog detective unicorn chef.
Opening scene. The episode starts with Rick, Morty, and Summer lounging in the living room, all three suffering from severe boredom. Rick decides to whip up a new invention that could prove to be their next adventure.
It's time for me to dust off my old pirate dog detective hat and head to the Unicorn Cooking Championships in 8,675,309 dimension.
Rick, what's a pirate dog detective hat?
And what's a unicorn cooking championship?
Just shut up and come with me if you want any excitement in your lives. Morty, grab that Cavalier King Charles Spaniel pup from your science class. He might come in handy.
Okay, Rick.
First plot twist. Arriving at the interdimensional cable network, Rick, Morty, and Summer are greeted by a purple background with a pink border and a silver font that reads Pirate Detective Agency.
Rick, why are we in a pirate detective agency?
Morty, I told you I'm wearing my pirate dog detective hat, didn't I? Now let's get down to the investigations.
Am I going to have to put up with this all episode long?
Second plot twist. After Rick solves a case involving a unicorn cooking champion, the trio is suddenly warped to a medieval universe where they are forced to endure a food competition involving dozens of grumpy knights.
This is it, kids. The Unicorn Cooking Championship is nothing compared to this feudal freak show.
I don't know, Rick. These knights are pretty scary.
Can we just go back already? This adventure is stupid.
Final plot twist. Just as the trio is about to make their escape, they are confronted by a giant monster who demands that they compete in a cooking challenge that could mean their demise. As the monster towers over them, all three develop a sudden love for gourmet cooking and begin to craft a unique dish.
Okay, Morty, Summer, let's show this monster what we've got.
I don't know, Rick. This is our lives we're risking here.
Just shut up and do it, Morty. I can't bear to watch any more of your whining.
Final scene. In the end, after a grueling cooking showdown, the trio emerges victorious, and the monster is thrilled. As they warp back to the living room, they reflect on their wild adventure and the newfound love for cooking they discovered.
Well, it looks like we're all chefs now. Who would have thought?
I can't believe we risked our lives for a bunch of knights and a monster.
Can we just not do anything like this again?
Come on now. I have a feeling this Cavalier King Charles Spaniel could be our next big adventure. What do you say, kiddos?
Morty and Summer, in unison, no.
Title: The Sugar Overload Catastrophe.
Synopsis. The episode begins with Rick and Morty conducting an experiment on the effects of powdered sugar on different types of bread. Meanwhile, Jerry is busy trying to eat as many sugary treats as possible, completely unaware of the impending danger he is putting himself in. Beth is just trying to keep the peace between the three while also trying to rein in Jerry's eating habits.
Morty, do you realize the implications of this experiment on the human digestive system? This could revolutionize the way we consume sweets.
I don't know, Rick. This just seems like a simple experiment to me.
Munching on a donut. Oh man, this is so good. I could eat these all day.
Jerry, you know you shouldn't be eating so much sugar. It's not healthy for you.
Eyes widen. That's right, Jerry. You're putting yourself in grave danger with your sugar addiction. We need to fix this before it's too late.
But how do we get Jerry to stop eating so much sugar?
Simple. We just need to overload his taste buds with a new sensation. Something so disgusting that he'll never want to eat sugar again.
Skeptical look. What kind of disgusting sensation are you talking about, Rick?
Don't worry, Beth. I've got just the thing.
The group then proceed to concoct a super sour, bitter, and spicy drink that is meant to shock Jerry's taste buds. After a few sips, Jerry is repulsed by the drink and swears off sugar for life. The episode ends with the group celebrating their success and Jerry happily munching on a plate of vegetables. You know, guys, I think I might actually like these vegetables. Who knew?
Yes, another scientific breakthrough. I can already see my next experiment forming in my mind.
Title: The Multidimensional Adventures of Rick and the Gallbladder Mystery.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are in their lab, with a huge screen showing a holographic image of a cartoon character with a head and sword in his hand. The background is a fiery red and yellow.
Morty, we have a multiverse emergency on our hands. This is Link from the Legend of Zelda universe. He's stuck in a dimension where he can't find his way back home.
Oh, geez, Rick. Seems like we have to help him out.
But before we do that, we have to solve this puzzle involving Pokemon, Gallbladder, Madeline Petch, and Tails.
I don't see how those things are related, Rick.
Well, that's why we have to use the futuristic AI detective that I invented. It can analyze data and find correlations that are not visible to human eyes.
Cut to the futuristic AI detective screen, where it's analyzing data.
Futuristic AI detective. Based on my analysis, the missing link is the gallbladder. If we find and extract the gallbladder, we can create a portal that will take Link back to his universe.
Wait, Rick. Won't that harm whoever has their gallbladder extracted?
Relax, Morty. It's just a cartoon. Now let's go find that gallbladder.
Cut to Rick and Morty in a spaceship flying towards a planet.
I've traced the gallbladder to this planet. But we have a problem. The planet is inhabited by Madeline Petch's clones and they are not happy to see us.
Why are there clones of Madeline Petch on that planet, Rick?
I don't know, Morty. Maybe it's an experiment gone wrong. But we have to focus on finding that gallbladder.
Cut to Rick and Morty sneaking around the planet, evading the clones and searching for the gallbladder.
Rick, I think I found the gallbladder.
Great job, Morty. Now we have to extract it and create the portal for Link.
Cut to the gallbladder extraction scene, which is a hilarious combination of scientific instruments and cartoonish shenanigans.
We did it, Morty. Now let's create that portal.
Cut to the portal creation scene, which involves connecting the gallbladder to cables and using Pokemon to power it up. The resulting portal is a chaotic and colorful whirlwind.
Alright, Link, your portal is ready. Hop in and go back to your universe.
Thank you, Rick and Morty. You guys are the best. That was a crazy adventure, Rick. But at least we saved Link.
Yeah, Morty, and we solved the gallbladder mystery. Now let's go home and have some Szechuan sauce.
Closing shot. Rick and Morty flying away from the planet with the portal in the background, as the futuristic AI detective analyzes the data of their adventure.
Title: The Quantum Beard of Christ.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are in the garage. Rick is tinkering with a new invention while Morty is bored.
Morty, can you pass me the Schrodinger's screwdriver?
Which one is that?
The one that's both a screwdriver and not a screwdriver until we observe it.
Morty hands Rick the screwdriver and accidentally drops it, causing it to disappear.
Great, now we have a missing quantum screwdriver. You know what this means, Morty? It's time for another adventure.
Act 2.
Rick and Morty arrive in a small town where they overhear locals talking about a man with a long beard and a leather jacket who rides a bike down a street next to a hill. They become curious and decide to investigate.
Who is this guy? Some hipster biker?
No, Morty, I have a feeling about this. The quantum screwdriver led us here for a reason.
Act 3.
As they ride down the street next to the hill, they see the man with a long beard and a leather jacket riding his bike. Suddenly, a bright light surrounds them and they find themselves in a different dimension.
What the hell? This is some kind of quantum anomaly.
What do we do now?
We find that guy and figure out what the hell is going on.
Act 4.
They finally catch up to the man on the bike, who introduces himself as Jesus Christ.
Jesus, greetings, travelers. I have been waiting for you.
Wait, you're Jesus? What are you doing here? And what's up with the bike?
Jesus, I've been traveling across dimensions to spread my message of love and compassion. And this bike is just a cool way to get around.
Wow, Jesus. You're like a cosmic biker dude.
Jesus, that's one way to put it.
Act 5.
As they travel with Jesus, they realize that there's something odd about his long beard. Rick uses his scientific equipment to examine the beard and discovers that it has quantum properties.
Holy shit, Jesus, your beard is a quantum superposition of all possible beard lengths. This could revolutionize facial hair growth.
Jesus, glad to hear it. But I use it to spread my message of love and hope to all dimensions and timelines.
Act 6.
Suddenly, the group is attacked by a group of interdimensional beings who want to steal Jesus' quantum beard. A fight ensues, and they barely escape with their lives.
We need to protect Jesus' beard at all costs. This could be the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe.
But how do we stop these guys?
Jesus, don't worry, my children. Love and forgiveness are the most powerful weapons.
Act 7.
Using Jesus' message of love and forgiveness, they manage to defeat the interdimensional beings and save the beard. They say their goodbyes to Jesus and return home. Hey, guys! What did you do today?
Oh, just saved the quantum beard of Christ and fought off interdimensional beings. You know, the usual.
What? You went on another one of your crazy adventures?
That's so rad. Can we come next time?
Sure, why not? I'll just bring some extra Schrödinger screwdrivers.
Title: Robotic Intelligence in Casino War Strategy.
Introduction.
The episode explores the capability of a sophisticated robot designed for complex problem solving and playing a game of poker. The casino room is adored with sophisticated gaming equipment and a plethora of playing cards and chips. As the robot takes a seat and prepares to engage in casino war strategy, it surprisingly hears in the background the robot dating show and zombie fashion week. The robot's artificial intelligence is challenged as it navigates the allure of the entertainment and strives to maintain a winning streak.
Robot, calculating probability of winning at this stage.
Scene 1.
The robot observes its opponents as it carefully selects the most advantageous cards to hold. Using advanced algorithms, it calculates the various outcomes. However, the chatty players who have just traveled from a robot dating show taping distract the robot from its calculations. The robot's attention shifts to the audience, which includes undead models strutting down the aisle and curiously viewing the poker match.
Player 1, is robot even emotionally capable of handling any losses?
Scene 2.
The robot's calculations are sharpened by its ability to process data from various sources in its environment. It momentarily gazes at the zombie models displaying their latest fashion on the runway, but quickly returns its attention to the poker game. However, it becomes increasingly challenging. The robot's logic is muddled by the comedic antics of the camera crew recording a comedy documentary of the night.
Robot, focus, focus.
Scene 3.
Despite all the noises in the background and the distraction from its surroundings, the robot skillfully stays ahead of the game, its emotionless cold steel frame working in its favor. Every hand it wins, its confidence grows.
Player 2, I must admit, this robot has a strategically calculated advantage.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, the episode depicts the sheer brilliance of robotic intelligence. The robot successfully utilized its sophisticated technology to outsmart its human counterparts, skillfully winning every round. The simultaneous exposure to multiple distractions tested the robot's ability to remain focused, yet it proved more than capable of handling the situation. Robotic intelligence is steadily becoming an everyday reality, and soon, they may outperform human capabilities in various fields, including casino war.
Title: The Prehistoric Petting Zoo Catastrophe.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty orbiting the Earth while discussing the recent discovery of mendelevium, a rare and extremely unstable element that Rick has acquired for unknown purposes. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Jerry is taking the family to a dinosaur petting zoo.
Morty, you know the half-life of mendelevium is only 51 days? That little bad boy could blow up any minute.
Oh geez, Rick, what are you planning to do with that?
I don't know yet, but trust me, it's gonna be epic.
As they approach the petting zoo, they notice a group of dinosaurs in a field with mountains in the background. One of the dinosaurs, a baby T-Rex, catches Morty's eye and he begs Rick to let him pet it.
Aw, Rick, can we stop and pet that cute little guy?
Fine, but keep it quick. We have a mendelevium-related emergency to attend to.
As Morty pets the T-Rex, Jerry is overheard reciting a humorous poem about the dinosaur's extinction. Suddenly, the mendelevium in Rick's lab begins to react, causing a chain reaction that turns the petting zoo into a full-blown prehistoric park. What the hell is happening?
The mendelevium, it's causing a rip in the time-space continuum. We have to get out of here.
As they try to escape, they are confronted by a pack of raptors and a giant pterodactyl, who seem to have taken a liking to Morty. Rick is forced to use his scientific know-how to create makeshift weapons out of everyday petting zoo items, like a sugar dispenser and a plastic shovel.
Morty, use the sugar to attract the raptors and then hit him with the shovel.
I don't think this is a good idea, Rick.
Trust me, it's science.
Despite their best efforts, the group is ultimately cornered by a giant T-Rex. Just as the T-Rex is about to strike, the mendelevium finally reaches its breaking point and implodes, sending Rick, Morty, and Jerry flying back into their spaceship. I can't believe we survived that.
Survived? Jerry, we were just in the ultimate prehistoric petting zoo adventure. I'd say that was a total success.
I'm just happy we made it out in one piece. I don't think I want to mess with dinosaurs ever again.
As they fly off into space, the day is saved. For now, at least. End of episode.
Title: The Chromatic Kite Adventure.
Opening shot of Rick, Morty, Jerry and Summer standing in front of a clear blue sky with a kite in the background. Rick hands the kite to Morty and says,
"Here Morty, fly this kite. It's made of a new alloy of chromium, designed to withstand the strongest winds."
Wow, Rick, this kite is amazing.
Can I fly it too?
Eeft, you couldn't even handle a chilling vampire hunt.
Yeah, he's right, Jerry. Stick to what you know, like being a loser.
Jerry sulks off as Morty begins to fly the kite. Suddenly, the sky turns dark and cloudy.
Rick, what's happening to the sky?
It appears we've stumbled into the promised Neverland, Morty. Quick, let's find shelter before we're attacked by demonic children.
The group runs towards a nearby cave, but as they enter, they are confronted by a horde of bloodthirsty vampires.
Rick, we need a plan.
No problem, Summer. I've got just the thing. The chromium in the kite is highly reflective and can blind these vampires.
But how are we going to use a kite to blind them?
Simple, Morty. We're going to attach the kite to a rocket and launch it into the sky.
As Rick sets up the rocket, the vampires close in on the group. Just as all seems lost, Rick launches the kite and it shines brilliantly, blinding the vampires. Wow, Rick, that was incredible.
Of course it was Jerry. I'm a genius.
The group makes its way back to the surface, and as they emerge from the cave, they are greeted by a beautiful rainbow.
Rick, that was the craziest adventure yet.
That's just science, Morty. Nothing crazy about it.
Oh, I hate to break it to you, Rick, but we just flew a kite into a bunch of vampires and caused a rainbow. That's pretty crazy.
Oh, Summer, you just don't understand the beauty of science.
The group continues to walk off into the sunset, with Morty still holding onto the now vibrating kite.
Title: The Quantum Skateboard Paradox.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty are out on a leisurely stroll when they come across two children struggling with a skateboard. Upon closer inspection, Rick realizes that the skateboard has undergone a quantum entanglement with the surrounding spacetime fabric, causing it to become stuck in a recursive loop. The children are unable to dislodge it, and even Rick's attempts to manipulate the skateboard with his portal gun fail.
Morty, we've got a quantum paradox on our hands here. It seems that this skateboard has become entangled with the local spacetime fabric.
Whoa, dude. That's like, heavy. What are we gonna do?
Well, Morty, we're gonna have to rewrite the very laws of reality in order to resolve this paradox. I'll have to run some calculations and come up with a solution.
What are you two doing over here?
Beth, we've got a major emergency on our hands. You see this skateboard? It's stuck in a quantum entanglement with the spacetime fabric.
Oh my god, Rick, that's terrible. Can you fix it?
I'm working on it, Beth. This is cutting-edge theoretical physics we're dealing with here. It's not exactly a walk in the park.
Oh, guys, I think the children are starting to get upset.
Child 1, hey, what are you doing? Why can't you fix it?
Child 2, yeah, we wanted to ride our skateboard.
Listen up, kids. We're dealing with something much bigger than a mere skateboard here. This is a paradox on a cosmic scale. But don't worry, I think I've got a solution.
Rick proceeds to whip out a modified particle accelerator and begins to bombard the skateboard with high-energy particles. After several tense moments, the skateboard suddenly becomes untangled from spacetime and falls to the ground.
Child 1, whoa, it's free, we can ride it now.
Child 2, thanks, mister. You fixed our skateboard.
Wow, Rick, that was incredible. You really are a genius.
What can I say, Beth? It's all in a day's work for the greatest mind in the multiverse.
Oh, Rick, we kind of left those kids in the park all alone.
Hey, they'll be fine. Let's get out of here before something else happens.
The trio then strides off into the sunset, leaving the children to enjoy their skateboard in peace.
Title: The Robotic Conundrum.
Genre: science fiction, comedy.
The episode opens with Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry in Rick's lab. Rick showcases a new invention, a robot with a light on its head and arms. The robot stands up in the dark room, illuminating everything around it.
Behold, my latest invention, the luminescent android, codenamed BAKE, bioluminescent android kinetic energy. It can emit enough light to turn this dark room into a disco party.
Whoa, that's cool. Rick, what's the purpose of this invention?
Purpose? Morty, do you need a purpose to create something amazing? I just wanted to make a robot that could light up a room and make everyone happy.
Rick, that's not really a good enough reason to create a robot with no real purpose.
I agree with Summer. We don't want a robot that serves no purpose. It could end up becoming dangerous or even worse, becoming a freeloading roommate. Suddenly, the robot starts to malfunction, shouting out random words and letters.
BAKE, Cortana, Optimus Prime, Prince Nebulon, Popeye.
Oh, crap, it's become self-aware and has started to name drop.
What are we going to do now, Rick?
We have to shut it down before it becomes too powerful. We need to find its off switch.
The group searches for the off switch, but the robot's odd roommate habits make it difficult to locate. It starts eating all the snacks from Rick's lab, playing loud music, and hogging the bathroom.
This robot is getting out of control. Rick, what are we going to do?
I have an idea. We just need to overload its circuits and shut it down.
How are we going to do that? Are we going to have to fight it?
I don't think any of us can take on a robot, guys.
Oh, we don't have to fight it. We just need to make it laugh. It's the oldest trick in the book. Bring in the funny.
The group starts telling jokes, but the robot doesn't react. Finally, Jerry tells a joke about a robot that becomes a stand-up comedian. Why did the robot become a stand-up comedian? Because he wanted to make the audience ROFLCOPTER.
BAKE, ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Shutting down circuits in 3, 2, 1.
The robot shuts down, and the group celebrates.
That was way too close. We almost had an odd roommate living in our lab.
Yeah, let's stick to making useful inventions. Rick,
Can we go get some snacks now? That robot ate everything.
I'm just glad we didn't have to fight it. I don't think I could handle a robot apocalypse. The group leaves the lab, happy to have saved the day and avoided a potential robotic disaster. The luminescent android, BAKE, remains dormant in the corner, a silent reminder of the dangers of creating inventions without a purpose.
Title: The Bean Conundrum.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty embark on a scientific adventure to unravel the mystery of a strange pile of rocks with a white background and a brown border with a white border and a black border with a white border that has suddenly appeared in their lab.
Morty, this pile of rocks is unlike anything I've ever seen before. It's bean-shaped yet not beans. The whole thing is a mindf***ck.
Geez, Rick, what do we do now?
What the heck are you guys talking about?
Sarcastic. Oh, you wouldn't believe it, Beth. It's just a pile of beans, with a white background and a brown border with a white border and a black border with a white border that has the scientific community scratching their heads.
Confused, I'm not sure I follow.
Concerned. Rick, I don't think we're gonna figure this one out. Everything is beans, but nothing is beans. It's like an existential crisis in rock form.
Determined. Morty, we can't give up now. We have to unlock the secrets of this pile of beans. We'll use hyper-scientific analysis and cutting-edge technology to get to the bottom of this.
Skeptical, I still don't get it.
Exasperated. That's because you're not a scientist, Beth. Now, let's get to work.
Several scenes of wild experimentation and wacky hijinks occur, including Rick and Morty trying to communicate with the beans being not beans through interpretive dance and Beth attempting to make a bean casserole from the strange objects.
Rick, I don't think we're making any progress.
Frustrated. Damn it, Morty, don't give up on me now. We'll get to the bottom of this if it's the last thing we do.
Just when all hope seems lost, Rick realizes the true nature of the pile of beans, which turns out to be a complex holographic projection controlled by a secret government agency.
Triumphant. I knew it all along, Morty. It was all just a government conspiracy to keep us off their scent.
Confused but relieved. So, it was all fake?
Sarcastic. Well, I'm glad we wasted our time on that.
Grinning. Hey, at least we had some fun along the way. Now, who's up for some real beans?
All three characters laugh as the camera zooms out on the now empty lab, leaving the audience to wonder what other bizarre adventures Rick and Morty will have in the future.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Vietnamese Pagodas and Skybirds.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, Beth, and Jerry are in the spaceship discussing their adventure destination.
Alright, Morty, buckle up. We're going to Seoul to investigate the quantum entanglement of Vietnamese pagodas and skybirds.
Huh? What does that even mean, Rick?
Sounds fascinating. Let's go.
I don't know, guys. Can't we just go to a beach or something?
Jerry, you're always so basic. This is science. Let's go.
The spaceship enters the atmosphere and lands in a park in Seoul, where they see a pagoda with skybirds on top of it.
There it is, the source of our investigation.
But what are we investigating, Rick?
Morty, do you even listen? The quantum entanglement between the Vietnamese pagoda and the skybirds. It's a scientific anomaly.
Let's get to work then.
The group sets up their equipment around the pagoda and starts gathering data. Suddenly, they hear a loud noise coming from the top of the pagoda. What was that?
I don't know, but let's find out.
They climb up the pagoda and discover that the skybirds have evolved into giant sentient beings.
Skybird 1. Greetings, humans. We are the Squabbles.
Skybird 2. We have been observing your kind for quite some time.
Whoa, this just got crazy.
What do you want from us, Squirk-Bros?
Squirrel 1, we seek assistance from your advanced species. Our planet is in peril and we need help.
Of course, we'll do anything we can to help.
The Squirk-Bros explain that their planet is being threatened by a massive asteroid and they need the humans to use their technology to deflect it. Wait, us? We're just a bunch of humans on a science trip. The Squirk-Bros assure them that they have the knowledge and skills to save their planet.
Well, I guess we don't have a choice. Let's do this, Morty.
Oh, okay.
After some intense calculations, they activate their deflection device and successfully divert the asteroid away from the Squirk-Bro planet.
Skybird 2. You have saved our species. We are forever grateful. No problem, Squirk-Bros. That's what science is all about.
As they say their goodbyes and return to the spaceship, Jerry reflects on the adventure. You know, that was actually pretty cool. Maybe science isn't so boring after all.
Hey, let's not get carried away, Jerry.
Yeah, come on, Jerry. Let's just enjoy the ride.
The spaceship takes off with the group laughing and joking, ready for their next wild adventure.
Title: The Red-Haired Woman and the Oxford Conspiracy.
Synopsis. The episode commences with the introduction of a woman with red hair and a red top posing for a picture with a city in the background. The woman in question, whom we shall refer to as the subject, is subjected to a strange conspiracy theory involving the renowned scholar, Pixie Bob, and the famous YouTuber, Philip DeFranco. The Oxford Conspiracy, as the theory is known, alleges that these two personalities are working in tandem to disseminate misleading and dangerous information through their respective platforms.
As the subject contemplates the veracity of this theory, she is introduced to a series of bizarre characters who claim to have been helped by Pixie Bob and Philip DeFranco in the past. These characters profess their loyalty and admiration for the two personalities, citing a variety of wacky conspiracy theories that they have found to be enlightening and informative. In the midst of this ongoing dialogue, a sudden interruption occurs in the form of a strange woman named Aska Langley Soryu. Aska, who claims to be an expert in conspiracy theories, dismisses the Oxford Conspiracy as nothing more than a baseless claim lacking in empirical evidence. Asuka's intervention causes the subject to reevaluate her initial suspicion of the Oxford Conspiracy, leading her to question the sources of the claims made against Pixie Bob and Philip DeFranco. In a stunning turn of events, the subject discovers that the origins of the Oxford Conspiracy stem from a series of misleading and fraudulent claims made by a rival faction. In the end, the subject emerges from this strange encounter with a newfound appreciation for the importance of scientific inquiry and the dangers of accepting unfounded conspiracy theories. The episode concludes with the subject snapping a picture with the city in the background, signaling her renewed dedication to seeking truth and knowledge in a world filled with misinformation.
Subject: I must admit that I was taken aback by the claims made in the Oxford Conspiracy. However, after listening to the various testimonies of those who have been helped by Pixie Bob and Philip DeFranco, I now see the importance of questioning the sources of information and verifying claims through empirical evidence.
Suka Langley Soru. It is essential to remember that the propagation of unfounded conspiracy theories only serves to confuse and mislead the public. With a little bit of scientific inquiry and critical thinking, we can separate fact from fiction and make informed decisions based on reliable evidence.
Title: The Absurdity of Back's Tree, an Intergalactic Study.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a journey to the quaint town of Back, situated in eastern France, to investigate a peculiar tree that has been the talk of the town lately. According to the locals, this tree possesses a unique ability to grant wishes to those who touch it. Rick, being the hyper-rationalist that he is, scoffs at this silly belief while Morty remains curious but skeptical. As they approach the town, Rick pulls out his scientific equipment, including a quantum destabilizer, an ultraviolet spectral analyzer, and a flux capacitor, ready to debunk this tree's myth. They stroll through the busy streets of the town until they reach the tree, which stands tall in the middle of the city. A car is parked beside it, and a group of people stand around, waiting for their turn to touch the tree. Rick, uninterested in the tree, decides to stay in the car and work on a new invention, while Morty goes off to investigate the tree. Morty, being Morty, attempts to touch the tree, but he slips and falls headfirst into the trunk. Upon standing up, he feels a strange sensation passing through his body and realizes that he can now speak in 4 different languages fluently. Excited about his newfound ability, Morty rushes back to the car to show Rick, who is busy working on his invention but nods absent-mindedly. Suddenly, Morty starts speaking gibberish, and Rick realizes that the tree's wish-granting ability has messed with Morty's brain, causing him to spout out random languages and phrases uncontrollably. Rick, frustrated at the absurdity of this situation, decides to take action and constructs a device that can reverse the tree's effect. The device works, and Morty is back to normal, but not before he randomly spouts out an embarrassing secret about Rick. The episode ends with Rick and Morty escaping the town and realizing that sometimes, the absurdity of life is what makes it worth living.
Tree be damned, Morty. We won't let our brains be controlled by some silly legend.
Aw geez, Rick, I don't think it was that bad.
Don't you see, Morty? This so-called wish-granting tree is just a product of the locals' baseless superstitions.
But what about my newfound ability to speak German, Mandarin, and Urdu fluently?
Don't get too excited, Morty. That tree's got a mind of its own.
But I feel fine, Rick. I feel like I can take on the world.
Well, that's what the tree wants you to think, Morty. But trust me, it's all just psychological manipulation.
Okay, Rick, but I still think the tree's pretty cool.
Whatever you say, Morty, just don't let it get to your head.
Title: The Unintended Avian Paradox.
Synopsis. The episode begins with Rick and Morty on a scientific exploration of a field with abundant trees and birds, studying their behavior and habitat. Jerry tags along asking his usual mundane questions, trying to fit in with the cool Science Y crowd. Rick, in his usual charismatic manner, begins to explain the complexities of bird behavior to Jerry, while Morty follows behind in awe.
Jerry, birds are a fascinating subject of study. Their aerial acrobatics and migratory patterns can be traced back to their innate navigational sense, which is a result of their exceptional sensory abilities. Birds can detect the Earth's magnetic field, and their ability to navigate with precision is unparalleled.
Ah, I see.
Wow, Rick, that's amazing.
Suddenly, a tiny bird flies overhead, and Rick starts to explain the unintended consequences of the avian paradox.
You see, Morty, this little guy flying over us defies all logic of avian flight dynamics. It is a paradox which challenges the fundamental understanding of aerodynamics.
What?
What's that supposed to mean, Rick?
Well, it means that this bird is so small and yet can fly with such efficiency that it could potentially revolutionize the field of human aviation. The implications of such a discovery, ski.
I think I missed the joke.
Me too.
It wasn't a joke, Jerry. It's a scientific phenomenon, the small bird paradox. The question is, how will we harness this knowledge to improve human transportation?
Ski.
Hey, why don't we just make a mini plane shaped like a bird?
Morty, with your outside-the-box thinking, you just may be onto something. Let's get to work.
The trio begins to work on their new invention, the mini plane bird, and after a chaotic test flight, they realize too late that they forgot to factor in the weight of the pilot.
Oh, crap, I guess we forgot about that.
What do we do now?
Maybe we should stick to regular-sized planes.
The episode ends with the group back on the ground, and the small bird flies off into the sunset, the true champion of flight. I guess size really does matter. Ski.
Rick and shut up, Jerry.
Title: A study on superstitious beliefs and its effects on perception of food choices.
Scene 1. In the university dining hall, a group of students are discussing exaggerated